Good day, everyone. This is Harry Crossover Fiction bringing you another great story. Today we're exploring what if Harry was the trueborn son of Rhaenyra Targaryen and arrived at Hogwarts with a dragon egg. If you appreciate quality storytelling, please support us by liking and subscribing. It truly makes a difference. Now, let's immerse ourselves in the story. Chapter 1, The Dragon's Heir. The Queen was dying, and the world was made of fire. Rhaenyra Targaryen knelt on cold stone in the bowels of the Red Keep, her silver-gold hair matted with blood that was not entirely her own. The sounds of slaughter echoed down the corridors, steel on steel, the screams of men loyal to her cause meeting the blades of men loyal to her half-brothers. King's Landing had fallen. Her city, her throne, her birthright, all of it crumbling while she bled on the floor of a forgotten chamber 3 levels beneath the great hall where her father had once named her heir to the 7 kingdoms. None of that mattered now. In her arms, wrapped in a cloak of Targaryen black and red, an infant boy slept. He was perhaps 6 months old, dark-haired like his father, but when his eyes opened, which they did now, stirred by the distant crash of a door being broken somewhere above, they were the vivid green of wildfire. Not the violet of her house. Not the brown of the man who had sired him. Something else entirely, as though the gods had looked at this child and marked him as their own strange project. Beside her on the floor sat a dragon egg. It was black as a moonless night over the narrow sea, shot through with veins of deep crimson that actually pulsed, with a faint, living warmth. She had carried it from Dragonstone, refusing to leave it behind even as her advisors urged her to abandon everything that would slow their flight. They hadn't understood. The egg was not a treasure. It was a promise. Your Grace, they've breached the Western Passage. Ser Harold's voice came from the doorway, tight with the knowledge that he was about to die for her. Minutes. Perhaps less. Rhaenyra didn't look up. Her hands moved across the stone floor, tracing symbols she'd found in a book so old its pages had crumbled at her touch, a text from before the doom of Valyria, written in a dialect of High Valyrian so archaic it read more like music than language. Blood magic. The darkest art her ancestors had mastered and then forbidden. She had never been a sorceress. She had been a queen, a dragon rider, a mother, and now she was none of those things. Her dragons were dead or lost. Her older sons were butchered. Her crown was ash. But this child would live. Serve me one last time, Ser Harold, she said, and her voice carried the iron that had once commanded armies. Hold that door. The knight drew his sword without hesitation. She heard his footsteps recede, heard the ring of steel begin again, closer now, and she pressed her bleeding palm against the dragon egg and began to speak. The words came from somewhere deeper than memory. They tasted of smoke and salt and something primordial that made her teeth ache. The egg grew hot beneath her hand. The symbols on the floor began to glow, not with light but with heat, the stone itself turning red as though a forge burned beneath the castle's foundations. The baby didn't cry. He watched her with those impossible green eyes, calm and aware in a way no infant should be. You are the blood of the dragon, Rhaenyra whispered. She kissed his forehead. A tear fell on his cheek and evaporated before it could run. The chamber was becoming an oven. You are my son, and you will live, and you will remember. Fire and blood, sweetling. Fire and blood. She placed the baby atop the egg and spoke the final word. The pillar of flame that erupted consumed everything, the chamber, the symbols, the air itself. Ser Harold felt it from the corridor and turned in time to see white fire blast through the doorway and roll across the ceiling like a living thing. When it faded, the chamber was empty. The stone floor was smooth and glassy, melted and reformed. The queen's body lay crumpled against the far wall, eyes open, expression of savage triumph frozen on her face. The child and the egg were gone. 14 years later, on the other side of everything, Harry Potter woke up burning. Not literally, though that had happened before, and it hadn't hurt, which was the part that scared him. No, this was the dream burning, the kind that lived in his chest and behind his eyes and made the air taste like copper and ash for hours after he woke. He lay rigid on his narrow bed in the smallest bedroom of number 4, Privet Drive, staring at the ceiling while sweat cooled on his skin. The dream was already fragmenting, they always did, but he held on to the pieces with the desperation of a man clinging to wreckage in open water. A woman with silver gold hair. Green fire. Words in a language he almost understood, syllables that curled in his mouth like he'd been born speaking them. And always, the egg. Black and red, warm as a heartbeat, calling to him across a distance he couldn't fathom. He'd been having the dreams since he was 6 years old. They were more real than Privet Drive, more vivid than any memory he possessed, and they were getting stronger. Harry sat up and pressed his palm against the wall. A faint shimmer of heat radiated from his skin. He pulled his hand back and looked at the mark it left, not a burn exactly, but a slight discoloration, as if the paint had aged a decade in 2 seconds. He'd have to cover that before Aunt Petunia noticed. Again. He was 14. Tall for his age, lean in the way boys get when they're fed enough to survive but never quite enough to thrive. His hair was black and perpetually disordered, and if you caught it in the right light, dawn or dusk, when the sun hit it sideways, you could see streaks of silver threaded through the black like veins of metal in dark ore. He'd had them since he was 10. Aunt Petunia had tried to dye them out. The dye burned off overnight, literally, leaving scorch marks on his pillowcase. They'd stopped trying after that. His eyes were green. Not the pleasant garden hedge green the Dursleys would have preferred, but a bright, arresting green that made people look twice and then look away, as though they'd stared into something they shouldn't have. The house was quiet. 5 in the morning, late July, the sky outside his window just beginning to lighten. Harry dressed in silence, second-hand clothes that hung loose on his frame, trainers with the soles separating, and moved through his routine with the efficiency of someone who'd learned very early that being noticed was dangerous. He ate in the kitchen before the Dursleys woke, 2 slices of toast, an apple, a glass of water. Not because those were the only things available but because those were the things he could take without generating an argument. 14 years had taught him to pick his battles. He was washing his plate when the air changed. It was subtle, a shift in pressure, like the moment before a thunderstorm, except the sky outside was clear and pale. The hair on Harry's arm stood up. Something was coming. Something that tasted like the space between his dreams and waking, like ash and lightning and old power. Harry set the plate down very carefully and turned toward the front door. Someone knocked. 3 times, unhurried, with a knuckle that sounded like it was made of something harder than bone. He stood in the kitchen, motionless, running calculations that no 14-year-old should have been practiced at, threat assessment, escape routes, whether the back door was unlocked. The Dursleys hadn't stirred. Whatever was at the front door existed in a space that didn't concern people like them. Harry walked to the door and opened it. The man on the doorstep was ancient and utterly strange. Tall, thin, dressed in robes of deep purple that would have caused a riot on Privet Drive if any neighbor had been awake to see them. His beard was silver white and long enough to tuck into his belt. His eyes, behind half-moon spectacles, were bright blue and possessed an unnerving quality of seeing several things at once, not all of them in the present tense. "Good morning, Harry," said Albus Dumbledore. "I believe we have a great deal to discuss. May I come in?" Harry studied him for 3 full seconds, the robes, the beard, the gentle smile that didn't quite reach those calculating eyes, and stepped aside without a word. Dumbledore entered the Dursley household as though he'd been there before and hadn't been impressed the first time. His gaze swept the hallway, paused on the cupboard under the stairs with an expression that went very flat for a moment, and continued into the sitting room where he settled into Vernon's armchair with the ease of a man who understood that comfort was a choice, not a circumstance. "You're not surprised to see me," Dumbledore observed. "I've been waiting for something," Harry said. He remained standing. I didn't know it was a person. And what did you think it would be? Harry considered lying. The instinct was strong, years of concealing the fire immunity, the dreams, the silver in his hair. But the old man's eyes held something he recognized. Not kindness exactly. Recognition. Something to do with what I am, Harry said. Whatever that is. Dumbledore's expression shifted. Something flickered behind the half-moon lenses, surprise, perhaps, or the recalibration of expectations. You are a wizard, Harry. I am the headmaster of a school where young witches and wizards learn to master their abilities. I should have come for you 3 years ago, when you turned 11. I did not, and the reasons for that delay are complicated. Complicated how? In ways I am not yet prepared to fully explain. But the situation has changed, and the time for delay has passed. Dumbledore paused. The dreams have been getting worse, haven't they? The temperature in the room ticked up 2 degrees. Harry felt it happen, the heat that lived under his skin, responding to adrenaline, to emotion, to the sudden sharp awareness that this stranger knew things he'd never told anyone. Who are you? Harry asked, and there was no fear in his voice, only the hard edge of someone who'd been kept in the dark for 14 years and was running out of patience with shadows. I told you. My name is, I heard your name. I'm asking who you are. To me. What do you know about me that I don't? Dumbledore regarded him with something that might have been respect. I know that fire does not burn you. I know that you dream of a woman with silver hair and a language you've never learned. I know that there is an object in a vault beneath London that has been calling to you since you were old enough to hear it. He leaned forward slightly. And I know that if I don't bring you to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry immediately, forces beyond your understanding or mine will come looking for you first. Harry let the silence stretch. Then, what object? Something that was found with you the night you were left at this house. Something that belongs to you and no one else. An egg, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose a full inch above his spectacles. I dream about it, Harry said flatly. Black, with red veins. Warm. Whatever Dumbledore had expected from this conversation, Harry had the distinct impression it wasn't this. The old wizard sat back in the chair and studied Harry with the expression of a chess player who just realized his opponent was playing a different game entirely. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. An egg. The ceiling above them creaked. Heavy footsteps, Vernon Dursley, roused by the sound of voices in his sitting room at 5:30 in the morning. The footsteps descended the stairs with increasing aggression, and Vernon appeared in the doorway in a bathrobe, his face already moving through several shades of red at the sight of the robed stranger in his armchair. What the ruddy hell, who are you? What are you doing in my house? Mr. Dursley. Dumbledore rose from the chair with fluid grace. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I left Harry in your care 14 years ago. I've come to collect him. Vernon's face went from red to purple. Now you listen here, we took the boy in, we fed him, we gave him Dudley's second bedroom, after keeping him in a cupboard for the first decade of his life. The words were mild. The tone was not. Something in the air pressure dropped, and Vernon Dursley took an involuntary step backward, his bluster colliding with an instinct older than pride. Harry will be leaving with me today, Dumbledore continued. He will not be returning. I trust you have no objections. Vernon's mouth worked. He looked at Harry, and in his piggy eyes Harry saw the thing that had lived there for 14 years, not hatred, not really. Fear. Vernon Dursley had always been afraid of Harry, and that fear had curdled into cruelty the way milk curdles into something sour and sharp. Good riddance, Vernon spat, and turned away. Harry watched him go. Felt nothing. He'd stopped wanting the Dursleys' love before he was old enough to understand what love was supposed to feel like. What he felt now was something cleaner, the end of a sentence he'd been waiting his whole life to finish. "I'll get my things," Harry said. He owned very little worth taking. Clothes that didn't fit. A broken watch. A photograph he'd found in Petunia's things years ago, a woman with red hair and green eyes holding a baby. His mother. One of his mothers. The thought surfaced unbidden and strange. He'd always thought of the red-haired woman as his mother. But in his dreams, another woman held him with the same fierce, desperate love. Silver-haired, violet-eyed, wreathed in fire. He shoved the photograph in his pocket, left the rest, and walked out of number 4, Privet Drive without looking back. Dumbledore was waiting on the pavement, and the morning light caught his robes in a way that made the purple shimmer like deep water. He extended his arm. "Take my elbow, if you would. The sensation is unpleasant but brief." Harry gripped the old man's arm. The world compressed, squeezed through a tube of pressure and darkness, and then expanded again with a pop that left his ears ringing. They stood in a cobblestone alley. London, he thought, from the quality of the noise bleeding in from beyond the alley's entrance. But this particular stretch of cobblestone felt older than the city around it. The bricks hummed. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Dumbledore said, and tapped his wand against a specific brick in the wall. The wall melted open like a curtain of stone, and Harry Potter saw magic for the first time. The alley beyond was chaos in the best possible sense. Shops with windows full of impossible things, cauldrons stirring themselves, owls sleeping on perches, broomsticks hovering in display cases. Witches and wizards in robes of every color moved through the morning crowd, arguing, laughing, haggling with shopkeepers over the price of bat spleens and newt eyes. A goblin, an actual goblin, 3 feet tall with a sharp face and clever hands, pushed past Harry's knees pulling a cart full of something that clanked metallically. Harry stood still and let it wash over him. He should have been shocked. Should have been overwhelmed. Instead, something in his chest unlocked, a door he'd been pressing against for 14 years, and what came through was not surprise but relief. As if a part of him had always known this existed, had always belonged here, and was only now being allowed to come home. "We have several stops to make," Dumbledore said, watching Harry's face. "But the first and most important is the bank." Gringotts Wizarding Bank dominated the far end of the alley like a marble and gold fist. It leaned at angles that should have been structurally impossible, and the goblins flanking its bronze doors wore armor and expressions that suggested they were fully prepared to use the halberds they carried. Inside, the bank was a cathedral of avarice. High vaulted ceilings. Rows of goblins hunched over ledgers and gemstones. The sound of coins being counted echoed like metallic rain. Dumbledore approached the head teller, a particularly ancient goblin with a nose like a knife blade, and spoke quietly. The goblin's eyes flicked to Harry, and something changed in them. The professional disinterest sharpened into something avid and wary. "Blood verification," the goblin said. "Not a request." He produced a silver knife and a shallow stone bowl etched with symbols. Harry looked at Dumbledore, who nodded. Harry pricked his finger without flinching. He'd dealt with worse pain from the Dursleys, and let 3 drops fall into the bowl. The blood hit the stone and hissed. Not the faint sizzle of hot liquid on cool stone. A sustained, aggressive hiss, like water thrown on coals. The blood glowed. The symbols in the bowl flared red, then white, and the stone bowl itself cracked down the middle. Every goblin within 20 feet stopped what they were doing. The head teller stared at the cracked bowl. Then he stared at Harry. His expression was utterly unreadable, but his hands, Harry noticed, had begun to tremble. "Grip hook," the goblin said, without looking away from Harry. "Bring the elder. Now." Something was happening that went beyond normal procedure. The teller muttered instructions to another goblin, who scurried away. Other goblins were watching openly now, their dark eyes fixed on Harry with a mixture of fear and fascination that made his skin prickle. What just happened? Harry asked Dumbledore. Your blood runs hotter than most, Dumbledore said carefully. That's not an answer. No, Dumbledore agreed. It isn't. A side door opened and an elderly goblin entered, and elderly was doing significant work in that sentence. This goblin looked like he'd been old when the bank was founded. His skin was papery and thin, his eyes milky but sharp, and he moved with the careful dignity of someone who understood his own fragility but refused to accommodate it. He stopped in front of Harry, tilted his head, and inhaled through his long nose as though tasting the air. Dragon Lord, the elder goblin said. The word hit Harry like a fist. Not because of its meaning, he didn't know its meaning, but because of how it felt. It resonated in his blood the way a tuning fork resonates when struck. He felt heat bloom in his chest, felt the silver streaks in his hair tingle, felt something old and vast stir in the marrow of his bones. I don't know what that means, Harry said. No, the elder replied. But your blood does. He turned to Dumbledore. You bring a dragon lord into my bank, Dumbledore. The deepest vaults are responding. I bring a boy to collect what is rightfully his, Dumbledore said mildly. The elder goblin made a sound that might have been a laugh. The boy, yes. Come, Dragon Lord. Your vault awaits. The cart ride into the depths of Gringotts was a controlled plummet through darkness and stone. They passed the upper vaults, modest chambers behind iron doors, and descended further, past doors of steel, of enchanted bronze, of something dark and rippling that Harry suspected was not metal at all. The air grew warmer as they descended. Not warmer from geothermal heat, warmer in the way his dreams were warm, in the way fire felt when it touched his skin. Like coming home. They stopped at a vault so deep Harry was certain they were beneath the Thames. The door was ancient stone, unmarked except for a single symbol carved at its center, a circle with 3 points radiating from it. 3 heads. Harry's hand rose involuntarily toward the symbol. The Potter vault was moved here after your parents' death, the elder goblin said. It requested a deeper location. Vaults don't make requests, Dumbledore said. This one did. The door opened at the touch of Harry's palm. The stone was warm, blood-warm, and it swung inward with a sound like a long-held breath being released. The vault was not what he expected. There was gold, a respectable pile of galleons stacked against one wall, and the usual detritus of a wizarding family, enchanted portraits sleeping in their frames, shelves of books, a cloak folded on a pedestal that seemed to drink light. But Harry's attention went to none of these things. In the center of the vault, resting on a stone plinth that was scorched black as though fires had burned around it for years, sat the egg. It was exactly as he'd dreamed it. Black as deep space, veined with crimson that pulsed with a slow, living rhythm. About the size of a rugby ball, slightly oblong. And warm, warm enough that he could feel it from 10 feet away, a radiant heat that reached for him like a hand. Harry crossed the vault in 3 strides. He picked up the egg. The heat that flooded through him should have been agonizing. The egg was hot enough that the air around it shimmered, but it felt like nothing except right. Like a missing limb reattached. Like hearing his own name spoken for the first time. The egg pulsed against his chest. Once. Twice. A rhythm that synced with his heartbeat and settled. It's alive, Harry breathed. The elder goblin watched from the doorway with an expression of ancient satisfaction. It has been alive for a very long time, Dragon Lord. It has been waiting for you. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The headmaster's face was composed, but his eyes were bright with an emotion Harry couldn't identify, wonder, perhaps, or the confirmation of something he'd suspected for 14 years. There's a letter, Dumbledore said, nodding toward the plinth. Beneath where the egg had rested, sealed with wax that bore no sigil, was an envelope. Harry opened it with one hand, the egg cradled against his chest with the other. The handwriting was Dumbledore's. Harry, this egg was found with you the night you came to us. It cannot be touched by anyone else without causing severe burns. I have placed it here because it is yours, because it is alive, and because I do not yet understand what it means. When the time comes, you will know what to do. Albus Dumbledore, you wrote this 14 years ago, Harry said. I did. And you still don't understand what it means? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I understand more than I did. But no, not everything. Not yet. Harry looked down at the egg. It pulsed, and something inside it shifted. A tap. Faint. Rhythmic. It was trying to get out. Not yet, Harry murmured to it, and felt, impossibly, the tapping settle. As though whatever was inside had heard him and was willing to wait. They collected gold, the strange light-drinking cloak, an invisibility cloak, Dumbledore said, your father's, and a pouch of coins that somehow held more than its size suggested. Harry kept the egg in his arms the entire time. When he tried to put it in his bag, his hands refused. The elder goblin escorted them to the surface. At the doors, he caught Harry's sleeve, a liberty no goblin would normally take. The old words, the elder said quietly. Do you know them? Harry stared at him. What old words? Fire and blood. The temperature in the bank's entrance hall spiked. Harry felt it leave him in a wave, heat pouring off his skin, making the air ripple. Several nearby goblins flinched. Dumbledore's hand found his shoulder, steady and cool. Breathe, Harry. Harry breathed. The heat receded. The elder goblin watched him go with an expression that was hard to read but might have been the closest thing to reverence a goblin could manage. They stood in the morning sunlight of Diagon Alley, Harry holding a dragon egg against his chest, and the world felt different. Sharper. More real. As though a film had been peeled from his eyes and he was seeing things in their true colors for the first time. We still need your wand, Dumbledore said. Ollivander's shop was narrow and dim and smelled of dust and something electrical, ozone, maybe, or the residue of 1,000 magical discharges soaked into old wood. The shelves reached the ceiling, crammed with long thin boxes stacked in precarious columns that swayed slightly, as though breathing. A man emerged from the shadows between the shelves. Old. Pale eyes that gleamed like moons. He moved with the eerie certainty of someone who navigated his shop by feel and memory rather than sight. Harry Potter, Ollivander said, and his voice was soft as a moth's wing. I've been expecting you for 3 years. Everyone seems to have been expecting me, Harry said. Ollivander's pale eyes dropped to the egg in Harry's arms. Something shifted in his expression, a tightening, an alertness, the look of a craftsman recognizing a material he'd never worked with but had always dreamed of. Set that down and let me see your wand hand. Harry placed the egg gently on the counter. Ollivander measured him, arms, fingers, the distance between his nostrils, which seemed excessive, and began pulling boxes from the shelves. The first wand did nothing. The second emitted a shower of sparks that smelled like burnt sugar. The third set fire to a stack of papers. The fourth, fifth, and sixth produced results ranging from nothing to a small explosion that cracked a window. Tricky customer, Ollivander murmured, but he was smiling now, the smile of a man presented with a challenge worthy of his talents. Let me think. Let me think. He disappeared into the back of the shop. Harry waited, one hand resting on the egg. He could feel Ollivander moving back there, not hear him, but feel him, a disturbance in the air, a pressure change that his senses tracked without conscious effort. Ollivander returned with a single box. He opened it with the reverence of a priest handling a relic. Holly and phoenix feather, he said. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry picked it up. The world held its breath. Heat erupted from the wand, not destructive heat but living heat, the warmth of sunlight concentrated through a lens, of a bonfire's heart, of blood pumping through a body in motion. The wand sang in his hand, a note that vibrated in his teeth and his bones and the soles of his feet. Red and gold sparks cascaded from the tip, brighter than any of the previous attempts, and where they landed on the wooden counter they left tiny scorch marks that smoked. "Oh," Ollivander whispered. "Oh, that's extraordinary." The wand maker took the wand back gently, turned it in his fingers, felt the wood. His pale eyes were very wide. "This wand's core, the phoenix feather, comes from a particular phoenix. That phoenix gave one other feather. Just one. And the wand that feather lives in." He looked at Dumbledore. "The wand that feather lives in gave you that scar, Mr. Potter." Harry's hand rose to his forehead. The scar, a thin lightning bolt, faded but still visible, had been with him as long as the dreams. He'd never known where it came from. "I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said. "After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes. But great." "I don't know who that is," Harry said. The silence that followed was thick enough to cut. "Well," Dumbledore said after a moment. "We have rather a lot to cover on the train." They bought the rest of Harry's supplies in a blur, robes from a bustling shop where magical tape measures flew around his body, books from a towering bookshop called Flourish and Blots, a cauldron, scales, files. Harry moved through it all with the focused efficiency of someone who'd grown up stretching every resource to its limit. He bought only what was on the list, nothing extra, nothing frivolous. Except when they passed the Owl Emporium and a snowy owl fixed him with amber eyes from her perch and Harry felt something click, not the volcanic recognition of the egg but a quieter connection, a sense of rightness, and bought her on the spot. "Hedwig," he told the owl, and she nipped his finger gently. He had no idea where the name came from. It just fit. They stood on platform 9 3/4 on September 1st with Harry's trunk, his owl, and a dragon egg wrapped in his school cloak and held against his chest. The Hogwarts Express steamed and gleamed, scarlet as arterial blood. Students and parents swarmed the platform in a chaos of trunks and owls and last-minute goodbyes. Harry stood at the edge of it and felt the pull of the train like a current. "I will see you at the feast," Dumbledore said. "A word of advice, Harry, the egg will be noticed. When it is, you will have choices to make about who knows what, and when. Choose wisely. Not everyone who offers friendship has earned trust." "Has anyone?" Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at him with those sharp blue eyes and, for just a moment, seemed genuinely sad. "That's something you'll have to discover for yourself." He vanished with a crack like a whip. Harry boarded the train. The corridors were packed. Students craned to look at him, some with curiosity, some with the particular blank stare of people who'd been told to watch for something. Harry moved through the cars until he found a compartment near the back with only 2 occupants, a tall, red-haired boy with freckles and an ink stain on his nose, and a girl with an impressive volume of brown hair who was already reading a textbook with the intensity of someone defusing a bomb. "Anywhere else free?" Harry asked. The red-haired boy shrugged amiably. "It's all packed. Come in." Harry stowed his trunk, kept the egg in his lap, and sat by the window. The boy was staring at him with undisguised interest. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." He glanced at the wrapped bundle in Harry's arms. "What's that, then?" "Harry Potter. And it's complicated." Ron's eyes widened. "Harry Potter. But everyone said you'd gone missing. Or been hidden. Or were being privately tutored by Dumbledore himself." He leaned forward. "Are you really just starting Hogwarts now? In 4th year?" The girl looked up from her book. Her eyes were sharp and immediately assessing. "That's extremely unusual. The curriculum builds on itself, you'd need at least 3 years of foundational theory to, Hermione," Ron said. "Let the bloke sit down before you assign him homework." "I was merely observing, she's Hermione Granger," Ron told Harry. She observes a lot. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Not trust, not yet, but the possibility of it. These two were genuine. Awkward, unpolished, not performing anything. After 14 years of the Dursleys' calculated cruelty, it was like stepping from a sealed room into open air. "I've never done any magic," Harry said. "Formally. Dumbledore came for me a week ago." Hermione's book lowered completely. "You've had no training at all." "No. But you have a wand." "Got it 3 days ago." "And they're putting you in 4th year?" How can they possibly, the OWLs alone, Hermione?" "Right. Sorry." The train lurched into motion. London slid past the windows, giving way to suburbs, then fields. Harry watched the countryside roll by and felt the egg pull steadily against his chest, a second heartbeat keeping time with his own. Ron was easy to talk to, he had the comfortable loquaciousness of someone from a large family, filling silence not because he feared it but because he enjoyed the sound of conversation. Harry learned about the Weasleys, 7 children, all magical, not much money, about Hogwarts, 4 houses, moving staircases, a giant squid in the lake, about Quidditch, which sounded like someone had designed a sport specifically to maximize the possibility of serious injury, and Harry immediately wanted to try it. Hermione was harder to read but more interesting for it. She listened more than she spoke, and when she did speak, every word was deliberate. She was Muggle-born, non-magical parents, and had compensated for her lack of wizarding background by learning everything she could get her hands on, a strategy Harry instinctively respected. "What house are you in?" Harry asked. "Gryffindor," they said simultaneously, and then Ron grinned and Hermione rolled her eyes, and Harry felt that loosening in his chest again. The compartment door slid open. The boy in the doorway was blond, sharp-featured, and carried himself with the practiced arrogance of someone who'd been told from birth that the world owed him deference. 2 large boys flanked him like bookends made of muscle and dull expressions. "So it's true," the blond boy said, his gray eyes sweeping Harry with open assessment. "Harry Potter. On the train at last." His gaze snagged on the bundle in Harry's lap. "What are you holding?" "Draco Malfoy," Ron muttered. "Git." Draco ignored him with the ease of long practice. "My father told me you'd been hidden away somewhere. Privately educated," he assumed. "But here you are, riding the train with," his eyes slid to Ron, "Weasleys. Not the most auspicious start." "And you are?" Harry said. "Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I can help you there." Harry looked at him. Really looked, not at the expensive robes or the practiced sneer but at the boy underneath, and what he saw was someone desperate to matter, performing a role that had been written for him before he was born. "Thanks," Harry said. "But I'll figure out who's worth knowing on my own." Draco's sneer flickered. It was brief, a hairline crack in the mask, but Harry saw it. Surprise. And beneath the surprise, the faintest edge of respect for someone who hadn't been impressed, intimidated, or charmed. "Your loss, Potter." Draco turned and left, his bookends shuffling after him. Ron exhaled. That was Lucius Malfoy's son. His dad's rich, connected, probably a Death Eater, and definitely a massive, Ron. Piece of work, Ron finished, with only a slight course correction. Harry said nothing. He was watching the corridor where Draco had disappeared, thinking about masks and the people who wore them. Hogwarts materialized out of the Scottish darkness like something from the deepest layer of a dream. Towers and turrets, lit windows glowing amber against the black sky, the whole vast mass of it perched on a cliff above a lake so dark it might have been a hole in the world. The castle didn't look built so much as grown, as though it had erupted from the bedrock through some geological process that took magic into account alongside pressure and heat. Harry felt the egg react before he felt anything himself. It surged with warmth, sudden, fierce, almost painful, and the crimson veins pulsed so brightly he could see the glow through his cloak. Hogwarts magic was doing something to it, or it was doing something to Hogwarts magic, and the result was a resonance that made his bones hum. The students traveled from the train to the castle in horseless carriages that bumped along a rough track through the grounds. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione and watched the castle grow larger, feeling the egg's pulse accelerate as they drew closer. His own heartbeat rose to match. They entered through massive oak doors into an entrance hall that was larger than the Dursleys' entire house. Stone floors, torchlight, the distant roar of what sounded like several hundred people talking at once from behind another set of doors. A stern-faced woman in emerald robes met them. She had the look of someone who had been imposing discipline on teenagers for decades and had not yet encountered one she couldn't subdue. "Professor McGonagall," Hermione whispered. "Mr. Potter." McGonagall's eyes were sharp. "You're to be sorted separately, after the first years. Dumbledore's instructions." Her gaze dropped to the bundle in his arms, and her lips compressed into a thin line. "And that is to remain with you, I'm told." "It stays with me," Harry confirmed, and something in his voice made it clear this was not a point of negotiation. McGonagall studied him for a moment, a long, measuring look, and nodded once. The Great Hall was overwhelming in the way that genuinely impressive things are, not because they demand attention but because they make everything else seem small. For long tables stretched the length of the hall beneath a ceiling enchanted to mirror the night sky, stars blazing against black velvet, wisps of cloud drifting past as though the roof simply didn't exist. Candles floated in midair. At the far end, a high table seated a row of adults who radiated the particular authority of people accustomed to being the most dangerous person in any room. Harry stood at the back and watched the first years get sorted, a battered hat placed on their heads, a moment of apparent communication, and then a shouted house name that sent the child scurrying to one of the 4 tables. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. When the last first year had been sorted, Dumbledore rose. "We have one additional student joining us this year. Due to unusual circumstances, Mr. Harry Potter will be entering Hogwarts as a 4th year. Please make him welcome." The hall erupted in whispers. Harry felt every eye in the room fix on him as he walked toward the stool and the hat. He was aware of Draco Malfoy watching from the Slytherin table, of Ron giving him an encouraging thumbs up from Gryffindor, of a tall girl with silvery blonde hair at a separate table, Beauxbatons, he'd learn later, who tracked his movement with an intensity that felt almost physical. He sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Darkness. And then a voice, not in his ears but in his mind, dry and ancient and slightly amused. "Well, well. What have we here?" Harry said nothing. He felt the hat's presence in his mind like fingers rifling through pages. Courage, yes, considerable. Intelligence, certainly. Ambition? Oh my, yes. And loyalty, fierce, once earned. You'd fit anywhere, Mr. Potter. But that's not the interesting part, is it? What's the interesting part? The blood. The fire. The dreams of a crown you've never worn in a world you've never seen. The hat's voice lost its amusement. You carry the blood of kings, boy. Not our kings, not any king this world has ever known. You are something that has never sat beneath me in 1,000 years of sorting. Just tell me where I belong. Belong? The hat almost laughed. You don't belong anywhere. That's what makes you dangerous. But if I must choose, and I must, then I'll put you where your courage matters most, because courage is the thing that will keep you human when the fire wants to make you something else. The hat's voice rang through the great hall, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded. Ron was on his feet, clapping. Hermione was beaming. Harry crossed the hall and sat between them, and for one moment, brief, bright, fragile, he felt like he might have found a place that was his. Then the egg pulsed so hard it knocked his breath out, and the scarlet veins flared like lightning through black stone, and half the students at the table scrambled backward. "Mate," Ron said carefully. "What is that?" Harry looked down at the egg in his arms. Through the wrapping, crimson light pulsed steadily, and he could feel heat radiating from it in waves. "I don't know yet," Harry said. Which was true. He knew what it was. He didn't know what it meant. The feast was magnificent, more food than Harry had seen in his life, appearing on golden plates as though summoned from some inexhaustible kitchen. He ate carefully, aware of the stares, answering questions when they were asked and deflecting when they went too close to the egg or his past. The Weasley twins, Ron's older brothers, identical, crackling with chaotic energy, tried to get him to reveal what was in the bundle. "Bet you 10 galleons it's a cursed artifact. Bet you 20 it's a shrunken head." "It's mine," Harry said, and something in his voice made the twins exchange a glance and back off with raised hands and matching grins. After the feast, Dumbledore made announcements. Harry registered 2 things, the Triwizard Tournament, which sounded extraordinarily dangerous, and a new defense against the dark arts teacher, a grizzled man with a magical eye that swiveled independently of his real one, introduced as Professor Moody. The magical eye found Harry across the hall and fixed on him with unblinking intensity. Then it swiveled down to the egg and stayed there for a very long time. Gryffindor Tower was warm and red and smelled like wood smoke and old leather. The common room was circular, full of squashy armchairs and a fireplace large enough to stand in. Harry followed Ron up a spiral staircase to the 4th-year boys' dormitory, 5 beds with crimson hangings, trunks at the foot of each. The other boys, Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, were friendly but wary, their eyes constantly dropping to the wrapped bundle Harry set carefully on his pillow. "Aren't you going to tell us what that is?" Seamus asked. "Tomorrow," Harry said. "It's been a long day." It was a deflection, and everyone knew it, but exhaustion and the social contract of new roommates kept them from pressing. One by one, the other boys fell asleep. Ron's snoring began almost immediately, a steady, reassuring rumble like a distant engine. Harry lay in the dark with the egg on his chest and felt the castle breathe around him. Hogwarts was alive. He could feel it the same way he could feel the egg, not through any ordinary sense but through something deeper, something that operated in the space between instinct and knowledge. The castle's magic was vast and old and layered, stone soaked in centuries of spell work, and it resonated with the heat in Harry's blood like a bell struck by a hammer. The egg was resonating too. Responding to the castle, or the castle responding to it, Harry couldn't tell which was cause and which was effect. The crimson veins pulsed faster now, brighter, and the heat was climbing. And then the dream came. It wasn't like the others. Those had been fragments, images, emotions, disconnected pieces of a story he couldn't reconstruct. This was vivid and linear and real. He stood in a room of black stone. Dragon skulls lined the walls, massive, ancient, their empty eye sockets dark as wells. A woman stood before him. Silver gold hair, violet eyes, a face that was beautiful in the way that storms are beautiful, arresting and not entirely safe. She was looking at him with an expression that contained a love so fierce it was almost violent. "You found it," she said. "The egg. Good. Your egg. Always meant for you. Who are you?" Harry asked, though he knew. Had always known. "I am your mother. Your first mother. Rhaenyra of House Targaryen, first of her name." She reached out and touched his face, and her hand was warm, not human warm but fire warm, the temperature of banked coals. "I sent you away to save you. The egg to protect you. You were never meant to be alone this long. I don't understand." "You will." Her eyes burned brighter. "The egg is ready. The dragon knows you. Let it come, Harry. Let it come and be what you were born to be." "What was I born to be?" She smiled. Sad, proud, fierce. Remember who you are. Fire and blood. Harry woke. The dormitory was dark. The other boys slept. Through the window, the moon hung low and fat over the forbidden forest, painting everything in silver. The egg was cracking. A line of red light split the black shell from crown to base. Then another, perpendicular, forming a cross of molten crimson. The shell wasn't breaking, it was opening, segments folding back like petals, and from within came heat and light and a sound like nothing Harry had ever heard. A cry. High, fierce, hungry. The cry of something ancient waking up. Harry sat up in bed. The shell fell away. And there, sitting in a nest of broken obsidian and pulsing crimson, wet and trembling and no larger than a kitten, was a dragon. It was dark silver, the color of a storm cloud lit from within. Its scales were fine and wet, catching the moonlight like hammered metal. Its wings were folded tight against its body, membranous, already twitching with the urge to spread. Its eyes opened. They were violet. Deep, impossible violet, the color of the sky at the moment between sunset and darkness, and they were looking directly at Harry with an intelligence that no newborn creature should have possessed. The dragon opened its mouth and breathed. The gout of flame was tiny, no bigger than a candle's, and it washed across Harry's outstretched hand without leaving so much as a mark. The fire was silver-white, beautiful, and it felt like being touched by sunlight. "Hey," Harry whispered. The dragon chirped. It was a ridiculous sound, nothing like the roar one might expect, and it made Harry smile for what felt like the first time in years. The little creature crawled up his arm on claws that pricked but didn't cut, settled on his shoulder, and pressed its face against his neck. Harry felt the bond snap into place like a key turning in a lock. It wasn't gradual. It wasn't gentle. One moment he was Harry Potter, alone in the world, and the next he was connected to another living being so completely that he could feel its heartbeat alongside his own, fast and fierce and burning. The dragon's hunger hit him like a wave. Its confusion. Its instinctive, overwhelming recognition of him, the one it had been waiting for, the one its blood sang to. "Ethan," Harry said. The name came from nowhere and everywhere. From the dreams. From Rhaenyra's voice. From the blood that burned in both their veins. The dragon, Ethan, chirped again and blew another tiny tongue of silver flame, and this time Harry laughed, and the sound woke Ron Weasley. Ron sat up, blinked, and processed the scene, Harry sitting in bed, a dragon on his shoulder, shell fragments scattered across the blankets, the whole tableau lit by the soft glow of dying dragonfire. "Bloody hell," Ron said. Neville woke next, saw the dragon, and fell out of bed. Dean and Seamus scrambled upright and pressed themselves against the headboards of their beds, eyes wide. "That's a dragon," Seamus said. "That's a bloody dragon." "Yeah," Harry said. "In our dormitory." "Yeah." Does it breathe?" Ethan demonstrated by sending a small jet of flame toward the ceiling. It dissipated harmlessly, but Seamus made a sound like a stepped-on cat and pulled his blankets over his head. "Mate," Ron said, and his voice was caught between terror and absolute delight, "you're going to have to explain this." "I know." "Like, properly explain." "I know." Ron stared at the dragon for a long moment. Ethan stared back, violet eyes unblinking. Then Ron's face split into a grin so wide it threatened to divide his head in two. "This is the most brilliant thing that's ever happened in this room. And Fred and George once turned all the furniture into badgers." The commotion brought others. Within minutes, the Gryffindor common room was full of students in pajamas, drawn by the noise and the increasingly visible silver light emanating from the fourth-year boys' dormitory. Harry came downstairs with Ethan perched on his shoulder, and the common room went dead silent. Hermione was the first to speak. She'd clearly been woken by the noise, her hair even more volumetric than usual, a dressing gown thrown hastily over her pajamas, but her eyes were sharp and her mind was already racing. "That's impossible," she said. "Dragon eggs require sustained temperatures above 600 degrees to hatch. They need the incubation period alone, and they're restricted under the Decree for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Section 14b, subsection, Hermione," Ron said. "It's here." "I can see that it's here, Ronald. I'm trying to understand how." The portrait hole swung open, and Professor McGonagall entered in a tartan dressing gown, her hair down, her expression suggesting that whoever was responsible for getting her out of bed at 2 in the morning would shortly wish they hadn't. She saw the dragon and stopped. Ethan flared his tiny wings, maybe 8 inches across, and hissed at her. Not aggressively. Territorially. This was his human, and the tall woman was an unknown. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, in a voice that was admirably steady under the circumstances. "Is that a dragon?" "Yes, Professor." "On your shoulder?" "Yes." "In Gryffindor Tower?" "I'm afraid so." McGonagall looked at the dragon. The dragon looked at McGonagall. Something passed between them, some ancient, Scottish assessment of mutual stubbornness, and McGonagall's lips did something that, on anyone else, might have been the beginning of a smile. "I'll send for the headmaster," she said. "Nobody touch it. Nobody feed it. And for Merlin's sake, nobody provoke it." She left. The common room exploded into noise. Dumbledore arrived 20 minutes later, fully dressed, as though he'd been waiting for this exact moment. He entered the common room and every student fell silent. The headmaster's gaze found Harry and Ethan, and something ancient and weary shifted behind his eyes. "Everyone back to bed, please," Dumbledore said. "Mr. Potter, come with me." They walked through the sleeping castle, Harry, Dumbledore, Ethan on Harry's shoulder making small chirping sounds at the suits of armor as they passed. The castle itself seemed to be paying attention. Torches flared brighter as they walked by. Paintings stirred, craning for a look at the little silver dragon. Dumbledore's office was behind a stone gargoyle that moved at a password. The room beyond was circular, cluttered, full of spinning silver instruments that hummed and clicked. A phoenix, real, enormous, scarlet and gold, sat on a perch near the desk. It saw Ethan and let out a single clear note. Ethan responded with a tiny roar. The phoenix seemed amused. "Sit down, Harry." Harry sat. Ethan climbed down from his shoulder into his lap and curled up, wings tucked, eyes half closed but watchful. "The egg hatched," Harry said unnecessarily. "So I see. Sooner than I expected." "You expected it?" "I hoped." Dumbledore settled behind his desk. "I placed you with the Dursleys because the protections there, your mother's sacrifice, kept you safe. I kept you from Hogwarts because this school is a nexus of magical energy, and I believed that bringing the egg here would accelerate exactly what has happened tonight. So why bring me now? Because events have overtaken caution. The Triwizard Tournament has been arranged, and its magic will flood Hogwarts with unprecedented power. That power would have reached your egg regardless. Better to have you here, where I can help, than alone in Surrey when the egg hatches and a dragon burns through a Muggle suburb." Harry looked down at Ethan. "He won't hurt anyone." "Perhaps not. But he will grow. Rapidly, I suspect, in this environment. And there are those who will try to take him from you." "No one takes him from me." The words came out harder than Harry intended, edged with a heat that made the air around him shimmer. Ethan's eyes snapped open, and a low growl vibrated in his tiny chest. Dumbledore watched them both with an expression of careful assessment. "No," he said quietly. "I don't believe anyone will. There are ancient magical laws governing bonded creatures, beings that are bound to a wizard through means deeper than spell or enchantment. Blood bonds. The dragon is bonded to you, Harry. I felt it the moment you walked into this room. That bond has legal standing, even in the eyes of the ministry, though they will certainly test it. Let them. You may feel differently when the Minister for Magic arrives with a team of dragon handlers and Lucius Malfoy whispering in his ear about public safety. I won't. Dumbledore studied him a moment longer and then nodded, once, as though a question had been answered. Sleep, Harry. Tomorrow will be difficult. I will do what I can to protect you, but you must understand, there are limits to what even I can shield you from. The dragon will change things. It already has. Harry stood. Ethan scrambled back to his shoulder. At the door, Harry paused. Professor. The woman in my dreams, the one with silver hair. She's real, isn't she? She's not just a dream. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The silver instruments clicked and whirred. She was real, he said at last. I believe she was your mother. My mother is Lily Potter. Yes. She is also your mother. The two things are not contradictory. Dumbledore's eyes were very bright. You have been loved fiercely, Harry, by more than one woman willing to die for you. That is a rare and powerful thing. Harry left without another word. He carried the dragon through corridors that felt like they were breathing around him, upstairs that shifted under his feet as though guiding him home, and back to Gryffindor Tower where the common room was empty and the fire was low. He climbed the stairs to his dormitory. The other boys were asleep again, or pretending to be. He lay on his bed with Ethan curled on his chest, the dragon's warmth spreading through him like a second heartbeat. Through the window, the moon had moved, and the sky was beginning to lighten at the edges. A new day was coming. His first full day in a world of magic, with a dragon on his chest and the blood of a dead queen in his veins. Harry closed his eyes. Sleep came easily, for once, deep and dreamless and warm. But far away, so far that, distance, lost its meaning and became something closer to the space between thoughts, ancient eyes opened in a void of fire and shadow. Something vast and patient stirred. It had been drifting in the dark between worlds for millennia, sustained by rage and blood magic and the unyielding refusal to die. It had felt the egg crack. Felt the dragon's first breath. Felt the dimensional barrier, already fractured, already weakened by a desperate queen's sacrifice 14 years ago, shudder and thin. The last dragon lord had woken his dragon. And in the burning spaces between worlds, Vaghar the Undying smiled. The barrier was thinning. And through the cracks, fire was beginning to seep. Chapter 2, Fire and Blood. Harry woke to the sound of Ethan eating his pillowcase. The dragon had grown overnight. Not dramatically, he was still small enough to perch on Harry's shoulder, but where he'd been kitten-sized at hatching, he was now closer to a large cat. His silver scales had dried and hardened into something that caught the morning light like polished steel, and his violet eyes tracked Harry's movements with predatory focus as Harry sat up and gently extracted the shredded remains of Egyptian cotton from between razor-sharp teeth. "You're hungry," Harry said. It wasn't a guess. He could feel it through the bond, a hollow, gnawing ache in his own stomach that had nothing to do with his own appetite. Let's fix that. The dormitory was empty. Ron's bed was unmade, the others neatly squared away. Sunlight angled through the windows at an angle that suggested Harry had slept well past breakfast. He dressed quickly, tucked his wand into his belt, and let Ethan climb up his arm to his shoulder. The dragon's claws pricked through his robes but didn't break skin, as though Ethan understood, instinctively, the difference between gripping and cutting. The common room fell silent when he descended the stairs. It was more crowded than it should have been on a Saturday morning. Students from every year had found reasons to linger, reading in armchairs near the fire, playing chess at tables by the windows, or simply sitting on the floor in clusters, their conversations dying mid-sentence as Harry appeared with a dragon on his shoulder. Ron was by the fireplace with Hermione, a half-eaten piece of toast forgotten in his hand. He spotted Harry and stood up so fast his toast went flying. "Mate, it's bigger. I know. It was the size of a cat last night. Now it's the size of a bigger cat. I noticed. Hermione was already on her feet, her eyes locked on Ethan with the expression of someone whose understanding of the world had been challenged and who was determined to update her mental model as quickly as possible. Dragons don't grow that fast. The Norwegian Ridgeback takes approximately 8 to 12 months to reach, Ethan sneezed. A puff of silver flame shot from his nostrils and singed a first year's homework from 3 feet away. The first year yelped. Ethan chirped, apparently pleased with himself. Right, Harry said. He needs food. Actual food, not pillowcases. Hagrid, Ron said immediately. Groundskeeper. Lives on the edge of the forest. He's mental about dangerous creatures, he'll probably want to adopt it. They left through the portrait hole, Harry ignoring the wave of whispers that followed them like a wake. The corridors of Hogwarts were alive with Saturday morning traffic, and every student who passed them stopped, stared, and then hurried away to tell someone what they'd seen. By the time they reached the entrance hall, Harry estimated that every person in the castle knew he had a dragon. The grounds were magnificent in the September morning light, vast stretches of green sloping down to a dark lake, the edges of a massive forest pressing close on one side, and a collection of greenhouses glinting on the other. Hagrid's hut sat at the tree line, a stone cottage that looked like it had been built for someone roughly twice the size of a normal human. Which, as it turned out, was accurate. The man who opened the door was enormous. Not fat, though he was broad, but genuinely massive, easily 8 feet tall, with a wild mane of black hair and a beard that could have hidden a family of badgers. His eyes, beetle black and bright, went immediately to Ethan and went very, very wide. Blimey, Hagrid breathed. This is Ethan, Harry said. He's hungry. Hagrid's face underwent a transformation that Harry would remember for years. It went from shock to wonder to a kind of trembling joy that made the giant man look, for a moment, like a child on Christmas morning. Come in, Merlin's beard, a dragon, a real live dragon, come in and shut the door. The interior of Hagrid's hut was exactly one room, dominated by a bed the size of a small boat and a fireplace large enough to roast an ox. A boarhound the size of a small pony was asleep in the corner, and it raised its massive head as they entered, spotted Ethan, and whimpered. It's all right, Fong, it's all right. Hagrid was already rummaging in what turned out to be a cold store built into the wall. He emerged with an armful of raw chicken. Here, dragons need meat, raw's best, about twice their body weight per day at this age. Harry set the chicken on the floor. Ethan launched himself from Harry's shoulder, hit the ground running, and tore into the meat with a ferocity that silenced the room. Silver flames licked from his jaws as he ate, lightly cooking each piece before swallowing it whole. He ate 6 whole chickens in 4 minutes. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, Hagrid said, tears streaming into his beard. It's going to cost a fortune in poultry, Ron observed. Hermione had her notebook out. Hagrid, this growth rate is completely abnormal. He hatched 12 hours ago and he's not a normal dragon, Hagrid said, and his voice had dropped to something reverent. Look at him. The scales, that's not any breed I've ever studied. Norwegian Ridgebacks are green. Hungarian Horntails are bronze. Swedish Shortsnouts are blue. This one's silver. And those eyes, he shook his head. I've read every book on dragons the library's got, and I've never seen anything like this. Harry said nothing. He was watching Ethan eat and feeling the dragon's satisfaction through the bond, warmth and fullness and the simple animal pleasure of hunger being sated. Underneath that, something deeper, a sense of place, of belonging, as if Ethan, like Harry, had been waiting for this. Hagrid, Harry said. Can you keep feeding him? I'll pay for the food. Pay. I'll feed him for free the rest of my life. Just let me, can I touch him? Harry looked at Ethan. The dragon looked back, licked chicken blood from his jaws, and chirped. "Go ahead." Hagrid extended a hand the size of a dustbin lid toward Ethan with the delicacy of a man handling blown glass. His fingers brushed the dragon's flank, and Ethan tolerated it, didn't snap, didn't hiss, just regarded the groundskeeper with those ancient violet eyes and apparently found him acceptable. "His scales are warm," Hagrid whispered. "Like putting your hand on a stove. And the color, it's like liquid metal." He looked at Harry with wet eyes. "Where did you get him?" "He was with me when I was a baby. In an egg. I don't know where he came from before that." That was true and not true simultaneously, and Harry felt the lie of omission sit heavily in his chest. The dreams. Rhaenyra's voice. Fire and blood. But those things were his, and he wasn't ready to share them yet, not until he understood them himself. They spent an hour at Hagrid's. The groundskeeper was a fountain of practical dragon knowledge, feeding schedules, the importance of flight exercise, the stages of fire development. Ethan sat in Harry's lap and listened with apparent interest, occasionally demonstrating a point by belching a small flame or extending a wing for inspection. "He'll need space to fly soon," Hagrid said. "The grounds might work for now, but once he hits full size, how big will he get?" Harry asked. Hagrid hesitated. "Well, normal dragons can get up to 50, 60 feet, snout to tail. But this one," he gestured helplessly. "I don't rightly know. He's not in any book I've read." The morning post arrived while they were crossing back toward the castle. Owls streamed through the bright sky in loose formation, descending toward the great hall, and among them flew a large eagle owl that banked sharply and made straight for the entrance hall, where it dropped a rolled newspaper at Harry's feet. Hermione picked it up, unrolled it, and went pale. "Dragon at Hogwarts, Boy Who Lived Harbors Dangerous Beast." The article was front page, above the fold. There was no photograph. The dragon had hatched at 2 in the morning, but the text was vivid with speculation and alarm. It quoted unnamed ministry sources expressing grave concern about an unregistered dragon on school grounds. It quoted a parent who claimed children were in mortal danger. And it quoted, extensively, Lucius Malfoy. The fact that Albus Dumbledore has permitted a dangerous, uncontrolled magical creature to remain in a school full of children is beyond reckless, it is criminal. I call upon the ministry to act immediately to remove both the beast and the individual responsible." "That was fast," Ron said grimly. "Malfoy Sr. must have had this ready to go." "He'd need a source inside the school," Hermione said. "Someone who told him the moment it happened." Her eyes moved involuntarily toward the castle. Toward Slytherin territory. Harry took the newspaper and read the article once, thoroughly. Then he folded it and put it in his pocket. "Let them come," he said. They came on Monday. Harry had spent Sunday in a state of aggressive preparation. Hermione had pulled every relevant text from the library, magical creature law, ministry regulations, historical precedents, and laid them out on a table in the common room while Harry read with the intensity of someone studying for a war. Ethan sat beside him, now definitively the size of a large dog and growing visibly between meals. The dragon had taken to following Harry everywhere. Not following, exactly, accompanying, with the proprietary air of a bodyguard who happened to have wings and could set things on fire. When Harry walked the corridors, Ethan walked beside him, silver scales catching torchlight, violet eyes sweeping the hallways with lazy menace. Students pressed against walls to let them pass. Even the ghosts gave them space. Ethan's intelligence was startling. He understood Harry's speech, not just tone but meaning. When Harry said, "Stay," Ethan stayed. When Harry said, "Gentle," the dragon modulated his interactions with a precision that suggested comprehension rather than conditioning. And through the bond, Harry felt Ethan's thoughts, not words, but images, emotions, impulses. Hunger. Curiosity. A deep, cellular recognition of Harry as his, as the center of a universe that had contracted to a single point the moment those violet eyes had opened. By Monday morning, Harry had a working understanding of magical creature law, a dragon the size of a German shepherd, and no patience left. His first class was Charms. Professor Flitwick was a tiny man, barely 3 feet tall, standing on a stack of books behind his desk, with a high, enthusiastic voice and an approach to magic that treated it less like a discipline and more like a form of play. He surveyed Harry's situation with bright eyes and what appeared to be genuine excitement. "Mr. Potter. 4th year Charms, we're working on summoning charms this term. You've had no prior instruction?" "None, Professor." "Marvelous. Clean slate. No bad habits to unlearn." He set a cushion on the desk. "The incantation is Accio. Focus on the object. Will it to come to you? Let's see what happens." Harry raised his wand. He felt the magic before he spoke, a current in his blood, hot and immediate, rising to meet his intent with an eagerness that was almost aggressive. Accio cushion. The cushion didn't fly toward him. It rocketed off the desk with enough force to knock Flitwick's book stack sideways, crossed the room in a blur, and hit Harry in the chest with a solid thump. The impact sent a wave of heat through the air, visible heat, making the atmosphere shimmer, and several students flinched. Flitwick righted himself, adjusted his glasses, and beamed. "Extraordinary. The power is, well, I've rarely seen, but the control needs refinement. The cushion shouldn't be trying to break your ribs, Mr. Potter. Let's work on modulation." That set the pattern for the day. Harry's magic was powerful, drastically, sometimes dangerously powerful, but unrefined. In Transfiguration, he turned a beetle into a button so hard the button was white-hot and melted a hole through the desk. McGonagall raised an eyebrow, vanished the smoking remains, and told him to try again with less force. In Herbology, a plant he was repotting burst into bloom so aggressive that it broke its pot and started growing across the greenhouse floor. His magic ran hot. Everything he touched, everything he channeled, came out infused with heat. It wasn't fire, exactly, it was more fundamental than that, as if the energy that powered his spells burned at a higher temperature than anyone else's. And then there was defense against the dark arts. Moody was waiting for them in a classroom that smelled of old leather and something metallic. The man himself was unsettling, a face that looked like it had been used as a testing ground for curses, one normal eye and one magical eye that whirred and spun in its socket, a wooden leg that clunked on the stone floor. But his voice, when he spoke, was low and compelling and carried the weight of someone who had done terrible things and wasn't sorry about most of them. "Potter," Moody said, before Harry had even sat down. "Leave the dragon outside." Ethan hissed. The magical eye fixed on him without the real one moving. "He stays," Harry said. The classroom went very still. 20 students held their breath, watching the new boy challenge the new professor on day 1. Moody's scarred face twisted into something that might have been a grin. "He stays, then. But if he sets fire to my classroom, you're both running laps around the Black Lake." The class was on the unforgivable curses. Moody demonstrated all 3 on spiders, the Imperious Curse, which seized control of the victim's will, the Cruciatus Curse, which caused unbearable pain, and the Killing Curse, which did exactly what its name suggested. The classroom was graveyard silent as the last spider died in a flash of green light. "Those are the worst things one wizard can do to another," Moody said. "And you need to know them, because the people who use them don't care about your comfort, your morality, or your age." His magical eye found Harry. "Potter. Come here." Harry rose. Ethan stirred but stayed where Harry had placed him, by his chair, eyes locked on Moody. "I'm going to cast the Imperious Curse on you," Moody said. "With your permission. I want to see if you can resist it." The room erupted in whispers. Harry looked at Moody, really looked, the way he'd learned to look at people at the Dursleys, reading the truth beneath the performance. The man was watching him with an intensity that felt less like a teacher's interest and more like a collector assessing a specimen. "Fine," Harry said. "Imperio." The sensation was warm and floating, a cotton wool blanket wrapped around his mind, muffling thought, dissolving will. A voice whispered, "Jump on the desk." Jump on the desk. Harry felt the compulsion. Felt his legs tense to obey. And then something else rose, something hotter than the curse, fiercer than the compulsion, older than the magic that produced it. The fire in his blood. It surged up like a wall of heat and burned through the Imperius like dragonfire through cobweb. The curse shattered. Harry didn't just resist it, he destroyed it. The backlash hit Moody hard enough that the professor took a step back, his magical eye spinning wildly. The classroom was dead silent. "Well," Moody said, and his voice was very carefully controlled. "That's never happened before." Both eyes were fixed on Harry now, the real one and the magical one, together, which was somehow more unsettling than either alone. "Sit down, Potter." Harry sat. Through the bond, he felt Ethan's satisfaction, a hot pulse of approval, as if the dragon had been watching through Harry's eyes and was pleased with what it saw. Moody watched him for the rest of the class with the particular stillness of a predator that has spotted something unexpected and is recalculating. Harry didn't know it yet, couldn't have known, but behind that scarred face, behind the magical eye and the gruff exterior, a man who was not Alastair Moody was making rapid, excited adjustments to a plan that had just become significantly more ambitious. The ministry arrived on Tuesday. They came in force, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, in a pinstriped cloak and bowler hat, 2 officials from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, 3 dragon handlers in scorched leather, and Lucius Malfoy, who held no official position but walked beside the minister with the comfortable authority of someone who owned him. Harry saw them from the window of Gryffindor Tower. Ethan was beside him, now large enough that his head reached Harry's hip, and at the sight of the approaching delegation, the dragon's lips peeled back from teeth that were no longer small. "Easy," Harry murmured. "Not yet." They met in Dumbledore's office, Harry, Dumbledore, the minister, Lucius, and the officials. The dragon handlers waited outside, and Ethan waited outside with them, which was producing visible discomfort on both sides of that arrangement. Fudge was a small, anxious man who radiated the particular energy of someone who had achieved power he wasn't equipped for. He sat in a conjured chair, twisted his bowler hat in his hands, and made a visible effort to look authoritative. "Mr. Potter, the ministry has received numerous reports of an unregistered, dangerous dragon being kept on Hogwarts grounds. This is a clear violation of the Decree for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Section 14b, Harry said. Which pertains to dragons acquired, bred, or imported by witches and wizards within the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic." Fudge blinked. "Well, yes, Ethan wasn't acquired, bred, or imported. He hatched from an egg that has been in the Potter vault at Gringotts since before I was born. The egg was classified by the goblins as a bonded artifact, a personal magical possession tied to my bloodline. Its hatching was a natural magical event, not a deliberate act of acquisition." Silence. Lucius Malfoy's grey eyes narrowed. Furthermore, Harry continued, under the Bonded Creature Statute of 1762, a magical creature that is demonstrably bonded to a witch or wizard through means of blood magic or inherent magical connection cannot be separated from its bonded partner without proof of danger to the magical community at large. The statute has been tested 3 times in the last 2 centuries. It has never been overturned. Fudge looked at Lucius. Lucius looked at Harry with an expression of cold reappraisal. "Where did you learn this?" Lucius asked softly. "I read." That was true. Hermione had found the relevant texts, but Harry had been the one to read them, absorb them, and understand their implications. He'd spent 14 years surviving by knowing his environment better than the people who controlled it. The Dursleys had taught him that much, at least. The boy has been coached, Lucius said to Fudge. Obviously. But the fact remains, a dragon in a school is unprecedented. It's not, Harry said. Hogwarts kept dragons on its grounds for the first 3 centuries of its existence. The practice was discontinued in 1465 for insurance reasons, not safety ones. The school's charter still permits the presence of bonded magical creatures, provided the headmaster approves. He looked at Dumbledore. The headmaster's expression was serene, but his eyes held a gleam that looked suspiciously like pride. I do approve, Dumbledore said mildly. The dragon is bonded to Mr. Potter. The bond is genuine, I verified it personally. Under both the bonded creature statute and the Hogwarts charter, the dragon stays. Fudge's mouth opened and closed. He looked at his officials, who shrugged with the resigned air of bureaucrats who knew when they were outmaneuvered. This isn't over, Lucius said. His voice was silk over steel. A formal tribunal will be convened. The Wizengamot will hear this matter. The Wizengamot is welcome to visit, Harry said. They can meet Ethon. And if the dragon proves dangerous between now and then? Harry stood. He was 14, half Lucius Malfoy's age, and he met the man's eyes without flinching. He won't. But if you'd like a demonstration of how well he responds to me, I'm happy to provide one. The ministry delegation left without the dragon. Fudge looked relieved. The officials looked tired. The dragon handlers, who had spent 20 minutes in close proximity to Ethon and were visibly sweating, looked like men who had been asked to confiscate a loaded weapon from someone who was better with it than they were. Lucius Malfoy paused at the door. He looked back at Harry with an expression that had moved past annoyance into something more considered, more careful. Then he turned and left. That was well done, Dumbledore said when they were alone. I don't want to play politics, Harry said. I want them to leave me alone. Wanting to be left alone is, unfortunately, itself a political position. And you played it quite well. Dumbledore paused. The tribunal will happen. Lucius will ensure it. And it will not be as simple as citing statutes. Then I'll prepare. You'll need allies. Harry thought of Ron, loyal and loud, of Hermione, brilliant and relentless, of Hagrid, who would fight a mountain for Ethon. Good people. But politics, he was beginning to understand, required a different kind of ally. He found her that evening. The library was quiet at 7 o'clock, that liminal hour between dinner and curfew when most students chose common rooms or corridors over books. Harry had come to research tribunal procedures. Ethon curled at his feet under the table like a very unusual dog. The librarian, Madame Pants, had initially objected to the dragon's presence with the horror of someone whose life's work was made of paper. But Ethon had been meticulously well behaved, no fire, no clawing, no sudden movements, and Pants had subsided into vigilant anxiety. Harry was deep in a legal text when someone sat down across from him. She was his age. Dark hair, blue eyes, a face that was striking rather than pretty, all sharp angles and cool composure. She wore Slytherin green, and she sat down with the measured precision of someone who had calculated the risk and reward of this interaction before making it. You're going about this wrong, she said. Harry looked up from his book. Going about what wrong? The tribunal. You're preparing a legal defense. That's necessary but insufficient. Lucius Malfoy doesn't win in courtrooms. He wins in corridors, at dinner parties, in whispered conversations over expensive wine. By the time the tribunal convenes, half the Wizengamot will have already decided against you. The hearing is just theater. Harry closed his book. And you are? Daphne Greengrass. My family is neutral. In the current political landscape, that means we've managed to avoid being owned by the Malfoys or obligated to Dumbledore. It's an increasingly narrow space. Why are you telling me this? Because watching the Ministry bully a 14-year-old into giving up his bonded familiar is boring, predictable, and exactly the kind of thing that makes neutrality feel like cowardice. She met his eyes. Her gaze was steady and direct and completely unintimidated. And because I'm curious about you. Curious. You walked into Dumbledore's office and cited the bonded creature statute to Lucius Malfoy's face. You've been at Hogwarts for 4 days. You have a dragon. A ghost of a smile. Curiosity seems reasonable. Harry studied her. His instincts, honed by years of reading the Dursleys, of knowing when Dudley was going to hit him and when Vernon's anger was performative versus real, told him several things simultaneously. She was genuine. She was also strategic. The two weren't mutually exclusive. What would you do differently? He asked. About the tribunal. Daphne leaned forward slightly. Lucius will stack the panel with people who owe him favors. You need to make them more afraid of ruling against you than they are of displeasing him. That means public opinion, political cost, and a demonstration so compelling that anyone who votes to take the dragon looks like a fool. A demonstration. Show them the bond. Not in a controlled room with ministry officials, in front of the school. In front of the press. Make people love the dragon before the tribunal can make them fear it. Change the story. Harry was quiet for a moment. Under the table, Ethan shifted, his tail curling around Harry's ankle. Through the bond, Harry felt the dragon's assessment of this new person, wary but not hostile. Interested. You're suggesting I play the same game Malfoy plays, Harry said. I'm suggesting you play the game that exists. You can refuse to play, that's your right. But the game doesn't stop just because you opt out. It just plays without you. And what do you get out of helping me? The ghost of a smile became a real one, small, sharp, unexpectedly warm. The satisfaction of watching Lucius Malfoy lose. And a demonstration that neutrality doesn't mean powerlessness. Harry held out his hand. All right, Greengrass. Advise me. She took it. Her hand was cool, notably cool, almost cold, a contrast to Harry's permanent warmth that was striking enough to make them both pause. Your hand is very warm, she said. Yours is very cold. I've been told. She released his hand and opened a notebook that she'd apparently brought prepared. Here's what I think we should do. They talked for 2 hours. Daphne was precise, informed, and ruthlessly practical. She knew the Wisengamot's composition, who owed what to whom, which families could be swayed by public pressure, which would vote against Malfoy just for the pleasure of it. She knew the press landscape, Rita Skeeter, who wrote Poison for the Daily Prophet, Xenophilius Lovegood, who published a paper called The Quibbler that nobody took seriously but everybody read, and a handful of freelance correspondents who could be cultivated. Harry listened, asked sharp questions, and absorbed information with the hungry efficiency of someone who'd been starved of it. By the time the library closed, they had a plan. Same time tomorrow? Daphne asked as they parted in the corridor, she toward the dungeons, he toward Gryffindor Tower. Yeah. She turned and walked away. Harry watched her go. Ethan, pressed against his leg, looked up at him and made a soft sound, not a chirp, not a growl, something between them. Yeah, Harry told the dragon. I know. The days that followed compressed into a rhythm, classes in the morning, where Harry's raw power and absent technique produced results that ranged from spectacular to catastrophic, afternoons with Hagrid, training Ethan and learning everything the groundskeeper could teach about dragon behavior, evenings in the library with Daphne, preparing for the tribunal that loomed like a storm on the horizon. And through it all, Ethan grew. By the end of the first week, he was the size of a pony. His wings, when spread, stretched wider than Harry's arms. His fire had progressed from tiny puffs to sustained jets of silver-white flame that could melt stone. He flew, short, powerful bursts at first, circling Hagrid's hut and scattering chickens, then longer flights over the grounds that drew every eye in the castle to the windows. Harry flew with him once. Not on his back, Ethan wasn't large enough for that yet, but beside him, on a borrowed school broom, the two of them cutting through the cold Scottish air in tandem. The dragon's joy was volcanic, flooding through the bond like sunlight, and Harry laughed aloud for the first time in longer than he could remember. From the astronomy tower, Daphne Greengrass watched them fly and did not allow herself to smile. But her notebook sat closed in her lap, forgotten, and her blue eyes followed the silver dragon and the dark-haired boy across the sky with an expression that had nothing to do with politics. The Triwizard Tournament was announced on October 30th. Dumbledore made the announcement at dinner, standing before the assembled school with the air of a man delivering news he had complicated feelings about. 2 additional schools would be sending delegations to Hogwarts, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and the Durmstrang Institute, and a single champion from each school would compete in 3 dangerous tasks for the Triwizard Cup. The tournament carries considerable risk, Dumbledore said. As such, an age restriction has been imposed. Only students of 17 years or older may submit their names. Ron groaned. The Weasley twins began immediately plotting ways around the age line. Harry, who had no interest in competing in anything, focused on his dinner and tried to ignore the unsettling feeling that the tournament was going to involve him whether he wanted it to or not. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived on October 30th. Beauxbatons came in a carriage the size of a house, pulled through the sky by enormous winged horses. It landed on the lawn with the grace of something that defied physics, and from it emerged a stream of students in silk blue uniforms led by a woman so large she made Hagrid look merely tall. Harry was watching from the entrance hall with Ron and Hermione when the Beauxbatons students filed past. Most were unremarkable, handsome, well-dressed, projecting the particular confidence of people who attended an exclusive institution. But one of them stopped. She was tall, silvery blonde, and moved with a grace that wasn't entirely human. Something about her seemed to catch the light wrong, or right, in a way that drew every eye in the vicinity. Half the boys in the entrance hall were staring with their mouths open. Ron had gone pink to the ears. But she wasn't looking at them. She was looking at Harry. Her eyes, blue, impossibly blue, the blue of a flame's hottest center, fixed on him with an intensity that felt physical. She inhaled sharply, as though tasting the air, and something shifted in her expression. Surprise. Recognition. You burn differently than other wizards, she said. Her accent was French, her voice musical. But there was nothing flirtatious in her tone. She was stating a fact with the calm precision of a diagnostician. So I've been told, Harry said. I am Fleur Delacour. She extended her hand. Harry took it. The moment their skin touched, something happened, not the volcanic bond of Ethan, not the cool electric awareness of Daphne, but a resonance, a mutual recognition between two people carrying something not entirely human in their blood. Fleur's eyes widened. What are you? Working on that, Harry said. She studied him for a long moment, then released his hand with a nod that carried the weight of an alliance being formed. I think we should talk. When you have time. She moved on with her classmates. Ron was still pink. What was that? He managed. I have no idea, Harry said. But through the bond, Ethan, perched on the castle battlements above them, watching, rumbled with something that felt like kinship. Durmstrang arrived by ship, literally, a ghostly vessel rising from the black lake like something from a sailor's nightmare. Their students were harder, colder, dressed in heavy furs, and led by a man with a silver goatee and calculating eyes. Among them was a young man built like a weapon, broad-shouldered, dark-eyed, moving with the contained power of a professional athlete. Victor Crumb, Ron breathed, all romantic confusion instantly replaced by sports worship. That's Victor Crumb. He plays seeker for Bulgaria. He caught the snitch at the World Cup. Crumb's eyes found Harry across the entrance hall the way a hawk finds movement on the ground. Quick, assessing, dismissive of everything that wasn't relevant. His gaze lingered on Harry for exactly 2 seconds, long enough to register something, and then moved on. At dinner that night, the Goblet of Fire was presented. It was an ancient wooden cup, crude-looking, filled with dancing blue-white flames. Students of age could submit their names by dropping a piece of parchment into the fire. The goblet would select one champion from each school on Halloween night. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and watched students approach the goblet with varying degrees of confidence. The Weasley twins tried to cross Dumbledore's age line and were promptly thrown backward, sprouting identical white beards that reached their knees. Hermione laughed so hard she snorted pumpkin juice. Harry didn't approach the goblet. He was 14, well below the age limit, and had no intention of competing. He had enough to deal with. The next evening, Halloween, the goblet made its selections. The Great Hall was packed. Every student from all 3 schools was present, plus staff, ministry officials, and a handful of press. The goblet's flames turned red, and one by one, it spat out names on singed parchment. The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum. Cheers from the Durmstrang contingent. Krum rose and walked to the front with the unhurried confidence of someone who had never doubted the outcome. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. The silvery blonde girl stood, smiled, and followed Krum. Ron made a strangled sound. The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. A handsome boy from the Hufflepuff table stood to thunderous applause. Harry clapped with the rest, relieved that it was done, that the tournament would proceed without him, that he could focus on the tribunal and Ethon and 100 other things demanding his attention. The goblet's flames turned red again. The hall went quiet. Dumbledore, who had been about to speak, stopped. Every head turned toward the goblet. Its flames surged, higher than before, hotter, a deep angry crimson, and a 4th piece of parchment shot from the cup and fluttered through the air. Dumbledore caught it. Read it. And for one terrible moment, the greatest wizard of the age looked like a man who had just watched a trapdoor open beneath his feet. Harry Potter, he said. The silence was absolute. 400 people stared at Harry, and Harry stared at the burning goblet, and the fire in his blood, usually warm, usually controlled, turned to ice. I didn't enter, he said. His voice carried in the silence, clear and flat. I didn't put my name in. Pandemonium. Protests erupted from every corner. Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster, shouted about cheating. Madame Maxime, the Beauxbatons headmistress, demanded an investigation. Students yelled and pointed. Through it all, Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and felt the cold certainty of a trap closing around him. He found Dumbledore's eyes across the hall. The headmaster looked at him and Harry saw something he hadn't expected. Dumbledore believed him. Whatever else the old man was hiding, he believed Harry hadn't entered his own name. Which meant someone else had. The champions were gathered in a room behind the Great Hall. Cedric Diggory looked confused but sympathetic. Fleur looked irritated. Krum looked at Harry with those dark, assessing eyes and said nothing. Did you put your name in the goblet, Harry? Dumbledore asked, and the question was for the audience, the other headmasters, the ministry officials, not for himself. No. I'm 14. I don't want to compete. The goblet constitutes a binding magical contract, said Barty Crouch, a stiff, precise ministry official who looked like he hadn't slept in years. He must compete. This is absurd, Karkaroff spat. Hogwarts cannot have 2 champions, the goblet has spoken, Crouch said flatly. The boy competes or loses his magic. Harry felt the room's politics closing around him like a fist. Every adult in the room had an agenda. Every reaction was calculated. And somewhere, in this castle, in this room perhaps, someone had engineered this. Had put his name in the goblet specifically to force him into a situation he couldn't escape. "Fine," Harry said. "I'll compete." Fleur was watching him with those flame-blue eyes. "You did not enter," she said quietly. "No. Then someone wants you in this tournament very badly." Her gaze sharpened. "Be careful. In my experience, when someone arranges for you to be somewhere specific, it is because they need you there for a purpose you will not enjoy." She left. Her words stayed. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower through corridors that felt darker than they had that morning. Ethan met him at the portrait hole. The fat lady had given up objecting to the dragon's presence after Ethan had stared at her for 10 straight minutes without blinking. In the common room, the atmosphere was split. Half the Gryffindors were excited, their house had a champion, or possibly two. The other half were suspicious. Seamus Finnegan was openly questioning whether Harry had found a way to cheat the age line. Ron was sitting by the fire. He didn't look up when Harry entered. Harry sat down beside him. Ethan settled at their feet. "I didn't do it, Ron." "I know." But Ron's voice was tight, and his jaw was set, and Harry could see the jealousy warring with loyalty in his best friend's eyes. "It's just, you've got a dragon, you're in the tournament, you've been spending every evening with the fittest girl in Slytherin, that's not, I know it's not." "I know. But it's a lot, Harry. For someone who's been at this school for 2 weeks." Harry was quiet for a moment. "You think I asked for any of this?" Ron looked at him. Really looked, past the dragon, past the tournament, past the headlines. Looked at the boy who'd grown up in a cupboard and been thrown into a world he didn't understand and was running as fast as he could just to stay upright. "No," Ron said. "No, I don't reckon you did." He scrubbed his face with his hands. "I'm being a prat. A bit." "Shut up." But he was almost smiling. "What do we do?" "We figure out who put my name in that goblet. And we survive whatever comes next." "Right. Normal Tuesday, then." Harry laughed. It was short and rough and surprised out of him, and Ron grinned, and Ethan chirped, and for a moment the weight on Harry's shoulders lifted a fraction. The moment passed. The weight returned. But the friendship, tested, strained, honest, held. Hermione found them the next morning with a stack of books and a theory. "The Goblet of Fire is an ancient magical artifact," she said, laying her research across the breakfast table with the efficiency of a field commander. "Its selection mechanism is based on magical signatures. It reads the name on the parchment and matches it to the magical aura of the person who submitted it. If someone submitted Harry's name, they'd need to either confound the goblet into thinking there were 4 schools instead of 3, or submit his name under a different school," Ron said. They both looked at him. "What? I'm not thick." "If the goblet picks one from each school, and someone wrote Harry's name as the only student from a fake 4th school, it'd have to pick him." Hermione blinked. "That's, actually exactly what I was going to say. See? Not thick. But who would be capable of confounding an artifact that powerful?" Hermione pressed. "It would take someone with exceptional magical ability and access to the goblet overnight." Harry thought of Moody's magical eye, swiveling to fix on him during every class. The way the man pushed him harder than any other student. The way he catalogued Harry's abilities with the dispassionate efficiency of someone taking inventory. He said nothing. Not yet. A suspicion wasn't evidence, and Harry had learned at the Dursleys that accusing the wrong person of the wrong thing had consequences. But he watched. And he waited. The tribunal was scheduled for November 15th. Daphne met Harry in the library every evening, their heads bent together over legal texts and political strategy, while Ethan dozed beneath the table and grew. By the second week of November, the dragon was the size of a small horse. His flights over the grounds had become a daily spectacle, students gathered at windows and on lawns to watch the silver dragon will against the grey Scottish sky. The first time Ethon dove the lake and emerged trailing water that flash evaporated into steam, the entire school applauded. Hagrid was beside himself with joy. He'd converted a section of the Forbidden Forest into a dragon enclosure, not a cage but a space, with room to move and burn and sleep. Ethon used it at night, when Harry slept, though the dragon never went far. Through the bond, Harry always knew where he was, a warm silver presence at the edge of awareness, beating like a second heart. He's growing faster than any dragon in recorded history, Hermione told Harry, consulting a chart she'd made. At this rate, he'll be the size of a house by Christmas. It's Hogwarts, Harry said. The magic here feeds him. I can feel it through the bond, the castle's energy, the ley lines underneath, the accumulated power of 1,000 years. He's absorbing it. That's not, dragons don't absorb ambient magic. That's not how their biology works. His biology doesn't seem to have read the textbooks. Hermione gave him a look that was equal parts exasperation and fascination. Nothing about you has read any textbook. She wasn't wrong. Daphne's plan for the tribunal was elegant. Rather than fighting the hearing on pure legal grounds, where Lucius could stack the deck, they would make it a public event. Harry would demonstrate the bond in front of the entire Wizengamot, press, and any interested students. Ethon would be shown not as a dangerous beast but as a bonded companion, intelligent, controlled, responding to Harry's commands with precision that proved the relationship was genuine. Make them see a boy and his dragon, not a threat to public safety, Daphne said. Sentiment is a weapon. Use it. That feels manipulative. It is manipulative. So is everything Lucius is doing. The difference is that your side has the advantage of being true. Harry looked at her. They were sitting in an alcove near the library, hidden from passing students by a suit of armor that had obligingly shifted to block the view. Ethon was outside, flying. Harry could feel him through the bond, the rush of cold air over scales, the joy of altitude. Why are you really helping me? Harry asked. Daphne's composure, that cool, flawless mask she wore like armor, flickered. Not much. A crack in the ice, quickly sealed. I told you. Neutrality isn't, that's why your family benefits. I'm asking why you are here. Personally. Every evening, 4 hours. This is more than political calculation. She was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was different, lower, less controlled, the words chosen with less precision. My family's neutrality means I've spent my entire life watching other people make choices. Picking sides. Taking risks. Being brave or being terrible. And I've been trained to stand in the middle and keep my head down and survive. She looked at him. Her blue eyes were very bright. You walked into a room full of ministry officials with a dragon at your back and told Lucius Malfoy to come and take it. You've been at this school for 2 weeks and you've already changed things. I've been here 4 years and I've changed nothing. I'm not finished. I'm helping you because when I'm with you, I feel like I'm doing something that matters. Not surviving. Not calculating. Actually doing something. She swallowed. And because you're the first person in this entire school who's talked to me like I'm a person, not a political position. The space between them was very small. Harry could feel the coolness that radiated from her, a contrast to his constant warmth that was almost magnetic, fire reaching for ice. You are a person, Harry said. A slightly terrifying one, but a person. Slightly terrifying. You color-coded your tribunal notes. That's called being organized. You have contingency plans for your contingency plans. That's called being prepared. You alphabetized my legal references and then resorted them by relevance. That's called, she stopped. The corner of her mouth twitched. All right. Slightly terrifying might be fair. Harry smiled. She smiled back, a real smile, not the careful political one she showed the world. Her face transformed. The sharp angles softened, the cool composure warmed, and for a moment she looked like what she was, a 14-year-old girl who'd been carrying too much weight for too long. Neither of them moved to close the distance between them. Not yet. But the distance hummed with potential, like the air before a storm. From outside, through the window, they heard Ethan roar, a full-throated, joyous cry that echoed across the grounds and rattled the glass in its frame. It was the first time the dragon had truly roared, and the sound was massive, not the thin shriek of a young creature but the deep, resonant bellow of something that was becoming exactly what it was always meant to be. Harry felt it in his bones. Felt Ethan's wings spread wide, felt the air bend beneath them, felt the intoxicating power of flight. Daphne was watching him. "Your eyes just changed color," she said quietly. "What?" "They went violet. Just for a second. Then back to green." Harry said nothing. But his heart was hammering, and the fire in his blood was singing, and somewhere in the depths of his mind, a word surfaced from the dreams, Dragonlord. He pushed it down. There was a tribunal to prepare for. A tournament to survive. A mystery to solve, who had put his name in the goblet, and why. He'd deal with what he was later. Right now, he had to deal with what was coming. The tribunal convened on a cold November morning in the Great Hall, which had been rearranged to resemble a courtroom. The 4 house tables were pushed to the walls. A raised dais had been installed for the Wizengamot panel, 9 witches and wizards in plum-colored robes, several of whom Harry recognized from Daphne's briefings as Malfoy allies. Lucius sat in the gallery with the expression of a man who expected to win. Press filled one side of the hall. Rita Skeeter, a blonde woman with jeweled spectacles and a hungry smile, sat in the front row with a quill that appeared to be taking notes on its own, writing furiously on a pad without any visible guidance from its owner. Students filled the other side. Not just Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students had come too, drawn by the spectacle. Harry spotted Fleur near the back, her silvery hair unmistakable. Crumb leaned against a pillar with his arms crossed, watching everything and saying nothing. Harry stood before the panel with Ethan beside him. The dragon was magnificent, the size of a large horse now, silver scales blazing in the morning light that streamed through the high windows, violet eyes sweeping the room with predatory intelligence. His wings were folded against his body but the tips twitched, and a faint shimmer of heat rose from his scales. The panel chair, a stern-faced witch named Griselda Marchbanks who was old enough that her skin was translucent, called the proceedings to order. The matter before us, whether the dragon currently residing at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry poses an unacceptable risk to students and should be removed and relocated to a ministry-approved facility. She peered at Harry over thick spectacles. "Mr. Potter, you contest this proposal?" "I do." "On what grounds?" "On the grounds that Ethan is a bonded magical creature protected under the Bonded Creature Statute of 1762. The bond is genuine, verifiable, and cannot be severed without risking the lives of both dragon and bonded wizard." Lucius rose from the gallery. "If I may, Madam Marchbanks, the so-called bond has not been independently verified. We have only the boy's word and the headmaster's endorsement, neither of which constitutes." "Then let's verify it," Harry said. He looked at Ethan. Through the bond, he sent a sequence: calm, trust, show them. Ethan moved. The dragon stepped forward, his massive head lowering to the panel's level. 9 witches and wizards recoiled. Ethan stopped precisely 3 feet from the dais and held still, rock still, 100 kilograms of predatory muscle frozen in perfect control. "Ethan," Harry said. "Wings." The dragon spread his wings. They unfurled with a sound like a sail catching wind, enormous, membranous, silver and dark against the vaulted ceiling. The span was easily 20 feet. Someone in the gallery gasped. "Fire!" Ethan tilted his head upward and breathed. A column of silver-white flame shot toward the ceiling, controlled, precise, a pillar of dragonfire that illuminated the entire hall in cold, brilliant light. It lasted exactly 3 seconds and stopped cleanly, leaving not a mark on the ancient stone. Down. Ethan folded his wings and lay down on the stone floor. He crossed his forelegs and rested his chin on them, looking up at the panel with an expression of calm expectation. He looked, in that moment, like the most dangerous dog in the world performing for his master, except that no dog had ever radiated that much heat or possessed eyes that intelligent. The hall was silent. Then Griselda Marchbanks began to laugh. It was a dry, creaky sound, the laugh of someone who hadn't been genuinely surprised in decades and was delighted to discover the capacity still existed. "Well," she said. "That seems fairly well verified." "This proves nothing," Lucius said, but his voice had lost its silk. "The beast is clearly trained, but training is not bonding. Would you like to touch him?" Harry asked. Lucius stopped. "Go ahead," Harry said. His voice was quiet, even. "If he's just trained, anyone can approach him. If he's bonded," he let the sentence hang. Lucius didn't move. The entire hall watched him not move. The silence stretched, and in that silence, the point was made more effectively than any argument could have made it. "I didn't think so," Harry said. Someone in the student gallery began to clap. Then another. Then a rolling wave of applause that shook the great hall from floor to enchanted ceiling. Gryffindor led it, Ron was on his feet, bellowing, but Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw joined, and even a handful of Slytherins added their hands, cautiously, watching to see which way the wind was blowing. Griselda Marchbanks called for order. The panel conferred in whispered discussion. Harry stood with his hand on Ethan's massive head and watched Lucius Malfoy's face cycle through frustration, anger, and something colder, the calculating patience of a man who had lost a battle but had not yet lost the war. The panel voted 7-2. The dragon stayed. Harry walked out of the great hall with Ethan at his side, into a corridor full of students who parted before the dragon like water before a ship. Hands reached out to touch Ethan's flank as he passed, tentative, awed, and the dragon tolerated it with the regal patience of a creature that understood it was being adored. Daphne was waiting in an alcove past the main staircase. She'd watched the tribunal from the gallery, invisible among the Slytherins, and her composure was firmly in place. But her eyes were bright, and when she spoke, her voice carried a warmth that cracked the ice. "You can try to take him. But I don't think you want to test which of us burns brighter." She shook her head. "You didn't actually say that." "I'm impressed. I thought about it." "I know you did. I saw your jaw clench." She paused. "It was well done, Harry." He felt the warmth of her approval more keenly than he'd expected. More keenly than he was ready to examine. "It was your plan. It was your execution. There's a difference." She glanced at Ethan. "He's beautiful, you know." "I don't think I've said that." Ethan turned his massive head toward Daphne. The violet eyes studied her with an intensity that would have been unsettling from any other creature. Then, very deliberately, the dragon lowered his head and bumped it gently against her hand. Daphne's composure cracked completely. She laughed, a real laugh, bright and startled, and scratched behind Ethan's jaw, and the dragon made a sound like a very large, very dangerous cat purring. "He likes you," Harry said, surprised. "He has good taste," Daphne replied, and then caught herself, and a faint flush colored her pale cheeks. Harry decided not to mention it. But he filed it away in the growing collection of Daphne Greengrass moments, the laughs, the blushes, the cracks in the armor, that were becoming more important to him than he was prepared to admit. The days that followed were dense with preparation. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament was approaching, November 24th, less than 2 weeks away, and Harry had no idea what it involved. He trained with Moody in private sessions that were increasingly intense. The professor drilled him on combat magic, shield charms, stunning spells, curses and counter-curses that the regular curriculum wouldn't cover for another year. Harry's raw power made him dangerous, but his lack of technique made him vulnerable, and Moody exploited every gap with the relentless patience of a man forging a weapon. "You can't rely on brute force," Moody growled, after Harry had blasted a practice dummy through a wall instead of merely stunning it. "Power without precision is a firework, impressive and useless. I'm working on it. Work faster. The tournament won't wait for you to figure out control." Through the bond, Harry felt Ethan stir. The dragon was in his enclosure, half a mile away, but the connection was constant. The dragon's emotions bled through: hunger, contentment, the restless energy of a growing predator. And beneath that, something deeper, a vigilance, a protective awareness that swept the school grounds like a searchlight, always looking for threats to Harry. One evening, after a particularly grueling session with Moody, Harry sat on the steps outside the castle and let the cold November air cool his overheated skin. Ethan landed beside him with a concussive thud that shook the ground, folded his wings, and lay down with a heavy sigh that sent a gust of warm air across Harry's face. The dragon's growth was alarming even to Hagrid now. Ethan was approaching the size of a large carriage, and his wingspan, when fully extended, cast a shadow that could cover a Quidditch pitch. The silver of his scales had deepened, still metallic, still luminous, but darker now, like a thundercloud lit from within. His fire was proportionally larger, and Harry had watched him melt a boulder in the Forbidden Forest with a sustained blast that lasted 10 seconds. "You're going to be enormous," Harry murmured, running his hand along the ridge of scales above Ethan's eye. The dragon rumbled contentedly. "What are we going to do when you're the size of this castle?" Ethan yawned. His teeth were the length of Harry's forearm. "Yeah," Harry said. "Me neither." Hermione arrived, breathless, clutching a book to her chest. "Harry, I found something." She sat beside him and opened the book. It was old, genuinely old, the pages yellowed and brittle, and the text was handwritten in a cramped, archaic script. "This is from the restricted section. I got permission from Professor Vector, don't ask how, and I've been looking for references to dragonlords." She pointed to a passage. "Look." Harry read. "In ages past, before the rise of our modern magical traditions, there existed a lineage of sorcerer kings who bound dragons not through spell or enchantment but through blood. These dragon lords, as they were known, shared a bond with their dragons that transcended the merely magical. It was described as a merging of souls, a connection so complete that dragon lord and dragon were, in essence, one being in two bodies. The dragon lords were said to speak a tongue of power, a language that was not learned but inherited, carried in the blood from parent to child. In this language, they could command their dragons, speak to fire itself, and work magics that our modern spellcraft cannot replicate. The origin of the dragon lords is disputed. Some texts suggest they arose in a great civilization that fell to ruin in a cataclysm of fire. Others claim they came from beyond the boundaries of our world entirely, visitors from a realm where magic took different forms and followed different rules. What is certain is that the Dragonlord bloodline was believed extinct. If a true Dragonlord were to appear in our world, the implications would be, the page was torn. The rest was missing. Implications would be what? Harry demanded. "I don't know. The page is gone." "But Harry, this matches everything. The blood bond. The language, you spoke to that dragon at the first task." "I haven't been to the first task yet." "Sorry, I meant, you instinctively named Ethan in a language you don't speak. The text describes a tongue of power carried in the blood. And the description of dragonlords coming from beyond the boundaries of our world." She stopped. They looked at each other. "I'm from somewhere else," Harry said. "Not a question." "I think you might be." He looked at Ethan. The dragon was watching him with those violet eyes, and through the bond Harry felt something vast and wordless, a confirmation, an affirmation, a resonance that said, yes. This is what you are. There's more, Hermione said quietly. I found references to something called the Doom, a cataclysm that destroyed the Dragonlord's civilization. Fire and blood magic gone wrong. The entire society collapsed in a single day. She hesitated. Harry, if the Dragonlords are from another world, and their civilization was destroyed, you might be the last one. The words landed like stones. The last Dragonlord. The last of a bloodline that had commanded dragons and spoken fire and built a civilization that burned itself to ash. Harry stared at the night sky above Hogwarts and felt the weight of that knowledge settle onto his shoulders. Not heavy, not crushing, but present. A responsibility he hadn't asked for, attached to a heritage he didn't fully understand. We need to find the rest of that text, he said. I've looked. It's not in the library. Whoever tore out the page knew what they were doing. Dumbledore. It had to be. The man who had found Harry as a baby, who had hidden him for 14 years, who had watched and waited and revealed only what he chose to reveal. Harry's jaw tightened. He would have that conversation. Soon. But not tonight. Tonight, he sat with his friends and his dragon and let the cold night air wash over him, and somewhere in the darkness of the forbidden forest, something burned. He felt it before he saw it, a pulse of heat that had nothing to do with Ethon, nothing to do with his own fire-blooded warmth. It was alien and ancient and it pressed against the edges of his awareness like a hand pressing against glass from the other side. Ethon felt it too. The dragon surged to his feet, lips peeling back from massive teeth, a growl building in his chest that vibrated the ground beneath Harry's feet. What is it? Hermione scrambled upright, wand drawn. Harry was already moving. Not toward the castle, toward the forest. His body acted before his mind could object, drawn by an instinct that went deeper than thought. Harry, you can't just walk into the forbidden forest. He stopped at the tree line. The darkness beneath the canopy was absolute, not the ordinary darkness of night but a deeper black, thick and textured, as though the shadows themselves had substance. And from that darkness, burned into the trunk of an ancient oak, a symbol glowed with violet fire. 3 points radiating from a circle. 3 heads. Harry stared at it. The symbol was achingly familiar, it lived in his dreams, in his blood, in the marrow of his bones. He knew it the way he knew his own heartbeat. What is that? Hermione whispered. It's mine, Harry said. The words came out rough, scraped from somewhere deep. It belongs to where I come from. Ethon roared. Not the joyous cry of flight or the controlled demonstration of the tribunal, a raw, furious bellow that shook leaves from trees and sent birds erupting from the canopy in panicked clouds. The dragon's fire lit the forest edge in silver-white brilliance, and in that light Harry saw nothing. The darkness was just darkness. The symbol faded as he watched, the violet fire dying to embers and then to nothing, leaving only a scorch mark on the oak's trunk. But the feeling remained. The sense of being watched. Of being known. Of something ancient and patient and hungry turning its attention toward him from a distance so vast it made the space between stars feel intimate. In his mind, for just a moment, Harry heard a voice. Not Rhaenyra's. Not any voice he recognized. It was deep and old and burned like hot iron, blood of my blood. Then it was gone. Harry stood at the edge of the forbidden forest with a dragon at his side and his friends behind him and the full, crushing weight of something he couldn't name bearing down on him from a direction he couldn't point to. He turned back toward the castle. Hermione was pale. Ron, who had appeared at some point, drawn by Ethon's roar, still in his pajamas, was staring at the scorched tree with wide eyes. Nobody goes into the forest, Harry said. Not alone. Not at night. Harry, what was, I don't know. But I'm going to find out. He walked back toward the castle. Ethan fell in beside him, massive head swinging, eyes scanning every shadow. The dragon's fury had settled into something colder and more dangerous, a focused, predatory vigilance that radiated through the bond like heat from a furnace. Something had come to Hogwarts. Something that knew Harry's blood, his heritage, his symbols. Something that had been waiting. Harry climbed the steps to the entrance hall, Ethan too large now to fit through the doors. The dragon settled outside, wings mantled, head turned toward the forest, and the last thing Harry felt through the bond before sleep finally dragged him under was this, Ethan, standing guard. Watching the darkness. Not afraid, dragons don't feel fear the way humans do, but ready. And in the spaces between worlds, the burning eyes opened wider, and the voice that tasted of hot iron smiled. The barrier was thinning. Every day, every hour, every moment the dragon grew and the Dragonlord's power deepened, the crack in reality spread a little further. Soon. Very soon. The fire was coming home. Chapter 3, The Ice and the Fire. The morning of November 20th, 4 days before the first task, Hagrid took Harry into the Forbidden Forest and showed him the dragons. Not Ethan. Real dragons, 4 of them, housed in a clearing that had been warded, fenced, and fireproofed by a team of handlers who looked like they'd lost a collective argument with a blowtorch. The dragons were enormous, angry, and chained to stakes driven deep into the frozen ground. Each sat on a clutch of eggs, wings half spread, heads tracking every movement with the murderous attention of creatures that had been uprooted and imprisoned and were taking it personally. The first task, Hagrid whispered, his beetle-black eyes reflecting firelight. Dragons. 1 fair each champion. Harry stood at the edge of the clearing and felt his stomach drop. Not from fear. From something worse. Through the bond, Ethan stirred in his enclosure half a mile away, a pulse of confused recognition, a question that came as emotion rather than words. Kin. Harry looked at the nearest dragon, a Swedish short snout, blue-scaled, smoke curling from her nostrils as she curled tighter around her eggs. She was terrified. He could feel it. Not through the bond, that was Ethan's alone, but through something older, something carried in his blood that resonated with dragonkind like a tuning fork struck against crystal. She was a mother, torn from her nest site, chained in a foreign place, surrounded by threats. And tomorrow, or the day after, or whenever the first task arrived, someone was going to walk into her enclosure and try to take one of her eggs. We have to get past them. Harry asked. Get a golden egg from the nest. That's all I know. Hagrid was watching Harry's face with concern. You all right? No. He walked away before Hagrid could ask more. The forest closed around him, dark and cold, and Harry moved through it on autopilot while his mind raced. He was a dragon lord. Whatever that meant, and he still didn't fully understand it, it meant that dragons were not obstacles to him. They were not enemies, not challenges, not beasts to be overcome. They were his. His blood sang to them and theirs to him. The bond with Ethan was unique, personal, specific, but the connection to dragonkind was broader, deeper, woven into the fabric of what he was. And they wanted him to fight one. He couldn't. The certainty of it was absolute, visceral, beyond argument. He could no more attack a nesting mother dragon than he could set Ethan on fire. It would be a violation of something fundamental, not a rule, not a law, but something closer to identity. A dragon lord who harmed a dragon was no dragon lord at all. But the goblet's contract was binding. Refusing to compete meant losing his magic. And losing his magic meant losing Ethan. The bond was magical at its foundation, and without magic, it would wither and die. Harry stopped walking. He was deep in the forest now, the trees pressing close, their branches interlocking overhead like the ribs of some vast sleeping creature. The air was cold and still and tasted of pine and old earth. He sat on a fallen trunk and put his head in his hands. He stayed there for a long time. Daphne found him in the library that evening. Not at their usual table, tucked in a corner between restricted section overflow and a shelf of books on magical theory that nobody had checked out since 1973. Ethan was curled at his feet, tail wrapped around the chair legs, violet eyes half-lidded. She sat down across from him without asking permission. Took in his expression, the tight jaw, the distant eyes, the way his hands rested flat on the table as though pressing something down. "You know what the first task is," she said. "Dragons." She processed this with characteristic speed. Her eyes flicked to Ethan, then back to Harry. "And that's a problem. I can't fight a dragon, Daphne. Can't or won't. Both. Either." He looked at her. "I can feel them. Not like Ethan, not the bond, but I can feel their emotions. The ones they've brought for the task, they're nesting mothers. They're scared and angry and protecting their eggs. If I attack one of them, He stopped. The words tangled in his throat, caught between what he could explain and what he could only feel. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Her blue eyes were steady, thoughtful, running calculations that Harry could almost hear. "Then don't fight the dragon," she said. "It's the task. Get the golden egg from the nest. The task is to get the egg. The method is up to you." She leaned forward. "You're thinking about this like a wizard. You're not just a wizard, Harry. You're a dragon lord. Whatever that means in practice, it means your relationship with dragons is different from everyone else's. So use that. Use it how? I don't know. That's your department." A pause. "But I do know this, if you walk into that arena and do something nobody's ever seen before, something that makes fighting a dragon look crude by comparison, it won't just win you the task. It'll change how every person in that stadium sees you. Permanently." Harry stared at her. The firelight from a nearby torch caught the angles of her face, the sharp jaw, the cool blue eyes, the mouth that was softer than the rest of her, as though one part of her had refused to harden. "You always think in terms of advantage," he said. "Someone has to. You think in terms of right and wrong, which is noble and will get you killed. And thinking in terms of advantage will keep me alive. It'll keep you alive long enough to do the right thing later. Which is the only thing that matters." He almost smiled. "That's either very wise or very cynical. It's both. Welcome to Slytherin thinking. I'm in Gryffindor. Nobody's perfect." He did smile then, and she caught it, and something warm passed between them, not heat, not the fire that lived in Harry's blood, but something gentler. A recognition. An understanding. Ethan raised his head and chirped. "Your dragon agrees with me," Daphne said. "My dragon agrees with anyone who scratches behind his jaw. Then we have that in common." She reached down and scratched behind Ethan's jaw. The dragon made that deep, rumbling purr and pressed into her hand. "See? Smart creature." Harry watched her with the dragon and felt something shift in his chest, a tectonic movement, slow and deep, rearranging the landscape of his interior world. He'd known Daphne Greengrass for less than a month. In that time, she'd become the person he trusted most with the political dimension of his life, the person whose counsel he sought before making any public decision, the person whose cool pragmatism balanced his instinctive directness. But this was something else. This was the way her hand looked against Ethan's silver scales. The way she laughed, rare, startled, genuine, when the dragon bumped her palm for more scratching. The way she made him feel less alone without ever saying anything as simple or as vulnerable as, "You're not alone." He filed it away. There was a task to survive first. The next 3 days were a blur. Harry trained with Moody in the mornings, combat magic, defense, reflexes. The professor was relentless, pushing Harry to the edge of his considerable magical stamina and then pushing further. "What happens when your fire fails you?" Moody barked, after Harry had instinctively responded to a stunner with a blast of heat that melted the practice dummy. What happens when you face something that doesn't burn? Everything burns. Hubris. That's what gets wizards killed. The magical eye spun. Again. In the afternoons, Harry flew with Ethon. The dragon was enormous now, the size of a large carriage, his wingspan wider than the Quidditch pitch. They soared over the Hogwarts grounds in tandem, Harry on a borrowed firebolt, Ethon wheeling alongside with a grace that defied his mass. Through the bond, Harry felt the dragon's movements before they happened, the tilt of a wing, the adjustment of a tail, the precise moment when Ethon would bank left or dive. They moved in synchrony, two bodies driven by one shared instinct. In the evenings, he studied. Not just for the task, for himself. He devoured the text Hermione had found about dragonlords, searching for clues about the language that lived in his blood. He tried to summon it deliberately, sitting alone in the room of requirement, a magical room Hermione had discovered that became whatever the user needed, eyes closed, reaching for the words that had surfaced when he named Ethon. They came in fragments. Not a fluent language but pieces of one, sounds that tasted of smoke and iron, syllables that vibrated in his chest cavity like a struck bell. He couldn't construct sentences, couldn't hold a conversation. But certain words came unbidden and felt right in a way that English never had. Dracaries. Fire. Soves, fly. Issa. Mine. He whispered them in the dark and felt the air around him warm. Felt Ethon, in his enclosure, raise his head and respond with a rumble that traveled through the earth. The morning of November 23rd, one day before the first task, Harry woke to find the Daily Prophet on his nightstand. Someone had delivered it while he slept. The headline hit him like a physical blow. Potter's Beast, The Truth Behind the Dragon Boy by Rita Skeeter. The article was devastating. Not because it was inaccurate, it was too clever for outright lies, but because it wove truth and implication into a tapestry that made Harry look dangerous, unstable, and deceptive. It questioned the bond. It questioned Harry's mysterious late arrival at Hogwarts. It quoted concerned parents and ministry sources and a fellow student who spoke on condition of anonymity. Potter refuses to explain where the dragon came from or how an egg of unknown origin ended up in his family's vault. The bond he claims with the beast, a bond that, if genuine, would make Potter the first dragon rider in wizarding history, has been accepted by Dumbledore without independent verification. One must ask, what is Dumbledore hiding? And more importantly, what is Potter? The anonymous student quotes were the worst. They described Harry as, obsessed with the dragon, aggressive when challenged, and clearly hiding something about his background. The phrasing was careful, the implications vicious, and the source was obvious. Harry found Draco Malfoy in the corridor outside the Great Hall. The Slytherin was holding court with his usual entourage, Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy Parkinson, and a cluster of younger students who orbited Malfoy's influence like moons around a planet. He was reading the article aloud with theatrical relish, and his audience was laughing. Harry walked straight up to him. The laughter died. Draco looked up. To his credit, he didn't flinch, but his gray eyes widened slightly, and his grip on the newspaper tightened. Potter, you talked to Skeeter. I don't know what you talked to Skeeter. Obsessed with the dragon. Aggressive when challenged. Those are your words, Malfoy. Your phrasing. I've heard you use both in the last week. The corridor was filling. Students stopped, sensing the charged air between them. Hermione appeared at the edge of the crowd, her face taut with worry. Ron was behind her, fists clenched. Draco's composure reassembled itself. The sneer returned, practiced, polished, his father's sneer worn like inherited armor. Even if I did, so what? It's all true, isn't it? You show up out of nowhere with a dragon nobody can explain, you get special treatment from Dumbledore, you're somehow in the tournament despite being 14, you want to know what I am, Malfoy? Harry's voice was quiet. Not threatening, worse than threatening. Calm. The air around him began to shimmer with heat. He raised his right hand, palm up, and called the fire. It came instantly, not from his wand, not from any spell, but from his blood. Dragonfire bloomed in his bare palm like a flower opening, silver white and beautiful and utterly terrifying. It didn't burn him. It sat in his hand like a living thing, casting sharp shadows across the corridor walls, turning the air to wavering glass. Every student within 20 feet pressed backward. Crabbe and Goyle stumbled into each other. Pansy Parkinson made a sound like a small animal caught in a trap. Draco stood his ground. Harry would remember that later, would give him grudging credit for it. The boy was shaking, but he didn't run. Harry held the fire for 3 full seconds. Then he closed his fist and the flame vanished. "I'm not part of your world's petty feuds," Harry said. His voice carried in the silence. "I am something you've never seen. I don't want your approval, your fear, or your attention. What I want is to be left alone. But if you come at me again, through the press, through your father, through whispered campaigns in corridors, you will regret it. Not because I'll hurt you, but because I'll stop caring about your opinion, and for someone like you, Malfoy, being irrelevant is worse than being defeated." He turned and walked away. The crowd parted before him like water. Behind him, Draco Malfoy stood in a corridor that still shimmered with residual heat and felt, for the first time in his life, genuinely small. Hermione caught up with him 3 corridors later. "Harry, that was necessary. I was going to say excessive. It was that too. You can't just summon fire in corridors and threaten students." "I didn't threaten him. I informed him. That's a very thin distinction." Harry stopped walking. He turned to face her, and whatever she saw in his eyes made her take a half step back before she caught herself. "Hermione," he said. "Skeeter's article will be read by every parent with a child at this school. Half of them will write to the ministry demanding Ethan's removal. The tribunal verdict will be challenged. And if Malfoy keeps feeding her material, the narrative becomes, dangerous boy with dangerous beast, and no amount of legal precedent will protect us." He paused. "I didn't threaten him. I made him understand that I'm not someone to be managed." "That's different." Hermione looked at him for a long moment. "You're starting to think like Daphne. Is that a bad thing?" "I don't know yet." She chewed her lip. "Just, don't lose yourself, Harry. You're not a politician. You're not a dragon lord. You're a 14-year-old boy who's been thrown into about 6 different impossible situations simultaneously, and the way you're handling it is impressive, but it's not sustainable. At some point, you need to just be a person." Harry felt the words land. Felt their truth. He was running on adrenaline and instinct and the fire in his blood, and he knew, somewhere beneath the momentum, that Hermione was right. That the boy who'd walked out of Privet Drive 3 months ago was being consumed by the Dragon Lord who was emerging, and if he wasn't careful, there wouldn't be anything left of Harry Potter. "Yeah," he said quietly. "I know." Hermione studied him, then nodded, apparently satisfied that the message had been received. "Now. About the first task. I have 17 theories and a chart." "Of course you do." He spent the rest of the day preparing, but Hermione's words lodged in him like a splinter, small and sharp and impossible to ignore. That evening, he found Daphne in their alcove. She was reading, not political strategy or legal texts but a novel, a paperback with a cracked spine that she tucked away when she saw him approaching. "Was that a novel?" he asked, sitting down. "No. It was definitely a novel. It was a strategic assessment of narrative structure. It had a shirtless man on the cover." She gave him a look that could have frozen the Black Lake. "Did you come here to mock my reading habits or was there something else?" Harry leaned back against the stone wall. The alcove was narrow, barely wider than a window seat, and their shoulders were close enough that he could feel the coolness that radiated from her skin, a permanent chill that contrasted with his permanent warmth. "I held fire in my hand in front of Malfoy today," he said. "I heard. The entire school heard. Pansy Parkinson is telling everyone you tried to incinerate Draco." "I didn't, I know you didn't. But perception is reality in this place, and you just gave your enemies something to work with." Harry was quiet for a moment. Hermione said, "I'm losing myself." Daphne's expression shifted. The political advisor retreated, and something more personal took her place. "Are you?" "I don't know. I've been at this school for a month. In that time, I've bonded with a dragon, been entered into a deadly tournament, faced a ministry tribunal, had my name dragged through the press, and discovered that I might be the last surviving member of a bloodline from another world." He stared at the ceiling. "When do I get to just be 14? "You don't." He looked at her. "I'm not being cruel," she said. "I'm being honest. You don't get to be normal, Harry. Not because you don't deserve it but because the world won't let you. People like us, people who carry weight they didn't ask for, we don't get the luxury of ordinary." She paused. "But that doesn't mean you have to carry it alone. People like us. My mother died when I was 9. My father retreated into neutrality because it was the only way to protect what was left of our family. I've been managing our political position since I was 12. Hosting dinners, writing correspondence, maintaining alliances that my father is too broken to maintain himself." She said it flatly, without self-pity. "I understand what it's like to grow up faster than you should." Harry looked at her, really looked, the way he'd learned to look at people, reading the truth beneath the surface. And what he saw was not the Ice Queen of Slytherin, not the political strategist, not the cool, composed mask she showed the world. He saw a girl who was tired. Who had been carrying a family on her shoulders for years without complaint, because complaining was a luxury she couldn't afford. "I'm sorry about your mother," he said. "Don't be. It was a long time ago. That doesn't mean it doesn't still hurt." Something cracked in her eyes. A fracture line, thin as a hair, running through the blue. She blinked and it sealed, but Harry had seen it. "We should focus on the task," she said, her voice slightly rougher than before. "Daphne. The task is in 18 hours, Daphne." She stopped. Met his eyes. "You don't have to be armored with me," Harry said. "I'm the guy who holds fire in his hands and talks to dragons. You can be a person." She stared at him. The silence stretched. The castle breathed around them, old stone settling, torches flickering. "You're infuriating," she said. "So I've been told. You walk around with this absurd sincerity, like the world hasn't earned your cynicism yet, and it makes me want to either shake you or—" She stopped herself. Her cheeks were flushed, not the faint blush of before but a real flush, color rising in her pale skin like dawn in a winter sky. "Or," Harry said. The space between them had shrunk. He didn't remember either of them moving, but they were close now, close enough that he could see the exact shade of her eyes, a blue so pale it was almost silver, ringed with dark lashes. Close enough that he could feel the coolness of her breath against his fire-warmed skin. "You're reckless," she whispered. "You've mentioned. You pick fights with Malfoys and hold fire in your bare hands and walk into political storms without a plan. I have plans. You write them. And you make me feel things I did not budget for in my strategic assessment of this situation." Harry's heart was hammering. Through the bond, he felt Ethan stir, a pulse of warmth and approval that was distinctly unhelpful. "What kind of things?" he asked. "Shut up," Daphne said, and kissed him. Her lips were cool. His were warm. The contrast was electric, fire meeting ice, heat meeting frost, two fundamental forces colliding and discovering they fit together like lock and key. Harry's hand came up to her jaw, and her skin was cool beneath his fingers, and she made a sound against his mouth that was small and startled and completely unlike the composed Daphne Greengrass the world knew. The kiss lasted 3 seconds, or 30, or 300. Time became unreliable. When they pulled apart, Daphne's eyes were wide and her composure was in ruins, and Harry was fairly certain his heart was trying to escape through his ribs. "That wasn't in the strategic plan," Daphne said. "No. It complicates things." "Probably. The entire Slytherin house will have opinions. Let them." She looked at him. The mask was gone, completely gone, stripped away by the kiss, and what was left was young and uncertain and achingly genuine. "You're still infuriating," she said. "I know." He took her hand. Cool against warm, ice against fire. It fit. "Come watch me not fight a dragon tomorrow." The ghost of a smile. "I wouldn't miss it." The morning of November 24th dawned cold and sharp. Harry woke early, dressed in silence, and ate breakfast alone in the great hall while the rest of the school slept. Ethan was outside, flying slow circles over the castle, a silver shadow against the pale dawn sky. Through the bond, Harry felt the dragon's emotions: anticipation, protectiveness, a simmering readiness to burn anything that threatened his bonded partner. Harry sent back calm, reassurance, trust. The bond hummed between them like a plucked string. The champions gathered in a tent near the arena at 9 o'clock. The arena itself was a massive stone enclosure carved into the hillside beyond the Quidditch pitch, with tiered seating for what looked like the entire school plus visiting delegations and press. Cedric Diggory was pale but determined. Fleur was composed, her wand held loosely at her side, her blue eyes betraying nothing. Krum stood apart from the others, silent, his face a mask of focused intensity. They drew miniature dragons from a silk bag to determine which beast they'd face. Harry put his hand in and felt them, for tiny ceramic figures, each squirming with enchanted life. His fingers found one and knew, with the certainty of blood, which it was before he drew it out. The Hungarian horntail. The largest, most dangerous breed. Spiked tail. 50 feet of black-scaled fury with a nest of eggs and zero tolerance for anything that came near them. "Bad luck, mate," Cedric said quietly. "We'll see," Harry said. He watched the others compete through a gap in the tent canvas. Cedric transfigured a rock into a dog, clever, distracting the dragon's attention while he grabbed the egg. He got singed but succeeded. Fleur used some kind of enchantment that put her dragon into a trance, elegant, effective, the work of someone who understood that the best fight was the one you didn't have. Krum hit his dragon's eyes with a curse, brutal, efficient, painful to watch. The dragon screamed and Harry flinched, the sound cutting through him like a blade. Then it was his turn. The cannon fired. Harry walked into the arena. The horntail was enormous. She dominated the enclosure, a mountain of black scales and bronze horns, her tail, studded with foot-long spikes, curled around her clutch of eggs. The golden egg sat among the real ones, conspicuously metallic against the dull natural shells. The horntail saw Harry and roared. The sound was physical, a wall of hot air and fury that hit him in the chest and pushed him back a step. Fire followed, a torrent of orange-red flame that erupted from the dragon's jaws and consumed the space between them in an instant. 400 people screamed. Harry stood in the fire. The flames roared around him, above, below, on every side, and he felt them like warm rain. Not hot. Not painful. Warm, familiar, almost welcoming, like stepping into a bath. The fire parted around his body as though his skin was made of something that flame could not touch, and Harry Potter stood in a column of dragonfire, unburned, his school robes not even smoking. The stadium went silent. Harry opened his eyes. The horntail had stopped breathing fire. She was staring at him with an expression that, on a human, would have been utter bewilderment. In 30 years of territorial aggression, no creature had ever stood in her fire and looked bored. Harry stepped forward. The Horntail's eyes tracked him, wary now, confused, her aggression faltering against the impossibility of what she was seeing. He took another step. Another. The words came. They rose from the deepest part of him, from his blood, from his bones, from the place where Rhaenyra's sacrifice lived alongside his own heartbeat. They weren't English. They weren't any language that existed in this world. They were High Valyrian, the tongue of power, the Dragonlord's command, and they fell from his lips as naturally as breathing. Liquiri. The word vibrated in the air. Harry felt it in his teeth, in the soles of his feet, in the marrow of his bones. It tasted of smoke and salt and something older than memory. The Horntail froze. Not paralyzed, the dragon could still move, still fight, still burn. But the word had reached something deeper than instinct. Something in the Horntail's blood recognized the command, responded to an authority that predated wands and spells and everything the wizarding world had built. Liquiri, Harry repeated. Be calm. He didn't know how he knew the translation. He just did. He walked toward the nest. The Horntail watched him approach with those massive, slitted eyes, her breathing slowed, her tail uncurling from around the eggs with the reluctant obedience of a creature responding to a master it had never met but had always been wired to serve. Harry knelt beside the nest. He could feel the Horntail's emotions now, clear, direct, flooding through whatever connection his blood established. Fear. Confusion. And beneath those, something that ached, a recognition. A primal, cellular acknowledgement that this small two-legged creature was something she had never encountered but had always, in some ancestral memory carried in dragon DNA, been waiting for. Kirimvos, Harry murmured. Thank you. He picked up the golden egg. The Horntail exhaled. A long, slow breath of warm air, not fire, just breath, that washed over Harry like a benediction. He walked out of the arena carrying the golden egg. Behind him, the Horntail settled back onto her clutch with a confused rumble that was almost gentle. The silence held for 3 heartbeats. Then the stadium detonated. The sound was beyond anything Harry had ever experienced, a wall of noise, a tidal wave of shouting and screaming and applause that hit him like a physical force. Students were on their feet, stamping, roaring. The Beauxbatons delegation was clapping with elegant fervor. The Durmstrang students were staring with the intense focus of people who had just witnessed something they would argue about for years. Ron was standing on his seat, bellowing something incomprehensible. Hermione had her hands over her mouth, tears running down her cheeks. Hagrid was crying so hard his beard was soaked. In the Slytherin section, Daphne Greengrass was on her feet. She wasn't cheering, that wasn't her style. But she was clapping, steadily, rhythmically, and her eyes were bright with something fierce and private that she didn't bother to hide. Draco Malfoy sat in his seat and stared at the arena and said nothing at all. The judges scored Harry highest. Perfect 10s from Dumbledore and Madame Maxime. A grudging 8 from Karkaroff. A 9 from Crouch, whose stiff face betrayed no emotion but whose hands, Harry noticed, were shaking. And from the teacher's box, Moody watched with both eyes, the real one and the magical one, fixed on Harry with an intensity that had nothing to do with academic assessment. Behind that scarred face, Barty Crouch Jr. revised his plans upward for the 3rd time in a month. The Dark Lord wanted Potter's blood for the resurrection ritual. But this, a boy who could walk through dragonfire and command dragons with words from a dead language, this was so much more than blood. This was power on a scale that the Dark Lord himself would covet. The plan would proceed. But the prize had just become infinitely more valuable. The aftermath was a whirlwind. Harry was mobbed in the champion's tent, dragon handlers wanting to know what he'd done, ministry officials demanding explanations, press screaming questions. Dumbledore intercepted him with a calm authority that parted the crowd like a blade. My office. Now. Harry followed. The golden egg was heavy in his hands, a metallic sphere about the size of a quaffle, hinged and latched. He could hear something inside when he shook it, a faint, high-pitched sound that tickled the edge of hearing. Dumbledore's office was quiet after the chaos of the arena. The headmaster settled behind his desk and studied Harry with eyes that held something Harry hadn't seen in them before, uncertainty. "The language you spoke," Dumbledore said. "Where did you learn it?" "I didn't learn it. It came from," Harry gestured vaguely at his chest. "From in here. From my blood. Can you reproduce it?" "Now." Harry closed his eyes. Reached for the words. They were there, fainter now, like an echo of an echo, but present. "Dracaries," he said. A tongue of silver flame erupted from his palm, licking across the surface of Dumbledore's desk without leaving a mark. The headmaster didn't flinch, but his eyes tracked the fire with the rapt attention of someone witnessing something he'd been expecting and dreading in equal measure. "Dragonfire," Dumbledore said. "Summoned without a wand, without a spell, using a word that doesn't exist in any magical language I've encountered in 112 years of study." He paused. "Harry, I owe you more truth than I've given you." "Yes. You do. When you were left at the Dursleys' doorstep, you were not delivered by me. You were found by Lily and James Potter in their home, not as a newborn but as an infant who appeared in a circle of dragonfire that burned through 3 floors without leaving ash. The dragon egg was beside you. Burned into the floor were words that I have spent 14 years trying to translate: protect the blood of the dragon. He is the last." Harry sat very still. "Lily and James Potter weren't my parents. They were. Not by blood, by choice. Lily picked you up from that circle of fire, and the protective magic that saved you when Voldemort attacked is hers, born from a mother's love that was no less real for being chosen rather than biological." Dumbledore's voice was gentle but unyielding. "You have 2 mothers, Harry. The one who sent you here and the one who died for you. Both are real." The room was silent. Fawkes the Phoenix watched from his perch, amber eyes soft. "The woman in my dreams," Harry said. "Silver hair. Violet eyes. You know who she is." "I have theories. The language you speak, I've found fragments of it in texts so old they predate our entire magical civilization. References to dragon lords, a lost empire, a cataclysm called the Doom. And references to a barrier between worlds, a separation that can be breached by certain forms of blood magic. She sent me through," Harry said. "From her world to this one. That is my belief, yes." "Why?" "I think she was trying to save your life." "From what, I don't know. But the desperation required to breach the barrier between worlds," Dumbledore's voice tightened. "That is not small magic, Harry. That is sacrifice on a scale that rivals what Lily did for you. Perhaps greater." Harry stared at the golden egg in his hands. His reflection looked back at him from the burnished surface, black hair with silver streaks, green eyes that caught the light wrong, the face of a boy who had been born in one world and raised in another and belonged fully to neither. "There's more," he said. He told Dumbledore about the symbol in the forest, the 3-headed dragon burned into the oak. The voice in his mind, blood of my blood. The sense of something ancient watching, waiting, pressing against the edges of reality. Dumbledore listened without interruption. When Harry finished, the headmaster sat in silence for a long time, so long that the only sounds were the tick of silver instruments and Fawkes's quiet breathing. "The barrier between worlds was fractured when you crossed it," Dumbledore said finally. "I've known this for 14 years. I've been monitoring it. There are instruments, here in this office, that measure dimensional integrity. When the egg hatched, the fracture widened significantly. And it has been widening since. Something's coming through. Something is trying to. The symbol you saw, the voice you heard, these are manifestations of a consciousness pressing against the barrier from the other side. Something that existed in the world you came from. Something that is using the fracture to reach across. What is it? Dumbledore hesitated, and Harry saw, for the first time, the great wizard genuinely afraid. Not of the thing itself, perhaps. But of what it represented. Of what it meant that something from beyond the barrier was actively trying to cross. I don't know, Dumbledore said. But I intend to find out. In the meantime, Harry, be watchful. Whatever is on the other side of that barrier, it knows you exist. And it wants you. Harry left Dumbledore's office with more answers than he'd had that morning and more questions than he'd had before them. The castle was buzzing with post-task excitement, students clustered in corridors, reliving the moment Harry had walked through Dragonfire, debating whether the language he'd spoken was Parseltongue or something else entirely. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room. Ron was vibrating with barely contained excitement. You stood in Dragonfire. You actually stood in Dragonfire and it didn't even singe you. Mate, that's the most incredible thing I've ever, Ron. Right. Breathing. Doing that. Ron took a deep breath. But seriously, how? Fire doesn't burn me, Harry said. It never has. Since I was a kid. Hermione was looking at him with the expression of someone rapidly assembling a puzzle. The Dragon Lord text mentioned fire immunity. It's a bloodline trait, passed from parent to child, carried in the DNA. She paused. Harry, when you spoke to the Horntail, what did it feel like? Like breathing, he said. Like speaking a language I've always known but never used. The words were just, there. High Valyrian, Hermione said. That's what the text called it. The tongue of the Dragon Lords. A language that was spoken in a civilization that fell to a cataclysm of fire. Harry, if you can speak this language instinctively, it means the bloodline is real. You're genuinely a Dragon Lord, not metaphorically, not symbolically, literally. I know. And that means you're from somewhere else. Another world. Another reality. The implications for dimensional theory alone are, Hermione. She stopped. I know, Harry said again. Dumbledore confirmed it. I was sent here as a baby, through some kind of barrier between worlds. My birth mother, her name was Rhaenyra, used blood magic to get me across. The common room was empty except for the three of them. The fire crackled. Outside, Ethon circled the castle, a distant silver shape against the darkening sky. Ron processed this information with the methodical calm that Harry was learning to value, the Weasley ability to absorb the extraordinary and fold it into a functional worldview without losing his grip. So you're from another world, Ron said. You're a Dragon Lord. You can walk through fire and talk to dragons. He paused. And you still can't do a proper shield charm. Harry blinked. Then laughed, really laughed, the kind that started in the belly and worked its way up. Hermione tried to look disapproving and failed. Even Ethon, through the bond, pulsed with warm amusement. My shield charms are getting better, Harry protested. Mate, you shielded so hard last Tuesday you put a dent in the classroom wall. It was a strong shield. It was a strong wall, too. Was. They laughed together in the firelight, and Harry felt the weight on his shoulders shift, not lighter, but more bearable. More shared. These two people, this loyal, brave, occasionally jealous redhead and this brilliant, relentless, occasionally insufferable brunette, had heard the most impossible truth of his life and responded with laughter and acceptance and the unshakable normalcy of genuine friendship. Whatever was coming, the tournament, the tribunal appeals, the thing pressing against the barrier between worlds, he would face it with them. The days after the first task were strange. Harry had become, overnight, the most famous student in the school, which, given that he'd already been famous for surviving a killing curse as a baby, was saying something. Students he'd never met wanted to shake his hand. First years stared at him with undisguised awe. Even the Slytherins, most of them, modulated their hostility from open contempt to cautious neutrality. The Skeeter article was buried by the tsunami of positive coverage. Every newspaper in the wizarding world ran the story, the boy who walked through dragonfire. The photographs, magical, moving, showed Harry standing untouched in the Horntail's flames, his school robes fluttering in the heat, his face calm and lit by fire that couldn't touch him. The political implications were significant. Daphne laid them out for Harry in the library the following evening. The tribunal verdict is unassailable now. No one on the Wizengamot will vote to take Ethon away from the boy who just walked through dragonfire on live coverage. Lucius won't even try, the political cost would be too high. She turned a page in her notebook. Your public approval is at an all-time high. You're sympathetic, the young dragon boy facing impossible odds, and impressive. That's a powerful combination. I don't care about public approval. You should. Public approval is a shield. When Voldemort returns, when... She looked at him steadily. My father was neutral during the First War. He wasn't stupid. He saw what was coming before most people did. And he sees it now. Something is building. The signs are there if you know how to read them, the Quidditch World Cup attack last summer, the Death Eaters getting bolder, the Ministry's refusal to acknowledge what's happening. Voldemort will return. The question is when, not if. Harry studied her. You believe that? I know it. And when it happens, you'll need every advantage you can get. Public approval. Political allies. A dragon the size of a castle. She paused. And people you trust. I trust you. The words came out before he could calculate them, unplanned, unstrategic, raw. Daphne's pen stopped moving. She looked up at him, and for a moment the mask was gone entirely, and he saw the girl underneath, startled, pleased, afraid of how much those 3 words meant to her. Good, she said quietly. Because I trust you too. And I don't trust easily. I noticed. Shut up. But she was smiling, and so was he, and Ethon, whose massive head was resting on the library floor between their chairs, violet eyes half closed, rumbled contentedly. The golden egg sat in Harry's trunk, unopened. He knew he should investigate it, it contained the clue to the second task, but the weeks after the first task were consumed by something else entirely. The runes were spreading. It started subtly. A symbol here, burned into stone near Ethon's enclosure, the same 3-headed dragon that had appeared in the forest. Then another, on the wall of a corridor Harry walked frequently. Then a third, scored into the floor of the entrance hall overnight, deep enough that the stone had melted and reformed. Each time, the marks were found in the morning, still warm. Each time, they were in locations connected to Harry, places he'd been, paths he walked, rooms he used. As though something was tracking him through the castle's stone, leaving markers, drawing a map. The centaurs knew. Firenze, the youngest of the Forbidden Forest centaur herd, approached Hagrid one evening and delivered a message so alarming that Hagrid went straight to Dumbledore. He said the stars are wrong, Hagrid told Harry, pale beneath his wild beard. Mars is too bright, he said. And there's a new light in the sky, not a star, not a planet. Something between. Something that burns in a way the centaurs have never seen. What does that mean? He called it, the burning shadow. Said it's been growing since your dragon hatched. Said the barrier between worlds is, Hagrid swallowed. Thinning. Harry felt the words like a blow. Thinning. The same word Dumbledore had used. The dreams were changing too. No longer fragments, they were sustained, vivid, narrative. He dreamed of a great civilization built on volcanic islands, where dragons filled the sky like starlings and the streets were paved with dragon glass. He dreamed of sorcerers who worked magic through fire and blood, who built towers that touched the clouds and forged steel in dragonfire. He dreamed of the Doom, a single day of cataclysm that consumed everything in fire so hot it melted the sea. And he dreamed of a man. Tall. Armored in dark metal that moved like liquid. Eyes that burned, not violet, not red, but gold, the deep gold of molten metal. He stood in a space that was neither real nor dream, a void of fire and shadow, and he watched Harry with the patient intensity of a predator that had been hunting for millennia. "Blood of my blood," the man said, and his voice was like burning iron pressed against flesh. "The flame calls to flame. You feel it, Dragon Lord. The barrier thins. Soon I will cross. Soon we will speak face to face." "Who are you?" Harry demanded. "I am Vhagar. I am the last scion of the Freehold. I am the fire that did not die when Valyria fell." The golden eyes blazed brighter. "And you are my heir. The last blood of the dragon. Through you, all that was lost can be reborn. I'm not your heir. I'm not anyone's. Your mother was Rhaenyra of House Targaryen. Her mother's mother's mother was of my blood. Distant, diluted, but blood nonetheless." Vhagar's voice shifted, not softer, but more intense. "I felt you cross the barrier. Felt the fracture in the wall between worlds. I have been pressing against that fracture for 3,000 years, boy. And now, with the dragon hatched and your power awakening, the crack is wide enough for me to reach through. What do you want? What was always owed? Valyria reborn. Not the pale shadow your mother's family built on their pitiful iron throne, true Valyria. The Dragon Lords restored to their rightful place. And you, the last of the bloodline, will be the foundation." Harry felt the heat of the void pressing against him, Vhagar's will, ancient and immense, trying to impose itself on him the way he'd imposed his will on the Horntail. He pushed back. The fire in his blood rose, not at his command but instinctively, a wall of heat that met Vhagar's pressure and held. The ancient Dragonlord's golden eyes widened fractionally. "You are strong," Vhagar said. "Stronger than I expected. Good. Strength is needed for what comes. Nothing comes. Stay on your side of the barrier. There are no sides, boy. There is only fire. And fire goes where it wills." Harry woke gasping, drenched in sweat, the bedsheets scorched beneath his body. In the forest outside, Ethon roared. The sound split the night, fury and defiance and a protective rage that shook the castle windows. Students across the school jerked awake. In the dungeons, Daphne Greengrass sat up in bed, heart pounding, knowing without knowing how that something had just happened to Harry. In Dumbledore's office, a silver instrument that had been spinning placidly for 14 years suddenly reversed direction and began to emit a high, keening whine. The headmaster rose from his chair and stared at it with an expression that aged him 10 years in as many seconds. The barrier had cracked further. Something had almost crossed. Harry told no one about the dream. Not immediately. He held it close for 2 days, turning it over, examining every word, trying to separate truth from manipulation. Vhagar wanted him to be afraid. Wanted him to feel hunted, cornered, inevitable. Harry refused to give him that. But on the third night, when the runes appeared on the wall directly outside the Gryffindor common room, burned deep, still smoking, the three-headed dragon rendered in lines of violet fire, Harry went to Dumbledore. He told the headmaster everything. The dreams. Vhagar's name. The claim of ancestry, of ancient Valyrian heritage, of a plan to use Harry as a vessel for Valyria reborn. Dumbledore listened with his fingers steepled and his blue eyes burning behind his spectacles. Vhagar the Undying, Dumbledore said when Harry finished. A title, almost certainly. In the fragmentary texts I've studied, there are references to Dragonlord sorcerers who achieved a form of immortality through blood magic, binding their consciousness to the magical substrate of reality itself. When Valyria fell, their civilization was destroyed, but beings of sufficient power might have survived as disembodied consciousnesses, drifting in the void between worlds. He's been waiting 3,000 years. If the timelines match, yes. The barrier between worlds was intact, impenetrable. Until Rhaenyra's spell cracked it to send you through. A crack that has been widening ever since, accelerated by the dragon's hatching and your growing power. Can we close it? Dumbledore was quiet for a very long time. Perhaps. But the cost would be severe. The barrier was fractured by blood magic of tremendous power, a mother's sacrifice, channeled through Valyrian sorcery. To repair it would require magic of equivalent power and equivalent sacrifice. What does that mean? It means I don't have an answer yet. But I'm looking for one. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, whatever Heir offers you, power, knowledge, your full Targaryen heritage, do not accept it. His philosophy is domination. The dragon lords he remembers were tyrants who ruled through fire and fear. That is not what you are. I know what I am. Do you? Harry met the old man's eyes. I'm the son of 2 mothers who died to protect me. I'm a boy who holds fire and chooses not to burn people with it. And I'm someone who will not be used, by you, by Heir, by anyone. Dumbledore looked at him. Something shifted behind those ancient blue eyes, a recognition, perhaps. An acknowledgement that the boy he'd hidden for 14 years had become someone who no longer needed hiding. Good, Dumbledore said softly. Hold on to that. Harry left the office and walked through the sleeping castle. The corridors were dark, torches guttering low, shadows long and deep. He moved through them without fear, the fire in his blood was a lantern that no darkness could extinguish. Outside, on the frozen grounds, he found Ethan waiting. The dragon had sensed his movement through the bond and had come, not summoned, not commanded, but drawn by the simple, irresistible pull of the bond they shared. Ethan was massive. There was no other word for it. He had grown past the size of any dragon Hagrid had ever documented, his silver bulk filling the space between the castle and the forest edge like a living monument. When he spread his wings, they blotted out the stars. When he breathed, the air warmed and the frost retreated. Harry walked to his dragon and pressed his forehead against the great silver snout. Ethan rumbled, deep, resonant, the sound of tectonic plates shifting, and breathed warm air across Harry's body. Through the bond, love. Not human love, something fiercer, simpler, absolute. The uncomplicated devotion of a being that had been born for this connection and would die to maintain it. Something's coming, Harry whispered. Something old and powerful, and it wants to use me. Ethan's violet eyes found his. Through the bond, the dragon sent a single emotion, clear as a bell, let it try. Harry almost smiled. He pressed his hand against Ethan's scales, warm, hard, indestructible, and felt the fire in his blood sing in harmony with the fire in the dragon's. Whatever was coming, Heir, Voldemort, the politics and press and impossible tasks still to come, they would face it together. Dragon Lord and dragon. Fire and blood. From the astronomy tower, invisible in the darkness, Daphne Greengrass watched the boy and his dragon standing together in the moonlight. She hadn't been able to sleep, the feeling that had woken her 3 nights ago had returned, a cold certainty that something was wrong, that Harry needed. She didn't finish the thought. Didn't need to. She watched him standing with his dragon, small and dark against the silver-scaled enormity, and she felt something in her chest that had nothing to do with strategy or politics or the careful calculations that had governed her life for years. She felt brave. It was terrifying. Below her, Harry looked up. Their eyes met across the distance, impossible, in the darkness, but the fire in his eyes and the moonlight on her face conspired to make impossibility irrelevant. He raised a hand. She raised one back. Then she turned and went back to bed, and he turned and went back to the castle, and the dragon curled around the place where he'd stood and slept with one violet eye open, watching the forest, watching the sky, watching for the burning shadow that pressed against the edges of the world with the patient, immortal hunger of fire that had been waiting 3,000 years to feed. In the darkness of the forest, another rune burned into existence on the trunk of a tree. And another. And another. A trail of fire, leading inward. Leading deeper. Leading toward the heart of the forbidden forest, where something old was beginning to take shape, not solid, not yet, but more than shadow. More than dream. A silhouette wreathed in golden fire, standing among the ancient trees. Watching the castle. Waiting. Chapter 4, The Burning Shadow. December came to Hogwarts in a curtain of white. Snow buried the grounds, frosted the towers, and turned the black lake into a vast dark mirror rimmed with ice. The castle drew inward against the cold, fires blazing in every hearth, students huddling in common rooms with hot chocolate and the particular communal warmth of a school preparing for the holidays. Harry barely noticed the season. He was too busy trying to not die. The golden egg screamed when he opened it. Not a subtle sound, a piercing, metallic shriek that drove every person in the Gryffindor common room to their knees with their hands over their ears. Ethan, who had been dozing with his massive head wedged through a window he'd long since outgrown, roared in response, and for 30 seconds the tower was a symphony of competing agonies. Harry slammed the egg shut. Silence. Ringing ears. Neville Longbottom was bleeding from the nose. "Sorry," Harry said. "What in the name of Merlin Saggy?" Ron began. "Language," Hermione said automatically, then, "Harry, that wasn't random noise. It was structured. A language, maybe, or a message encoded in a frequency we can't process in open air." Brilliant deduction. "My eardrums are thrilled. Try it underwater." Harry stared at her. "What?" "Sound travels differently through water. Different medium, different frequency resolution. If the message is pitched for aquatic transmission, why would it be pitched for aquatic transmission? Because the second task might involve water?" Hermione said, with the particular patience she reserved for moments when the answer was obvious and Harry was being dense. He tried it that night, in the prefect's bathroom on Cedric Diggory's whispered advice. The massive tub was more swimming pool than bath, and Harry sank beneath the surface with the egg open in his hands and heard, for the first time, a song. "Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground. An hour long you'll have to look, to recover what we took. Mere people. The Black Lake. Something taken from him that he'd have to retrieve in an hour, underwater." Harry surfaced, water streaming from his face, and stared at the ceiling. Fire was his element. Water was its opposite. Whatever advantage his Dragonlord blood gave him, the second task was designed to negate every single one of them. He dressed and walked back to Gryffindor Tower through silent corridors, thinking hard. Ethan was outside, too large for the castle now, a silver mountain curled against the outer wall, breath steaming in the December air. Through the bond, Harry felt the dragon's drowsy contentment and something else, a low, constant vigilance that hadn't eased since the night the burning runes appeared. The runes had stopped spreading. That was almost worse than when they'd been appearing nightly. Cessation meant either the threat had withdrawn or it had found what it was looking for. Harry didn't think it had withdrawn. The Yule Ball was announced the following week. A traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament, a formal dance on Christmas night, champions required to attend with partners, dress robes mandatory. The announcement produced a school-wide hysteria that Harry found baffling. "It's a dance," he said to Ron, who had gone pale. "People move to music. Why does everyone look terrified?" "Because asking a girl to a dance is scarier than facing a dragon. I've done both. The dragon was easier." Exactly. Harry already knew who he was taking. The question wasn't whether to ask Daphne, it was how to do it without turning it into a political event. A Gryffindor champion taking a Slytherin to the Yule Ball would be headline material in a school that treated house rivalries with the gravity of international diplomacy. He found her in their alcove after dinner, which had become their place, the narrow window seat hidden by a suit of armor, close enough to the library for plausible deniability, private enough for conversations that mattered. "The Yule Ball," he said, sitting down. "I'm aware." She didn't look up from her notebook. "Pansy Parkinson has been campaigning for Draco to ask her for 2 weeks. The desperation is becoming geological. Come with me." Her pen stopped. She looked up. Her expression was carefully neutral, but Harry was learning to read the micro-shifts, the slight widening of her eyes, the almost imperceptible softening around her mouth. "That will cause problems," she said. "I know. Slytherin will see it as betrayal. A Greengrass attending the ball with a Gryffindor, with you, I know. My father will receive letters. Lucius will use it as leverage, Daphne." She stopped. "I don't care about leverage," Harry said. "I don't care about house politics or what Lucius Malfoy thinks or how Slytherin reacts. I care that the one person I want to spend Christmas evening with is you. Everything else is noise." The mask cracked. Not shattered, Daphne's masks were too well made for that, but cracked, and through the crack something warm and unguarded looked out at him. "You really don't think in terms of consequences, do you?" she said. "I think in terms of what matters. The consequences can sort themselves out." "That's either very brave or very stupid. Probably both." She closed her notebook. Looked at him with those pale blue eyes, and the warmth behind them was something he'd fought for, earned through weeks of honesty, vulnerability, and the stubborn refusal to treat her as anything other than exactly who she was. "All right," she said. "But I'm wearing green. I'd expect nothing less. And if anyone makes a scene, I'm hexing them. I'd expect nothing less." She smiled. He smiled. Ethan, curled outside the nearest window, rumbled approvingly. The days before the ball were consumed by preparation on multiple fronts. Harry trained for the second task with a focus that bordered on obsessive. Hermione had found a reference to gillyweed, a plant that granted temporary aquatic abilities, and Neville, whose gift for herbology bordered on supernatural, had secured a supply. Harry practiced in the prefect's bathroom, timing himself, learning to navigate underwater with the awkward grace of a fire creature in an alien element. He also trained with Moody. The sessions had intensified since the first task, longer, harder, more complex. Moody drilled him on advanced defensive magic, on combat tactics, on the kind of creative spellwork that the regular curriculum didn't cover. "You're too reliant on your fire," Moody said during one session, after Harry had reflexively responded to a stunning spell with a blast of heat that scorched the classroom ceiling. "What happens when you face something that doesn't burn? You keep saying that. Because you keep not listening. Fire is a tool, Potter. A powerful one. But it's not the only tool, and any wizard who fights with only one weapon is a dead wizard." He was right, and Harry knew it. The problem was that fire was instinctive, it rose before thought, before training, before the careful wand movements and incantations that formal spellwork required. His blood responded to threat with heat the way other people's responded with adrenaline. But Moody's training was working. Harry's shield charms were tightening, still overpowered, still prone to denting walls, but more controlled. His stunning spells were precise enough to hit a moving target at 20 paces. His disarming charm was fast enough that Moody had stopped warning him before attacking. "Better," Moody said one evening, after Harry had successfully shielded 3 rapid-fire hexes without reverting to fire. "Much better. You might survive this tournament yet." The magical eye swiveled to fix on Harry's wand hand. Then to the window, where Ethan's vast silver bulk was visible against the darkening sky. "Tell me about the dragon's fire," Moody said, with studied casualness. "The color. The temperature. Has it changed as he's grown? Why?" "Academic interest." Harry looked at him. The instinct that had saved him at the Dursleys, the bone-deep ability to detect when someone was performing rather than speaking, flickered. "Silver white," Harry said. "Hot enough to melt stone. It hasn't changed. And your fire? The fire you summon without a wand?" "Same." Moody nodded slowly. Both eyes, the real one and the magical one, were fixed on Harry with an intensity that felt less like academic interest and more like intelligence gathering. "You're an unusual wizard, Potter," Moody said. "Unusually powerful. Unusually resistant to mental magic. And those fires of yours, they're not wizard fire. I've been watching. Wizard fire is red, orange, sometimes blue. Yours is silver white. Same as the dragon's. The magical I spun. Makes a man wonder what kind of blood runs in your veins." "The kind that's mine," Harry said flatly, and left. He told Daphne about it that evening. Her response was immediate and sharp. "He's cataloging you. Mapping your abilities. Moody, the real Moody, is paranoid and thorough, but he's not a researcher. He's a fighter. A fighter trains you to survive. A researcher studies you to understand what you can do and how to use it. You think he's not really Moody? I think something about him doesn't add up. But I don't have evidence, and accusing a professor of being an imposter without evidence is a good way to get expelled. So we watch. So we watch." Christmas morning was white and still. Harry woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed, the first Christmas presents he'd received since Hogwarts, and more than he'd received in his entire life before it. A Weasley sweater from Mrs. Weasley, emerald green with a dragon knitted on the front. Books from Hermione, advanced defense texts and a history of magical languages that she'd annotated in her tiny, precise handwriting. A bag of sweets from Ron. A leather-bound journal from Hagrid. And a small package wrapped in silver paper with no card. Harry opened it carefully. Inside was a brooch, dark metal, intricately worked, depicting 3 dragons intertwined. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, each dragon rendered in minute detail, their scales individually etched, their eyes set with tiny stones that caught the light like drops of fire. He knew what it was. Not because he recognized it, because his blood did. A Targaryen sigil. The 3-headed dragon of his mother's house, rendered in what he suspected was Valyrian steel. There was no note. No sender. But when Harry touched the brooch, he felt warmth, not the ambient warmth of his own fire blood but an external warmth, as if the metal itself held heat. And for just a moment, he felt Rhaenyra. Not a dream, not a vision, a presence, faint and far, like a hand pressed against glass from the other side. "My son," whispered something that might have been memory. "My brave son." Harry pinned the brooch inside his dress robes, against his heart, and went to breakfast. The Yule Ball began at 8 o'clock. The great hall had been transformed, the house tables replaced by smaller round ones draped in silver, an enormous Christmas tree glittering in each corner, enchanted snow falling from the ceiling and vanishing before it touched the ground. A stage had been erected for a band called the Weird Sisters, who were apparently famous, though Harry had never heard of them. He waited at the bottom of the marble staircase in dress robes of deep black that he'd bought in Diagon Alley on Daphne's crisply specific instruction. The robes were simple, no embroidery, no ornamentation, but the cut was sharp and the black fabric made the silver in his hair catch the candlelight like threads of metal. Cedric stood nearby with Cho Chang, looking handsome and nervous. Crumb waited with his arms crossed and his face blank, his date not yet visible. Fleur descended the stairs in silver silk, luminous, drawing every eye, and collected Roger Davies from the crowd with the air of someone picking up dry cleaning. Then Daphne appeared at the top of the stairs, and Harry forgot how to breathe. She wore green, she'd said she would, and Daphne Greengrass did not make idle statements. The dress was the deep green of pine forests, cut simply, the kind of garment that derived its power not from embellishment but from the person wearing it. Her dark hair was swept up, exposing the line of her neck and the sharp architecture of her jaw. She wore no jewelry. She didn't need to. She descended the stairs with the composed grace that was her natural state, and Harry watched her come, and the fire in his blood, usually a roar, a constant background blaze, went very quiet. Not extinguished. Focused. Drawn to a single point, like sunlight through a lens. She reached the bottom. Took his offered arm. Met his eyes with the ghost of a smile that said she knew exactly what effect she was having and was enjoying it thoroughly. "You clean up well, Potter." "You look," he stopped. Every word he knew seemed inadequate. "You look like you." "Is that a compliment?" "It's the best one I know how to give." The ghost of a smile became real. They walked into the ball together, and every head in the great hall turned. The reaction was immediate and divided. Gryffindors exchanged surprised glances. Slytherins went rigid with collective outrage. Draco Malfoy, seated at a table with Pansy Parkinson, stared at them with an expression that cycled through shock, anger, and something more complicated. Ron gave Harry a thumbs up from across the room. Hermione, radiant in periwinkle blue on the arm of Victor Crumb, a development that had stunned Ron into temporary aphasia, beamed. The champions opened the dancing. Harry was not, by any objective measure, a good dancer. He had received no instruction, possessed no natural rhythm, and was acutely aware that several hundred people were watching him. He didn't care. Daphne guided him through the steps with the same cool competence she brought to everything, a slight pressure on his shoulder to turn, a shift of weight to change direction. Her hand in his was cool against his warmth. They moved together with the imperfect sincerity of two people who weren't performing for an audience but simply existing in each other's space. "People are staring," Harry said. "Let them." "Malfoy looks like he swallowed a lemon." "Good. He's been asking me to this ball for 3 years. The answer has always been no, but I don't think he ever believed it was permanent until now." 3 years. I said no. Keep up. They danced. The music shifted from formal to something looser, and the floor filled with other couples, and the weight of observation gradually lifted. Harry found himself relaxing into the movement, into Daphne's proximity, into the simple human pleasure of being close to someone he cared about. "I found something," Daphne said quietly, her lips near his ear. "About the runes in the castle." "Now. When would you prefer?" "The runes aren't going to schedule around the social calendar." She pulled back slightly so she could see his face. "I compared them to symbols in a book my family has, an old text, pre-ministry. The runes aren't protective or communicative. They're navigational. They're wayfinders. Someone, something, is using them to map the castle's magical architecture. Finding the weakest points in the dimensional barrier." Harry's hand tightened on her waist. "Vaghar. If that's what you're calling the presence in the forest, then yes. Whatever it is, it's not random. It's systematic. It's finding the thinnest places in the barrier between worlds and marking them for transit." "Transit? You mean, I mean something is planning to come through. Not by accident. By design." They danced in silence for a moment. The music was bright and the snow was falling and the great hall was full of laughter and light, and beneath it all, the patient inevitability of something ancient pressing against the walls of reality. "I'll tell Dumbledore," Harry said. "Tell him tonight. I don't think we have much time." The ball wound down around midnight. Students drifted toward their dormitories in pairs and groups, flushed with dancing and butterbeer and the particular warmth of a night that had gone well. Harry walked Daphne to the corridor that led to the Slytherin dungeons, as far as a Gryffindor could go without triggering the wards. They stood in the quiet corridor, the torchlight low, the castle settling around them. "Thank you," Daphne said. "For tonight." "For what specifically?" "For not making me be the Ice Queen." "For," she paused. Chose her words with the precision of someone who knew how much words weighed. Foreseeing me. Not the mask. Not the strategy. Me. Harry reached out and touched her face. His warm fingers against her cool skin. She leaned into it, a tiny motion, almost imperceptible, but it broke him open. I see you, he said. I've always seen you. She kissed him. Not the fierce, impulsive kiss from the alcove, this was slower, deliberate, a choice made with full awareness of its weight. Her hands found the collar of his robes. His found the curve of her waist. The contrast of their temperatures, fire and ice, warm and cool, created a sensation that was purely theirs, a third thing that existed only in the space between them. When they parted, her eyes were bright and unguarded and absolutely certain. Be careful tonight, she said. Whatever's out there, I'll be careful. Liar. He smiled. She didn't smile back, but her eyes did, and that was worth more. She disappeared into the dungeon corridor. Harry watched her go, then turned toward the entrance hall. He never reached it. Ethan's scream split the night. Not a roar, a scream, high and sharp and edged with something Harry had never felt through the bond before, pain. The sound shattered windows on the castle's west face and sent students running, and Harry was sprinting before the echoes died. He burst through the main doors into the December night. The grounds were lit by moonlight and something else, a violet glow that pulsed from the direction of the forbidden forest, casting the snow in shades of bruised purple. Ethan was in the air. The dragon was fighting, wheeling, diving, blasting jets of silver-white fire at something Harry couldn't see clearly. A shape. A shadow. It moved like smoke, like a column of dark heat, and where Ethan's fire hit it, it didn't burn, it absorbed, drinking the dragonfire like water. And it was hurting Ethan. Through the bond, Harry felt the dragon's pain, not external, not wounds. Internal. As though something was reaching into Ethan's body and trying to burn him from within. Harry ran. Not toward the castle, not toward safety. Toward the fight. His wand was in his hand but the fire was already rising in his blood, hotter and fiercer than he'd ever felt it, fueled by the rage of seeing his dragon in pain. Ethan. The dragon heard him. Broke away from the shadow, banked hard, and dove toward Harry. The shadow followed, and now Harry could see it more clearly. A humanoid form, tall and dark, wreathed in fire that was the wrong color. Not silver-white like dragonfire. Not red-orange like ordinary fire. Gold. Deep, ancient gold, the color of the eyes in Harry's dreams. Vhagar. Not fully manifested, the figure flickered, translucent, more suggestion than substance. But its power was real. Harry could feel it pressing against his mind, against his blood, a force so immense it made the air itself feel heavy. Ethan landed beside Harry with a concussive impact that cratered the snow. The dragon was hurt, his silver scales were darkened along one flank, smoking, as though something had scorched him not with external fire but with fire that burned from within. His violet eyes were wild with pain and fury. Harry pressed his hand against Ethan's flank. The scales were hot, hotter than usual, and the heat pulsed in a rhythm that wasn't Ethan's heartbeat. Something else's rhythm. Something invasive. Get out of him, Harry snarled. The burning shadow stopped. Hovered 10 feet off the ground, a column of golden flame shaped like a man, watching Harry with eyes that blazed like twin suns. I am not in the dragon, boy. I am in the barrier. I am in the cracks between your world and mine. The dragon merely felt me passing through. Vhagar's voice came from everywhere, from the fire, from the air, from the burning space between heartbeats. He will not be harmed. He is too valuable. You hurt him. I tested the connection. Felt the bond that ties you. It is strong, stronger than any I have felt in 3,000 years. The blood runs true in you, Dragon Lord. Students were pouring from the castle now, drawn by the noise, the light, the impossible sight of a burning figure hovering above the snow. Harry heard shouts, screams, the crack of apparition as someone, Dumbledore, probably, mobilized. "Go back," Harry said. His voice was hard and flat and carried in the cold air. "Whatever you want, the answer is no. You have not heard what I offer. I don't need to. You hurt my dragon. Conversation's over." Conversation has not yet begun. Vhagar's form solidified slightly, features emerging from the fire. A face, angular and hard, framed by hair that burned like molten metal. Armor of dark, flowing steel. Hands that ended in fingers wreathed in golden flame. "I offer you your birthright, Harry of House Targaryen. The full power of your blood, unlocked and awakened. Knowledge that your world has forgotten, the magic of old Valyria, fire sorcery that makes your wand tricks look like children's games. And the means to close the barrier permanently, from the correct side. The correct side being yours. The correct side being the one where dragon lords belong. Your mother's world, our world, is dying, boy. The dragons are gone. The magic fades. But here, in this place of power, Vhagar's burning gaze swept the castle. Here, the magic is strong. Strong enough to rebuild. Strong enough to raise Valyria from its ashes. Valyria fell because people like you burned it down." Vhagar's expression shifted, not anger, exactly. Something harder. Valyria fell because the lesser dragon lords grew soft. Grew weak. Forgot that fire exists to consume. Your mother, Rhaenyra, she had the blood, the dragons, the claim. And she lost everything because she would not use the full power of her heritage. My mother saved my life. Your mother was a queen who died on her knees. I will not die. I cannot die. I am the fire that burns eternal, and I will see Valyria reborn, with you at its heart, Dragon Lord, willing or not. The threat was casual, almost gentle, and somehow more terrifying for it. Harry felt Vhagar's will pressing against him, not the crude mental assault of the Imperius but something older, deeper, a gravitational pull that operated on blood rather than mind. His fire rose to meet it. "I am not your vessel," Harry said, and the words came out in High Valyrian, not the fragments he'd been practicing but a full, flowing sentence that tasted of smoke and iron and ancient power. "Nike ixis dea eoha prumia. Nike druda ixen. I am not your vessel. I will not kneel." Vhagar's golden eyes widened. Then narrowed. Then burned brighter. "You speak the tongue. Unpracticed, rough, but the blood remembers." Something that might have been pride flickered across the burning face. "Good. You will need it." He raised a hand. Golden fire gathered in his palm, concentrated, dense, burning with a heat that Harry could feel from 30 feet away. Not dragon fire. Something else. Something that predated dragons, that came from the volcanic heart of a dead empire. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice. The headmaster was running across the snow, actually running, robes streaming behind him, wand drawn. Behind him came McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, every senior professor at Hogwarts, converging on the scene with the grim efficiency of soldiers. Vhagar looked at Dumbledore. Assessed him. Dismissed him. The old wizard. "I see his power, considerable, for this world. But he is a candle, Dragon Lord. I am a forge." Vhagar threw the fire. Not at Harry, at Dumbledore. A bolt of golden flame that crossed 30 feet in an instant, that burned the air to glass in its wake, that hit Dumbledore's shield charm, one of the most powerful defensive spells cast by the most powerful wizard alive, and shattered it like ice hit with a hammer. Dumbledore staggered. The fire dispersed against a second shield he threw up, but the effort was visible, the greatest wizard of the age, driven to his knees by a single strike from a being that wasn't fully in this reality. Harry moved. He didn't think. Didn't plan. The fire in his blood erupted, not from his wand, not from his hand, but from every part of him simultaneously, a detonation of silver-white dragonfire that exploded outward in a sphere of blinding light and impossible heat. It hit Vhagar like a wall. The ancient dragon lord recoiled, genuinely surprised, his golden fire guttering against the silver-white inferno. For one moment, the two fires met, gold against silver, old against new, the dead empire against the living heir, and the collision produced a sound that was felt rather than heard, a deep subsonic boom that shook the castle to its foundations. Then Vhagar laughed. It was a terrible sound. The laugh of something that had been waiting 3,000 years and was entertained by resistance the way a cat is entertained by a mouse that fights back. Magnificent, Vhagar whispered. You are everything I hoped. He dissolved. Not retreated, dissolved, his form coming apart like smoke in a strong wind, golden sparks drifting upward and winking out against the winter sky. The violet glow faded. The temperature dropped. The night returned to normal, except for the melted snow, the scorched earth, and the 100 students standing in the castle entrance staring at the spot where a burning god had stood. Harry's legs gave out. He hit the snow on his knees, steam rising from his body, his vision swimming. Through the bond, he felt Ethan's pain receding, the invasive heat draining from the dragon's scales, the internal burning fading. The dragon pressed his enormous head against Harry's side, a rumble of relief and exhaustion vibrating through them both. Dumbledore reached him 30 seconds later. The headmaster's face was grey. Are you hurt? No. He, inside. Now. All of you, inside. The castle swallowed them. Students were herded to their dormitories by prefects and professors. The entrance hall was chaos, shouted questions, panicked first years, the Beauxbatons delegation clustered together speaking rapid French. Fleur caught Harry's eye as he passed. Her face was pale, her blue eyes burning with recognition. That was dragonfire, she said. What you did. That was real dragonfire, summoned from your body. I felt it. My blood felt it. Later, Harry said, and let Dumbledore steer him toward the headmaster's office. But later came sooner than expected, and in a form none of them had anticipated. There was a dog waiting in Dumbledore's office. Not a dog, Harry realized, as the massive black canine shimmered and shifted and became a tall, gaunt man with dark hair and haunted eyes and a face that Harry recognized from a photograph he'd found in the Dursleys' attic years ago, a photograph of his parents' wedding, where this man had stood at James Potter's side as best man. Sirius Black, Harry said. In the flesh. Mostly. Sirius's voice was rough, as though he hadn't used it much recently. His eyes swept Harry, hungry, desperate, the gaze of a man seeing a ghost. You look like James. Except his eyes caught the silver in Harry's hair. That's new. Mr. Black arrived an hour ago, Dumbledore said, settling behind his desk with the careful movements of someone managing pain he didn't want to show. The golden fire had done damage, his wand hand was trembling. He has information relevant to tonight's events. I asked him to wait. I came because of the barrier, Sirius said. He was pacing, long, restless strides that ate the circular office in 3 steps each way. I felt it crack further. The same feeling as 14 years ago, when James and I found you. You were there, Harry said. I was there. Sirius stopped pacing. Faced Harry. His expression was raw, unguarded, the face of a man who had been carrying a secret for 14 years and was finally setting it down. James called me in the middle of the night. Said something had happened at the house, fire, he said, but not normal fire. White fire that didn't burn anything except the floor. When I got there, Lily was kneeling in the nursery, holding you. The floor around her was melted. Smooth as glass. Hot enough to feel through boots. And beside her was the egg. The dragon egg. Burning hot. I couldn't touch it. James couldn't touch it. Even Lily could only handle it with thick gloves. But you, Sirius's voice cracked. You were lying on top of it, sleeping, like it was a pillow. Completely unharmed. Comfortable. The fire had come and gone and left nothing but you, the egg, and a message burned into the floor. Protect the blood of the dragon. He is the last. Those words exactly. In a language none of us recognized. Dumbledore came, translated it somehow. Sirius looked at the headmaster. And told us to raise you as our own. As a Potter. Said the truth would come when you were ready. I said the truth would come when the time was right, Dumbledore corrected quietly. The distinction matters. Does it? Harry's voice was level, but the fire beneath was rising. You kept this from me for 14 years. You knew what I was, where I came from, and you said nothing. I knew fragments. Theories. The full picture, you knew enough. You knew about the barrier. You knew something might come through. And you left me with the Dursleys, unprepared, untrained, ignorant, while whatever that thing was out there tonight had 3,000 years to prepare. Dumbledore was silent. The silver instruments clicked and whirred. Fawkes ruffled his feathers on his perch. You're right, Dumbledore said. I should have told you sooner. I chose caution over trust, and that choice nearly got you killed tonight. It was the first time Harry had heard Dumbledore admit error. The words landed with a weight that diffused some of his anger, not all of it, but enough to think clearly. Tell me everything, Harry said. Now. All of it. No more fragments. Dumbledore told him. The story took an hour. Sirius filled in gaps where Dumbledore's knowledge ended and personal experience began. McGonagall arrived halfway through, summoned by Dumbledore, and added her own observations. Even Snape appeared, lingering in the doorway with his arms crossed, black eyes unreadable, contributing a single crucial piece. The night Voldemort had attacked the Potters, Snape had felt something strange in the magical fabric of Britain. A vibration, he called it. As though reality itself had been struck like a bell and was still ringing. The barrier between worlds was already fractured, Dumbledore explained. Rhaenyra's spell 14 years ago, the spell that sent you across, cracked it. The protective magic Lily cast when Voldemort attacked interacted with the residual Valyrian magic in your blood and widened the crack. When the egg hatched, it widened again. Significantly. And with every increase in your power, every time you summon Dragonfire, every time you speak High Valyrian, every time Ethon grows, the crack widens further. So I'm the problem. You're the catalyst. The problem is Vaghar, a being of immense power using the fracture you didn't create and cannot control to push his way into a world that is not equipped to resist him. Harry absorbed this. Can we close the barrier? The silence that followed was answer enough. The barrier was opened by blood magic of extraordinary power, Dumbledore said carefully. Closing it would require magic of equivalent power and equivalent sacrifice. The specific mechanics, I am still researching. But Harry, closing the barrier permanently would sever the connection between this world and the one you came from. Completely. Irrevocably. I've never been to the world I came from. No. But the connection exists. Your blood carries it. Your dreams access it. The language that lives in your tongue comes through it. Dumbledore paused. Closing the barrier would mean losing all of that. You would remain as you are, fire immune, bonded to Ethon, carrying Targaryen blood. But the conduit to your heritage, to the world that produced you, to Rhaenyra's memory, it would be gone. Harry sat with that. Felt the weight of it settle onto him like snowfall, gentle, heavy, accumulating. We don't have to decide now, Sirius said, watching Harry's face with the protective desperation of a man who'd already lost too much. There might be other options. Ways to seal the crack without cutting me off from everything I come from. Yes. Harry looked at Dumbledore. Is there? Dumbledore met his eyes. And for the first time since Harry had met him, the headmaster's gaze held nothing but honesty. I don't know, Dumbledore said. I am looking. I will not stop looking. But I cannot promise what I cannot guarantee. Harry nodded. Stood. His body ached, the burst of dragonfire had taken more out of him than he'd realized, and his muscles felt wrung out, his bones hollow. I need to think, he said. Nobody stopped him. He walked through the castle alone. The corridors were empty, students confined to dormitories after the attack, and his footsteps echoed in the silence. The castle felt different tonight. Tense. Aware. As though Hogwarts itself had felt Veghar's presence and was bracing for what came next. Harry found himself on the astronomy tower. The highest point of the castle, open to the sky. The December wind was bitter, cutting through his dress robes. He was still wearing them, he realized, the formal black now rumpled and ash-stained, but the cold couldn't touch him. The fire in his blood kept him warm. Always had. Below, the ground stretched in moonlit white, marred by the dark scar where dragonfire and ancient sorcery had melted the snow to bare earth. The forest was dark and still. Ethon was curled at the base of the tower, a mountain of silver scales, one violet eye open and fixed on the sky. Harry leaned against the parapet and tried to think. He was from another world. His birth mother had sacrificed herself, or something close to it, to send him here. An ancient, immortal sorcerer was using the fracture she'd created to force his way into this reality. The only certain way to stop him would cost Harry everything that connected him to who he really was. And somewhere in the middle of all this, he was a 14-year-old boy who'd just been to his first dance and kissed a girl he was falling in love with. The absurdity of it nearly made him laugh. Nearly. He felt her before he heard her. Not through any supernatural sense, through the particular awareness that develops when you spend enough time with someone to learn their rhythms. The soft footsteps. The faint scent of something clean and cold, like winter air. You shouldn't be out of your dormitory, Harry said without turning. Neither should you. Daphne stepped up beside him at the parapet. She'd changed out of her ball gown into school robes, her hair still up, a few strands loosened by the events of the evening. I saw the fire from the Slytherin windows. The golden fire. Veghar. He manifested. Partially. He tried to, Harry stopped. Pressed his hands against the cold stone. He offered me everything. My birthright. My full power. The knowledge of my ancestors. All I have to do is let him use me as a doorway. And you said no. Obviously I said no. Obviously. She was quiet for a moment. Harry, I saw what happened. The golden fire hitting Dumbledore's shield. The explosion of silver fire from you. She took a breath. The entire school saw it. Whatever you thought you were hiding about what you can do, it's public now. I know. The ministry will respond. Fudge is already terrified of you, this will push him past terrified into dangerous. He'll try to control you, and if he can't control you, he'll try to contain you. Let him try. That's not a strategy, Harry. That's bravado. Maybe bravado is what I have right now. He turned to face her. In the moonlight, with the wind pulling at his hair and the fire in his eyes, he looked, for just a moment, like exactly what Veghar had called him. A dragon lord. Young, untrained, afraid. But a dragon lord nonetheless. I might have to close the barrier, he said. Permanently. It's the only sure way to stop Veghar from crossing over. And that means... Losing the connection to where I come from. The dreams. The language. Everything that makes me, he gestured at himself. Whatever I am. Daphne studied him with those pale blue eyes. When she spoke, her voice was steady and clear and held not an ounce of pity. Whatever blood runs in your veins, you're still the boy who stood in dragonfire and chose not to burn the world. That's who you are. Not a bloodline. Not a heritage. Not a language you speak in your dreams. She reached out and took his hand. Cool against warm. Ice against fire. You're Harry. The rest is just details. He looked at their joined hands. Felt the contrast of temperature, the way her coolness soothed his constant heat, the way his warmth eased her perpetual chill. Two opposites that somehow fit together better than two of the same ever could. You'll grieve, Daphne said quietly. If it comes to that. You'll grieve, and you'll rage. And then you'll rise. That's what dragons do. He pulled her close. Held her against his chest, her cool cheek against his fire-warm jaw. Below them, Aethon rumbled, a sound of approval, of recognition, of a dragon acknowledging that his bonded human had found someone worth keeping. They stood together on the astronomy tower while the wind blew and the stars burned and the fracture between worlds pulsed with ancient, patient fire. The days between Christmas and the second task passed in a blur of preparation and paranoia. Dumbledore tripled the castle's wards. Snape brewed protective potions. McGonagall organized student patrols, officially for safety, unofficially for early warning. The centaurs sent word through Hagrid, the burning shadow had withdrawn to the deepest part of the forest, where the oldest trees grew and the magical ley lines converged. It was gathering strength. Harry trained. Not just for the task, for war. Because that was what this was becoming, whether anyone wanted to name it or not. He spent mornings with Moody, who pushed him harder than ever, seemingly unconcerned by the Christmas night attack, which Harry found either admirable or suspicious. Afternoons were for the Black Lake, swimming, practicing with gillyweed, learning to navigate the dark water. Evenings were for fire. Alone in the room of requirement, Harry reached for his Valyrian heritage with deliberate intent. The language came in larger pieces now, not just words but phrases, structures, the grammar of command. He could summon fire without a wand, sustain it, shape it. He could feel the dragonfire's properties, hotter than any wizard fire, capable of melting stone, resistant to magical suppression. It was a different kind of magic, not the channeled, focused spellwork of wands and incantations but something more primal. Blood magic. Will magic. The magic of the body rather than the mind. He practiced until his vision swam and his legs buckled, then dragged himself to bed and slept like the dead. Draco Malfoy came to him on a Tuesday. Harry was crossing the entrance hall after lunch when the blonde boy stepped out of a side corridor and fell into step beside him. No entourage, no Crabbe, no Goyle, no Pansy. Just Draco, alone, his sharp face set in an expression that Harry had never seen on him before, uncertainty. Potter. Malfoy. They walked in silence for 10 steps. 20. The entrance hall was busy, students crossing, laughing, oblivious, and Draco kept his voice low. My father has been communicating with someone, Draco said. Someone who isn't the Ministry. Harry didn't stop walking. Didn't look at Draco. But every sense he possessed sharpened to a point. He thinks I don't know, Draco continued. He's careful. But I found letters, in a code I've seen before, a code the Death Eaters used during the First War. My mother taught me to recognize it, in case, he stopped. Swallowed. In case I ever needed to know what my father was really doing. Why are you telling me this? Draco was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, the practiced arrogance was gone, stripped away, leaving something raw and young and frightened underneath. Because what I saw on Christmas night, that burning thing in the sky, that was real. That wasn't politics or house rivalries or who has the most money. That was something that could end the world. He glanced at Harry. And because my father is communicating with someone about you. About your blood. About what you can do. And whoever that someone is, they want you for something that has nothing to do with house points. Harry stopped walking. Turned to face Draco. The other boy met his eyes, gray to green, and held. The letters, Harry said. Can you get them? Already have. Copies. Draco reached into his robes and produced a folded sheaf of parchment. I can't read the code. But your friend Granger probably can. Harry took the parchment. Looked at Draco. Saw the boy underneath the mask, not a villain, not a rival, but a teenager who'd been raised to serve a cause he was beginning to doubt and was taking the first, terrifying step toward independence. This is dangerous, Harry said. If your father finds out, then I'll deal with it. Draco's jaw was set. I'm not doing this for you, Potter. I'm doing it because whatever's coming, I'd rather be on the side that doesn't end with the world on fire. He turned and walked away. Harry watched him go, then looked down at the parchment in his hands. Hermione cracked the code in 40 minutes. They gathered in the room of requirement, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Daphne, who had been included without discussion. The room had configured itself as a war room, a large table, maps on the walls, comfortable chairs. Ethan's presence was a warm silver pressure through the nearest window. It's a substitution cipher, Hermione said, her quill flying across a translation sheet. Not sophisticated, but effective for people who aren't expecting to be intercepted. The letters are between Lucius Malfoy and, she stopped. Looked up. Someone called the servant. No name given. What do they say? Hermione read the translated excerpts aloud. The boy's blood is the key. The Dark Lord's resurrection requires blood of the enemy, but this blood is more than enemy blood, it is Dragonlord blood. If the ritual is modified to account for the Valyrian properties, the result would exceed standard resurrection. The Dark Lord would return not merely alive but enhanced. Possibly immortal. The room was very quiet. The tournament provides the opportunity. The third task is the extraction point. Ensure the boy reaches the cup. The cup will be the portkey. Harry sat back in his chair. The pieces clicked together, not slowly, not gradually, but all at once, a cascade of connections that transformed the landscape of everything he'd been through. Someone put my name in the goblet, he said. To get me into the tournament. The tournament is designed to deliver me to a specific point, the end of the third task. The cup is a trap. A portkey that takes me to Voldemort. For a resurrection ritual, Hermione said, pale. Using your blood. Not just my blood. My specific blood. Dragonlord blood, with Valyrian properties that would make Voldemort not just alive but, immortal, Daphne finished. Her voice was ice. That's what the letters say. Enhanced. Possibly immortal. She looked at Harry. They've known what you are. Maybe not the details, but they've known your blood is different. That's why you're in this tournament. The whole thing has been a delivery mechanism. And the servant, Ron said. Someone inside Hogwarts. Someone who put Harry's name in the goblet. Someone who's been, they all looked at each other. Moody, Harry said. Silence. He's been training me. Studying me. Cataloging my abilities. Every session, he pushes me to demonstrate something new, new forms of fire, new uses of the Dragonlord blood, things no teacher would need to know. Harry's voice was flat. He's not training me. He's appraising me. Finding out what Voldemort will be getting when the ritual uses my blood. We need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said. We need proof, Daphne countered. If we're wrong, if Moody is actually Moody, we've accused a war hero of being a Death Eater on the basis of coded letters from a student whose father is the actual suspect. Draco's taking a massive risk giving us these, Ron said. If Lucius finds out, I know, Harry said. Which is why we're not going to Dumbledore. Not yet. We're going to watch Moody ourselves. Find proof. And when we have it, we bring it to Dumbledore in a package he can't ignore. And the third task? Hermione asked. The cup, the portkey, the third task isn't until June. We have time. Harry looked around the table. But Voldemort isn't the only threat. Heir is real, and he's getting stronger. The barrier is still thinning. We might be fighting on two fronts before this is over. Brilliant, Ron muttered. Just brilliant. February 24th dawned gray and cold. The second task. Harry stood at the edge of the Black Lake in a swimming costume, shivering, holding a fistful of gillyweed that looked like a ball of gray-green rat tails. The stands were packed. The lake stretched before him, vast and dark and utterly alien. Fire was his element. Water was its opposite. He looked for Daphne in the stands and didn't find her. Looked for Ron, for Hermione. Neither was there. The realization hit him like ice water. We cannot sing above the ground. To recover what we took. They'd taken Daphne. His person. The thing he'd miss most, dragged to the bottom of the lake by mere people, waiting for him in the cold and dark. The cannon fired. Harry shoved the gillyweed into his mouth and dove. The transformation was violent. Gills split open on his neck. His fingers webbed. His feet flattened into fins. The cold lake water, which should have been agonizing, became merely uncomfortable, his fire-blooded warmth persisting even in aquatic form, keeping his core temperature stable while lesser wizards would have been hypothermic in minutes. He swam downward. The lake was a different world, cathedral dark, vast, filled with waving forests of kelp and the distant glimmer of Grindylows' eyes. Harry's wand was strapped to his arm. His fire was useless here, he tried underwater flame and produced nothing but bubbles. This was the challenge. Not strength. Not power. Skill, strategy, and the magic he'd learned at Hogwarts rather than the magic he'd been born with. The Merepeople village was at the lake's bottom, a collection of stone dwellings clustered around a central square. In the square, 4 figures floated in enchanted sleep, each tethered to a stone pillar by a chain of weed, Ron, Hermione, Cho Chang, and Daphne. Harry reached them first. Daphne's face was peaceful in the enchanted sleep, her dark hair floating around her like a halo, her skin even paler in the underwater gloom. He cut her free with a severing charm and pulled her toward the surface. Then he saw the others. Cho, Cedric's person. Hermione, Crumb's, apparently. Ron, who must be Fleur's hostage, given the remaining champion. They floated in their enchanted sleep, defenseless, alone. The Merepeople circled. They sang, a haunting, discordant melody that scraped at the edges of hearing. They wouldn't let him take more than one. Those were the rules. Harry looked at the hostages. Looked at the time, the bubblehead charm around his wrist showed 32 minutes elapsed. Looked at the dark water around him, where shadows moved in the kelp forest and something was stirring that hadn't been there when he arrived. Shadows. Dark shapes, moving against the current, emerging from the lake floor like smoke from cracks in stone. They weren't Merepeople. They weren't Grindylows. They were formless, fluid, and they burned with a dull internal fire that Harry recognized with a spike of cold fear. Heir's influence. Seeping into the lake through the ley lines that ran beneath Hogwarts, manifesting as shadow creatures in the deep water. They were coming for the hostages. Harry made a decision. He cast a Patronus, not the standard spell but something modified, something he developed with Moody's reluctant help. The silver stag erupted from his wand, luminous underwater, and charged the shadow creatures. They recoiled from its light, scattering into the kelp, and Harry used the opening. He cut Ron free. Cut Hermione free. Cut Cho free. For hostages, all of them, rules be damned. The merpeople surged forward, tridents raised. Harry turned on them and spoke, not English, not Mermish, but High Valyrian, the tongue of command, the language that resonated with every magical creature that carried fire in its lineage. Celigan. Stand down. The merpeople stopped. Not because they understood the word, because they felt it. The authority behind it, the Dragonlord's command, the weight of a bloodline that had once ruled creatures far more dangerous than lake-dwelling fish people. They parted. Harry swam upward, dragging 4 unconscious people, fighting the current and the cold and the fading gillyweed. The shadow creatures reformed behind him, pressing close, and one of them caught his ankle with a tendril of dark fire that burned even underwater. Cold fire, wrong fire, Vagar's fire. Harry kicked free. The burn on his ankle smoked even beneath the surface. He pulled the hostages upward, lungs screaming, gills closing as the gillyweed wore off, and broke the surface 5 seconds before he would have drowned. The crowd erupted. For hostages, no champion had ever rescued all 4. The judges went into conference. Harry dragged the unconscious forms onto the dock, gasping, water streaming from his body, the burn on his ankle throbbing with a cold that no fire could warm. Daphne woke first. She sat up, coughing lake water, and her first conscious act was to look for Harry. She found him sitting on the dock, shivering, actually shivering, for the first time in his life, the cold of the lake and the wrong fire burn combining to overwhelm even his Dragonlord constitution. She crawled to him. Pressed her hand against his face. Her coolness, which usually contrasted with his warmth, now felt like the most natural thing in the world, a balm against the burning cold of Vagar's touch. You rescued everyone, she said. Couldn't leave them. The rules said one. The rules are wrong. She looked at him. Water dripping from her hair, lakeweed tangled in her robes, blue eyes fierce and bright and certain. The rules are wrong, she repeated. Only you would say that in the middle of a magical tournament and mean it. Fleur reached them. Her silvery hair was plastered to her head, she'd been attacked by Grindylows, hadn't reached the hostages, had been pulled from the lake by the judges. She was trembling, her composure shattered, and when she saw Ron, her hostage, her little sister's friend, safe on the dock, she turned to Harry. You saved her. You saved them all. The shadow things in the water, I felt them, they were, she stopped. Took a breath. Thank you. She kissed his cheek. It was not romantic, it was gratitude, pure and fierce, from a woman who understood what he'd risked and why. Crumb emerged next, soaked and stone-faced. He'd reached Hermione but had been driven back by the shadows, had to fight his way through them with brute force curses that left the lake water boiling. He looked at Harry with those dark, assessing eyes and gave a single, sharp nod. Warrior recognizing warrior. Cedric surfaced last, with Cho. He was cut, the shadows had gotten close, but intact. He stared at Harry from the water's edge with an expression of bewildered respect. You really don't play by anyone's rules, do you? Cedric said. Never learned them, Harry replied. The judges awarded him full marks for moral fiber and docked him for exceeding the hostage limit. Net result, first place overall, ahead of Crumb by 2 points. The crowd didn't care about the scoring, they were still chanting his name, a rolling wave of sound that echoed across the lake and into the hills beyond. In the stands, Dumbledore watched with an expression that blended pride and fear in equal measure. Beside him, a large black dog sat very still, watching Harry with haunted, loving eyes. And in his seat at the judges' table, Barty Crouch Sr. stared at the burn on Harry's ankle, at the way the skin smoked with cold fire, at the way Harry's healing magic was struggling to close a wound inflicted by something from outside reality, and felt, for the first time, a frisson of doubt about the plan he'd been part of. In his classroom, Moody watched through his magical eye. He'd seen the shadow creatures. Seen Harry fight them off. Seen the Dragonlord blood rise to a challenge that had nothing to do with the tournament. The plan was in motion. The third task would deliver Potter to the graveyard. The ritual would use his blood. And the Dark Lord would rise, enhanced by Valyrian fire to something beyond mortal. But a new thought had begun to form in the mind of the man who was not Moody. A dangerous thought. A thought about the shadow creatures in the lake, and the burning figure at Christmas, and the very real possibility that there were forces at play that the Dark Lord had not anticipated. For the first time, Barty Crouch Jr. wondered if the Dark Lord's plan was the most dangerous game in play, or merely the most obvious one. Harry spent the evening in the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey treated his ankle with increasingly aggressive healing spells, each of which failed to fully close the wound. "It's not responding to standard treatment," she said, frustrated. "The tissue damage is, it's like frostbite and a burn simultaneously. I've never seen anything like it." Harry looked at the wound. A ring of blackened skin around his ankle, smoking faintly, cold to the touch. Vhagar's mark. A reminder that the ancient Dragonlord could reach him even through water, even in a world that wasn't his, even through a barrier that was supposed to keep him out. Daphne sat beside his bed, wrapped in a blanket, her hair still damp. She hadn't left since the lake. Hermione was in the next bed, sleeping off the enchanted submersion. Ron was snoring 2 beds down. The hospital wing was quiet, the torches burning low. "The shadow things in the lake," Daphne said. That was him. Vhagar. His influence. Bleeding through the barrier. Harry touched his ankle. "He's getting stronger. The barrier's getting weaker. And every time I use my power, you make it worse. I make the crack wider. My power comes through the same fracture he's trying to exploit. Every time I summon fire, speak Valyrian, push the bond with Ethan further, I'm doing his work for him." The silence was heavy. "Then we need to find another way," Daphne said. "A way to close the barrier that doesn't require you to give up everything. Or a way to fight Vhagar that doesn't involve feeding the fracture. Dumbledore's looking. Dumbledore's been looking for 14 years and hasn't found it." She was right. Harry knew she was right. The certainty of it sat in his chest like a stone. "I won't give up who I am," he said. "Not without a fight. But if it comes down to closing the barrier or letting Vhagar through," he met her eyes. "I'll close it. Whatever it costs." Daphne held his gaze. Her expression was steady, unflinching, the face of a girl who had long ago learned that the world takes things from you and the only choice is how you carry the loss. "Then we make sure it doesn't come to that," she said. "We have until June. The third task. That's when they want to take you, whoever they are. Moody, Voldemort, the whole conspiracy." She paused. "And that's when Vhagar will make his move too. The magical energy of the third task, combined with the tournament's power flowing through Hogwarts, it'll thin the barrier to breaking point. 2 enemies. 1 deadline. Welcome to my strategic assessment. Is this the part where you pull out the contingency plan for your contingency plan? This is the part where I tell you to sleep, because you're injured and exhausted and you have that look in your eyes that means you're about to do something heroically stupid." Harry almost smiled. "What look?" "The one that says, I am a Dragon Lord and I will fix everything myself. That look." She leaned forward and kissed his forehead, her cool lips against his warm skin. "Sleep. We'll plan tomorrow. Together." He slept. And for the first time in weeks, he didn't dream of fire or shadow or the golden eyes of an ancient sorcerer. He dreamed of ice. Cool, blue, gentle. And the face of a girl who saw him for exactly what he was and stayed anyway. He made the decision 3 days later. Not the decision about the barrier, that could wait, had to wait, might never need to be made if they found another way. A different decision. A smaller one, in the grand scheme of things, but to Harry it felt enormous. He climbed onto Ethan's back. It happened at dawn, on the empty grounds, with frost on the grass and mist rising from the lake. No audience. No spectators. Just Harry and his dragon and the cold, clear morning air. Ethan was massive. There was no other word for it, the dragon had grown past all recorded sizes, his silver bulk enormous enough that Harry felt like a child climbing a mountain. The scales were warm beneath his hands, the ridge of the dragon's spine a natural saddle that Harry settled into with a rightness that went beyond comfort into something cellular. He gripped with his knees. Leaned forward. Pressed his palms flat against Ethan's neck. Through the bond, a question. Not words, Ethan didn't think in words. An emotion, a readiness, a coiled anticipation that vibrated through both of them. "Soves," Harry whispered. "Fly." Ethan launched. The force was staggering. The dragon's haunches compressed and released like a catapult, and they were airborne in a single thrust, the ground dropping away with a speed that turned Harry's stomach inside out. Wind tore at his robes, his hair, his eyes. The cold should have been unbearable, at altitude, in February, in Scotland, but the heat from Ethan's body rose around him like a cocoon, and the fire in his own blood blazed in response, and Harry Potter flew on dragonback and felt, for the first time in his life, completely whole. They soared over Hogwarts. The castle was a toy beneath them, its towers and turrets doll-sized, the lake a dark mirror, the forest a carpet of green and black. The sun was rising behind the mountains, painting everything in gold and pink and the deep, saturated blue of a winter dawn. Ethan roared. The sound rolled across the landscape like thunder, joy and power and the fierce, uncomplicated pleasure of a dragon in flight with his rider on his back. Harry felt it through the bond and through his body and through the fire in his blood, and he roared too, not with his voice but with his fire, silver-white dragon flame erupting from his raised fist and trailing behind them like a banner. Dragon Lord. Dragon Rider. The blood of old Valyria, alive and burning in a world that had never seen anything like him. Below, the castle stirred. Students stumbled to windows, drawn by the roar and the light. Professors emerged onto battlements. From the hospital wing, Daphne Greengrass pressed her face to the glass and watched the silver dragon wheel against the dawn sky with a boy on its back, trailing fire, and she pressed her hand to the window and whispered something that might have been his name. From the Gryffindor dormitory, Ron Weasley stared out the window and said, "Bloody hell," with a reverence usually reserved for religious experiences. From his office, Dumbledore watched with eyes that were very bright and very old and full of a hope he hadn't allowed himself to feel in 14 years. From the forest's edge, Hagrid wept openly and without shame. And from the shadows of the Forbidden Forest, where the ley lines converged and the barrier between worlds was thinnest, golden eyes watched the dragon rider climb into the sky, and for the first time in 3,000 years, Vaghar the Undying felt something he hadn't experienced since before the doom of Valyria. Fear. Not of the boy. Not of the dragon. But of what they were together, what they could become, what they represented. A dragon lord who chose bonds over chains. A dragon who served not from compulsion but from love. A partnership that was everything Vaghar's philosophy rejected and everything his philosophy could not defeat. The burning eyes narrowed. The golden fire surged. The third task was coming. And when it arrived, the barrier would break, and the question that had been building since a desperate queen sent her infant son through fire and shadow would finally be answered. What happens when the last dragon lord must choose between the world that made him and the world that raised him? Harry soared above Hogwarts on the back of his dragon, fire in his veins and wind in his hair, and the morning sun caught the silver streaks in his black hair and turned them to molten light. Below him, the world waited. Above him, the sky was limitless. And in the space between worlds, the final countdown had begun. Chapter 5, Fire Cannot Kill a Dragon. The months between February and June passed like a held breath. Harry trained with a focus that frightened even Hermione. Every morning before dawn, he ran the castle grounds with Ethan overhead, the dragon now so large that his shadow covered the Quidditch pitch end to end when he flew low. Every afternoon, he dueled. Not just with Moody, with Flitwick, who turned out to be a former dueling champion and fought with a speed that made his tiny stature irrelevant. With Snape, who had appeared at Harry's door one evening without explanation and proceeded to spend 2 hours teaching him occlumency, the art of shielding the mind, with the particular brutality of a man who believed comfort was the enemy of competence. "Your mind is a furnace," Snape said, withdrawing from Harry's consciousness after another failed attempt to breach his mental defenses. "I cannot enter. The heat alone," he paused, his dark eyes unreadable. "Whatever you are, Potter, your mind is not like other wizards." "Is that good?" "It means that standard mental intrusion will not work against you. Whether that is good depends entirely on who is trying to get in." Harry met his eyes. "Voldemort?" Snape's expression didn't change, but something behind it shifted, a tightening, a controlled flinch, the reaction of a man for whom that name carried weight that went beyond fear. "The Dark Lord is a legilimens of extraordinary power. He can breach minds that most wizards would consider impenetrable." Snape paused. "But he has never encountered a mind forged in dragonfire. I suspect he would find the experience educational." It was the closest thing to a compliment Snape had ever given him. Harry filed it away. Evenings were for strategy. The War Council, as Ron had started calling their planning sessions with an enthusiasm that suggested he'd been waiting his whole life to use the phrase, met in the room of requirement 3 times a week. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Daphne. Sometimes Sirius, who attended in dog form and contributed by growling at suggestions he didn't like. Draco had provided 2 more batches of coded letters. Each one confirmed and expanded the picture. Voldemort's servant inside Hogwarts, Moody, they were now virtually certain, was preparing the 3rd task as a trap. The Triwizard Cup would be enchanted as a portkey. It would transport whoever touched it to a graveyard where the resurrection ritual would take place. "Little Hangleton," Hermione said, tracing the location on a map she'd reconstructed from references in the letters. "The Riddle family graveyard. Voldemort's father is buried there, the ritual requires bone of the father." "Bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy," Harry recited. The letters had been specific. "Except in my case, they're modifying the blood component. Not just blood of the enemy, Valyrian blood. Dragonlord blood. They think it'll make the resurrection permanent. Immortal. Will it?" Ron asked. Everyone looked at Hermione. "I don't know," she said, and the admission clearly cost her. "There's nothing in any text I've found about what happens when Valyrian blood is used in a dark ritual designed for normal wizard blood. It could enhance the ritual. It could destabilize it. It could," she chewed her lip. "It could do something nobody's anticipated." "Comforting," Ron said. "The real question," Daphne cut in, "is whether we let Harry go." The room went quiet. "We know it's a trap," Daphne continued, her voice clinical, her eyes sharp. "We know the cup is a portkey. We know where it leads. We could tell Dumbledore right now, expose Moody, cancel the 3rd task, and end the conspiracy before it begins." "And Voldemort tries again," Harry said. "Different method, different timing. We lose the advantage of knowing his plan. You want to walk into the trap. I want to spring the trap on my terms. We know where, we know when, we know how. That's more intelligence than we'll ever have again." Daphne stared at him. Behind the Ice Queen mask, something was happening, a battle between the strategist who knew he was right and the girl who couldn't bear the thought of him in danger. "If you go to that graveyard," she said, "you might not come back. If I don't go, he comes back anyway. On his schedule, with his preparation, when we're not ready." Harry leaned forward. "This way, I choose the ground. I choose the timing. And I don't go alone." "You can't take anyone through the port key," Hermione said. "It'll be keyed to the tournament champion. I don't need to take anyone through the port key. I need Ethan." The room processed this. "The bond," Ron said slowly. "You can call him. Through the bond. Doesn't matter how far, Ethan will come," Harry said. "He always comes. And when he does," he paused. Looked at each of them in turn. "Voldemort wants to use Dragon Lord blood to become immortal. Let's see how he handles an actual Dragon Lord." The silence stretched. Then Daphne closed her notebook with a snap that sounded like a decision being made. "Then we plan it properly," she said. "Every contingency. Every variable. If you're going to walk into a trap, you're going to be the most prepared person who's ever sprung one." They planned for 3 months. The third task was a maze. Harry had known this since April, when Ludo Bagman, the head of magical games and sports, a man whose cheerfulness was so aggressive it felt like an assault, had led the champions to the Quidditch pitch and shown them the hedgerows being grown. "The Triwizard Cup will be placed at the center of the maze," Bagman had explained, bouncing on his heels. "First champion to touch it wins." Simple. Nothing about it was simple. The maze would be filled with obstacles, magical creatures, enchanted barriers, modified terrain. And at its center, the cup that was supposed to be a trophy was actually a weapon designed to deliver Harry to his enemy. Moody continued to train Harry with the same relentless intensity, apparently unaware that his student had identified him as the enemy. Harry played the role perfectly, the eager student, the naive champion, the boy who trusted his teacher. He let Moody push him, let the false professor catalog his abilities, let the intelligence flow back to Voldemort. But he held things back. The High Valyrian was stronger now, not fragments but a functional vocabulary, enough to issue commands, enough to channel his fire with precision rather than brute force. He'd been practicing in the room of requirement with Hermione as a spotter, and the results were extraordinary. Dragonfire summoned through Valyrian incantation was hotter, more focused, and more controllable than anything he'd produced with raw instinct. He didn't show Moody any of it. He also didn't show Moody the flight training. Every dawn, before the castle woke, Harry rode Ethan. The dragon was enormous now, truly enormous, the size of a large house, his wingspan capable of casting Hogwarts itself in shadow when he flew overhead. They practiced maneuvers that no textbook described because no textbook had ever contemplated a dragon rider, high-speed dives, banking turns that pulled forces that would have killed an unenhanced rider, combat approaches that combined dragonfire with Harry's wand work in devastating tandem. Ethan was ready. Harry was ready. The question was whether what they faced would be ready for them. 3 days before the third task, the runes reappeared. Not the gradual spreading of before, a sudden, violent eruption. Every corridor in the castle bloomed with burning symbols overnight. The three-headed dragon of House Targaryen, scored into stone in lines of violet fire, appeared on every floor, in every wing, in a pattern that Hermione immediately recognized as a map of the castle's ley line intersections. The barrier was failing. Harry felt it in his blood, a constant vibration, like standing next to a bridge that was about to collapse. The fracture between worlds had been widening for months, fed by his growing power, by Ethan's growth, by the massive magical energy of the Triwizard Tournament flowing through Hogwarts. And now, 3 days before the third task would flood the castle with its final surge of power, the fracture was approaching critical. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office. The headmaster looked old, truly old, in a way that no amount of purple robes and twinkling eyes could disguise. The silver instruments on his desk were spinning wildly, some in directions they'd never turned before. The barrier will break during the third task, Dumbledore said. The tournament's magical discharge will provide the final push. Heir will cross. Harry had expected this. Had planned for it. But hearing it stated as fact, by the most powerful wizard alive, in a voice that held the quiet certainty of someone who had exhausted all other possibilities, was different from suspecting it. When? During the task itself, I believe. The maze will be saturated with magical energy. The ley lines beneath the pitch will be at maximum capacity. The convergence of the tournament's power and Heir's relentless pressure on the barrier, it will break. He will come through. And the cup. The portkey to Voldemort. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. You know about that. Draco Malfoy provided coded letters between his father and someone inside the school. We've identified the agent as the person posing as Alastor Moody. The headmaster was quiet for a long moment. Then, how long have you known? Since February. And you didn't tell me because? Because I needed the plan to stay intact. If we exposed Moody early, Voldemort would change his approach. This way, we know exactly where the trap is and exactly when it springs. Dumbledore studied him. The twinkling was gone from his eyes, replaced by something harder, sharper. The gaze of a general assessing a subordinate who had made a strategic decision without authorization and had made it correctly. You intend to go through the portkey, Dumbledore said. Not a question. I intend to end this. Voldemort, the resurrection, the threat. On ground I've prepared for, at a time I've chosen. And Heir. Heir will come through the barrier during the task. He'll be drawn to the magical convergence, to me, to Ethan, to the Dragon Lord blood he's been hunting for 3,000 years. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. I'm going to face them both. The same night. I need you to protect the school while I'm gone. The silence in the office was absolute. Even the silver instruments had stopped spinning, as though the room itself was holding its breath. You are 14 years old, Dumbledore said quietly. I know. You are asking me to let you walk into a trap set by the most dangerous dark wizard of the century, while simultaneously confronting an immortal sorcerer from another dimension. I know what I'm asking. And if you don't come back? Harry thought of Daphne's face in the moonlight. Of Ron's loyal, stubborn grin. Of Hermione's fierce, brilliant eyes. Of Ethan's vast silver presence, the bond that pulsed between them like a shared heartbeat. Then you make sure they're safe, Harry said. All of them. Dumbledore was silent for a very long time. When he spoke, his voice was rough with an emotion Harry had never heard from him before. Your mothers would be proud of you, Dumbledore said. Both of them. The night before the third task, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in the Gryffindor dormitory, listening to Ron snoring, staring at the canopy of his four-poster bed, and running through the plan for the 100th time. The cup. The portkey. The graveyard. Voldemort. Then back, if he could get back, to face Heir, who would be crossing the barrier into a world unprepared for what he represented. 2 battles. 1 night. The kind of odds that should have terrified him. He wasn't terrified. He was angry. A slow, deep anger that had been building since the day he walked out of Privet Drive, anger at the people who had hidden the truth from him, at the forces that had arranged his life like pieces on a board, at the sheer unfairness of being 14 years old and carrying the weight of 2 worlds on shoulders that hadn't finished growing. But anger was fuel. And Harry had learned, over 7 months at Hogwarts, to burn fuel efficiently. He got up. Dressed. Walked through the silent castle to the entrance hall, where the great doors stood open to the June night. Ethan was waiting. The dragon filled the courtyard. His silver bulk gleamed in the moonlight, his scales throwing back the starlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. His head, larger than a carriage, his teeth longer than swords, swung toward Harry with the gentle precision of a creature that could destroy armies but chose, always, to be careful with the small human who was the center of his universe. Harry pressed his forehead against Ethan's snout. The scales were warm, blood-warm, fire-warm, the temperature of home. Through the bond, he sent everything. Not words. Emotions. Images. The plan, the danger, the possibility that tomorrow might be the last time they flew together. Ethan responded with a single, overwhelming pulse of feeling, together. Not a question. Not a reassurance. A statement of fact, absolute and non-negotiable. Together, Harry whispered. They flew. One last flight before the storm, over the castle, over the lake, over the forest where Vhagar's golden fire pulsed at the ley line convergence like the heartbeat of something vast and patient. They climbed until Hogwarts was a toy and the air was thin and cold and the stars were close enough to touch. Ethan roared, and the sound echoed off the mountains, and the night itself seemed to tremble. Harry sat on his dragon's back, 1,000 feet above the world, and made his peace with what was coming. When he landed, Daphne was waiting. She stood at the edge of the courtyard in a cloak thrown over her nightdress, her dark hair loose around her shoulders, her face composed but her eyes burning with an intensity that shattered the last of her masks. "You're going to do something impossibly dangerous tomorrow," she said. "Yes. You can't tell me what. I shouldn't. But you're going to." He told her. All of it. The cup, the portkey, the graveyard, Voldemort, Vhagar. The two-front battle that would decide whether the world survived the night. Her face went white as he spoke, but she didn't interrupt, didn't argue, didn't cry. She listened with the fierce concentration of a general receiving a battle plan, and when he finished, she was quiet for exactly 3 seconds. "What do you need from me?" she asked. He almost broke. Almost shattered right there, because the question, not "don't go," not "it's too dangerous," not "let someone else do it," but "what do you need from me," was the most Daphne thing she'd ever said. The perfect fusion of love and pragmatism, of terror and trust. "Keep Hermione and Ron safe," he said. "If Vhagar crosses during the task, the castle will be in danger. Dumbledore will handle the defense, but people might panic. Keep our people together." "Done." "What else?" "If I don't come back, you're coming back. If I don't, Harry James Potter." She stepped forward and grabbed the front of his robes. Her hands were cold. Her eyes were fire. "You are the blood of the dragon. You ride a creature that can level cities. You hold fire in your bare hands and speak a language that commands the elements. You are coming back. Say it." He looked at her. At the ferocity in her eyes, the absolute refusal to accept any outcome that didn't include his return. "I'm coming back," he said. "Good." She kissed him. Hard, fierce, with a desperation that made it clear she knew exactly how much danger he was in and was choosing, with full awareness, to believe in him anyway. When she pulled back, her cheeks were wet, but her jaw was set. "Now go to sleep," she said. "You look terrible." "Thanks." "You're welcome." She walked back toward the castle. At the door, she turned. The moonlight caught her face, pale, sharp, beautiful in the way that ice formations are beautiful, deadly and clear. "Fire and blood, Harry," she said. He smiled. Fire and blood. The morning of June 24th dawned clear and warm. The kind of English summer day that felt like the world was holding its breath before a storm. The maze had grown to full height overnight, 20-foot hedgerows, dense and dark, enclosing the Quidditch pitch in a labyrinth that seemed to pulse with its own malevolent awareness. The stands were packed. Ministry officials, press, parents, students, every seat filled, the crowd buzzing with the particular energy of people who had come to watch something extraordinary. They had no idea how extraordinary it was about to become. Harry stood with the other champions at the maze entrance. Cedric, Krum, Fleur. They looked at each other with the camaraderie of people who had survived something together and were about to survive something else, or not. "Good luck," Cedric said, offering his hand. Harry took it. "You too. And Cedric, if you see the cup, don't touch it." Cedric frowned. "What?" "Trust me. Don't touch the cup." Before Cedric could respond, the cannon fired. Harry entered the maze. The hedgerows closed around him like the jaws of something living. The air inside was thick, humid, charged with magic that prickled against his skin. His wand was in his hand. His blood was singing. He moved fast. Not running, moving with the focused efficiency of someone who knew exactly where he needed to be and was done with obstacles. The maze threw creatures at him, a blast-ended scrut that he dropped with a stunning spell, a boggart that took the form of Rhaenyra dying on the floor of the Red Keep and that he banished with a Patronus so bright it scorched the hedge walls, an acromantula the size of a car that he drove back with dragonfire summoned without a wand, silver-white flame erupting from his palm and sending the giant spider scuttling into the darkness. He moved through the maze like he belonged there. Like the maze was afraid of him. 20 minutes in, he heard Fleur scream. The sound was cut short, stunned, probably, by one of the obstacles. He kept moving. 30 minutes, and he felt the maze's magic intensify, the hedgerows pressing closer, the air growing hotter. He was approaching the center. He found Cedric first. The Hufflepuff champion was fighting a modified hedge that had come alive and was trying to drag him into its roots. Harry blasted the hedge apart with a cutting curse and hauled Cedric free. "Thanks, what did you mean about the cup?" "The cup is a trap. It's a portkey. It'll take whoever touches it somewhere very dangerous." Cedric stared at him. "How do you? I don't have time to explain. Get out of the maze. Now. Send red sparks." "But the tournament doesn't matter. What's about to happen matters. Go." Cedric looked at him, at the fire in his eyes, the certainty in his voice, the absolute authority of someone who was done playing games. He sent up red sparks and was extracted by the judges. Harry moved on alone. Krum appeared from a side passage, wand raised, eyes blank. Under the Imperious curse, Harry recognized the signs instantly, the glazed expression, the mechanical movements. Someone had gotten to him. Moody, probably, steering another champion toward the cup. "Stupefy," Harry said, and Krum went down like a felled tree. Harry sent up more red sparks. 2 champions down. 1 remaining, himself. The maze opened ahead of him, hedgerows pulling apart to reveal the center, a circular clearing, lit by the supernatural blue glow of the Triwizard Cup on its pedestal. Harry stopped at the clearing's edge. Looked at the cup. It was beautiful, crystal and gold, catching the magical light and throwing it back in rainbow fractures. A prize worth winning. A trophy to be proud of. A weapon designed to kill him. He felt the portkey's magic, subtle, woven into the cup's enchantment with the skill of someone who knew how to hide a trap inside a treasure. One touch and he'd be transported. One touch and the plan would begin. His plan. Harry took a breath. Felt the fire in his blood, steady, controlled, ready. Felt Ethon through the bond, vast, alert, waiting, wings folded but coiled to launch at a single thought from his rider. He stepped forward and grasped the cup. The world dissolved. The hook behind his navel yanked him forward and sideways and through some dimension that wasn't quite space and wasn't quite time, and he landed hard on his back on cold, damp earth. The cup clattered beside him, its glow dimming in the darkness. A graveyard. Old, overgrown, stone markers leaning at angles that suggested decades of neglect. A yew tree dominated the center, its branches spreading like dark hands against a sky that held no stars. Beyond the graveyard, a large house stood on a hill, dark, decrepit, the kind of house where bad things happened and were never spoken of. Harry was on his feet in an instant. Wand drawn. Fire banked and ready. A figure emerged from behind the yew tree. Small, hunched, wrapped in dark robes, carrying something in its arms, a bundle the size of a baby, pale and twisted and emitting a sound that was less breathing and more gasping. Peter Pettigrew. Harry recognized him from the photograph in his trunk, the wedding photo, where a small, rat-faced man stood in the background, smiling a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The traitor who had betrayed his parents to Voldemort. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, Pettigrew whimpered, pointing his wand at a grave. A crack appeared in the earth and a fragment of bone rose, floating toward a massive cauldron that stood beneath the yew tree, already full of a potion that bubbled and hissed. Pettigrew deposited the bundle, Voldemort's infant-like form, into the cauldron and turned to Harry. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, Pettigrew raised a silver knife. His hand trembled. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, he moved toward Harry. Harry didn't let him finish. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm hit Pettigrew like a truck. The traitor flew backward, the knife spinning from his grip, his body slamming into the yew tree with a crack that might have been his ribs. He crumpled and didn't get up. Harry turned to the cauldron. The thing inside was thrashing, Voldemort's protoform, desperate, incomplete, the ritual interrupted before the final component could be added. This was the moment. This was what he'd come for. Harry raised his wand. One killing curse, if he could cast it, if he had it in him, and Voldemort would end here, unresurrected, destroyed in his weakest form. He reached for the curse. Felt the magic respond, his wand humming, the fire in his blood rising, the power of a Dragonlord channeling toward the darkest spell in existence. And stopped. He couldn't. Not because he lacked the power, he had power to spare. Not because the curse was dark, he'd moved past such categories. He stopped because the killing curse required hatred, and Harry Potter did not hate the pathetic thing in the cauldron. He pitied it. Voldemort, the greatest dark wizard of the century, was a pale, malformed infant, writhing in a potion it couldn't control, utterly dependent on servants who had failed it. It was pathetic. And Harry, the boy who'd grown up in a cupboard, who'd been starved and beaten and told he was nothing, recognized something in that patheticness that hurt too much to hate. He lowered his wand. A voice in his head, Daphne's voice, clear as crystal, "That's either very brave or very stupid." "Both," Harry whispered. He pointed his wand at the cauldron. Not a killing curse. Something else, something that rose from his blood and his training and the intersection of wizard magic and Dragonlord heritage. Dracaries. Silver-white dragonfire erupted from his wand. Not a jet, a torrent, a sustained blast of heat so intense that the cauldron melted in seconds, the potion evaporating in a column of foul steam, the ground beneath scorching to glass. The fire consumed the ritual, the bone, the potion, the carefully prepared magical framework that would have brought Voldemort back to full power. The thing in the cauldron screamed. Not with a mouth, with magic, a psychic shriek that Harry felt in the core of his being, a blast of rage and agony and sheer malevolent will that would have shattered a lesser mind. Harry's Dragonlord mind held. The furnace of his consciousness blazed, and Voldemort's psychic scream broke against it like a wave against a cliff. The fire died. The cauldron was slag. The ritual was ash. And Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle, the half-blood prince of darkness, was not dead. The protoform had survived, barely, protected by Horcruxes that anchored its soul to reality. But it was diminished. Destroyed. Reduced to something less than a ghost, a wisp of dark consciousness that fled the graveyard screaming, leaving behind nothing but the smell of burned magic and the echo of thwarted ambition. Harry stood in the smoking ruins of the ritual and breathed. Pettigrew was unconscious. The graveyard was empty. The cup lay on the grass, still glowing faintly. Harry should have felt triumph. He'd prevented the resurrection. Destroyed the ritual. Faced Voldemort's spirit and driven it away with dragonfire. Instead, he felt the world shake. Not physically. Dimensionally. A vibration that started in his blood and radiated outward, passing through the earth, through the air, through the fabric of reality itself. The fracture between worlds, already critical, already at the breaking point, was breaking. He was too late. The magical energy of the third task, combined with the ritual's discharge, combined with the dragonfire he'd just unleashed, it was too much. The barrier couldn't hold. Somewhere above England, somewhere in the space between this reality and the one Harry had been born in, the dimensional wall cracked from top to bottom and split open. Harry felt it like a wound in his own body. A tearing, a ripping, a violation of something fundamental. Through the bond, Ethan screamed, miles away, at Hogwarts, the dragon felt the barrier break and launched himself into the sky with a roar that shattered every window on the castle's west face. Harry grabbed the cup. The portkey activated, the world spun, and he was back. Hogwarts was in chaos. The maze was burning, not with ordinary fire but with golden flame, Veghar's fire, pouring through cracks in reality that had opened directly above the Quidditch pitch. The stands were being evacuated, students streaming toward the castle in a panicked flood. Professors flanked the crowd, casting shields, trying to maintain order while the sky above them split like torn cloth and something enormous pressed through. Veghar. He came through the breach like a god stepping through a doorway. A figure of golden flame, 50 feet tall, armored in dark metal that flowed like liquid, his eyes twin suns burning in a face that was beautiful and terrible and 3,000 years old. The ancient Dragon Lord, the fire that had survived the doom of Valyria, the consciousness that had drifted in the void between worlds since before Hogwarts was built, stepped into reality and the air itself ignited. The heat was staggering. The Quidditch pitch grass scorched to ash in a circle 100 yards wide. The maze hedgerows went up like matchsticks. Students screamed. Professors cast shields that held for seconds before cracking under the pressure of Veghar's mere presence. Dumbledore stood at the castle entrance, his wand raised, a shield charm of impossible power spreading over the crowd like a dome of crystalline light. It held, barely, against the wave of heat that rolled from Veghar's arrival. Get the students inside. Dumbledore's voice carried through the chaos with the authority of a man who had been the most powerful wizard in the world for half a century and was not about to stop now. McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, every professor mobilized. Students were herded through the castle doors. The Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations formed defensive lines with their own professors. Fleur Delacour stood at the edge of the crowd, wand drawn, her silvery hair whipping in the supernatural wind, her Vela blood responding to the fire in the air with a glow that made her look like a candle fighting a bonfire. Veghar surveyed the scene. His golden eyes swept the castle, the grounds, the lake, the forest, taking the measure of a world he intended to remake. Dragonlord. His voice was the sound of continents breaking. It rolled across the grounds, through the castle walls, into the bones of every person present. I have come. As I promised. As I warned. The barrier is broken. This world of wands and half-magic and wizards who have forgotten what true power means, this world is mine. He raised his hands. Golden fire gathered above him, a sphere of concentrated power, growing, pulsing, drawing energy from the ley lines beneath Hogwarts with a hunger that Harry could feel through the fracture in his own blood. Kneel, little wizards. Kneel, and I will be merciful. Resist, and Ethan hit him like a missile. The dragon came out of the sky at terminal velocity, 100 tons of silver-scaled fury, wings folded, jaws open, diving with the focused precision of a predator that had been waiting for this fight since the moment it hatched. Ethan slammed into Veghar's towering form with a concussive impact that flattened every standing structure within 50 yards and sent a shockwave rolling across the lake that raised waves 10 feet high. Veghar staggered. For the first time in 3,000 years, the Undying had been physically struck, and by a dragon, the very creature that his philosophy said existed to serve, to obey, to be wielded as a weapon. Ethon didn't wield. Ethon fought. With tooth, claw, tail, and dragonfire that lit the night sky in silver-white brilliance, the dragon attacked the ancient sorcerer with a ferocity that came not from command but from the bond, from the visceral, cellular need to protect the human who was the other half of his soul. Harry was running. Across the scorched pitch, through the ruins of the maze, toward the battle. His robes were torn, his face was cut from the graveyard, his body was exhausted from destroying Voldemort's ritual. None of it mattered. He could feel Ethon through the bond, the dragon's fury, his pain as Veghar's golden fire lashed back, the desperate determination of a creature fighting something older and more powerful than it had any right to challenge. Harry! Ron's voice, from somewhere behind him. Hermione's scream. Sirius barking in his dog form, fighting against restraining hands to follow his godson into the inferno. Harry didn't stop. He reached the battle and threw everything he had into it. Dragonfire erupted from his outstretched hands, both hands, no wand, no incantation, just the pure channeled fury of a dragonlord defending his home. Silver-white flame met Veghar's golden fire in a collision that turned the air to plasma. Veghar wheeled toward him. The ancient dragonlord's burning face contracted, surprise, recognition, something that might have been joy. At last, Veghar breathed. At last you face me. Not in dreams. Not through the barrier. In truth. His golden eyes blazed. You are magnificent, boy. Your mother's blood sings in you. The old power, the true power, it lives. I don't want your power, Harry snarled. It is not mine to give. It is yours. It has always been yours. Veghar spread his arms. Golden fire spiraled around him, forming shapes, towers, dragons, a great city rising from volcanic stone. The ghost of Valyria, conjured from memory and will. This is what you come from. This is what you are. Not a wizard, a dragon lord. Not a student, a king. The blood of old Valyria runs in your veins, and it demands, my blood demands nothing. Harry's voice was quiet, but it carried. I am not a weapon. I am not a vessel. I am not the foundation of your dead empire. He raised his hands. The fire came, silver-white, burning, the dragonlord's flame. I am the son of Rhaenyra Targaryen, who gave everything to save me. I am the son of Lily Potter, who died to protect me. And I am telling you, for the last time, go back. There is nothing to go back to, Veghar said, and for the first time, his voice held something other than certainty. Something cracked and old and almost, sad. Valyria is ash. The dragons are dead. The dragon lords are dust. I am the last echo of a world that burned itself to nothing, and I have been alone in the void for 3,000 years. The golden fire dimmed slightly. The towers faded. The ghost of Valyria flickered and went dark. Do you know what that is, boy? 3,000 years of silence. Of darkness. Of being the only fire in an infinite void. I survived because I would not let the flame die. Because I could not accept that everything we built, everything we were, was gone. His eyes blazed. And then you came. Through the barrier, a spark of Valyrian fire in a world of cold magic. And I knew, that Valyria could live again. Through you. In you. If you would only, kneel. Harry said. Serve. Become your instrument. Embrace what you are. Veghar's control broke. The golden fire surged, not the measured, controlled power he'd been displaying but a raw, desperate blast of 3,000 years of loneliness and rage and a refusal to accept extinction. It hit Harry like a wall. He went down. Hit the scorched earth on his back, the fire washing over him, through him, around him. Not burning, he was immune to fire, all fire, even this ancient and terrible flame. But the force of it was immense, the weight of Vhagar's will pressing him into the ground like a boot on an insect. Through the bond, Ethon screamed. The dragon surged toward Vhagar, jaws open, and Vhagar backhanded the dragon with a casual gesture that sent 100 tons of silver-scaled fury tumbling across the grounds like a kicked toy. Ethon crashed through the remains of the maze and lay still, stunned, his vast sides heaving. Harry felt the dragon's pain through the bond, a searing, blinding agony that nearly knocked him unconscious. He clung to awareness with everything he had. The fire in his blood was roaring, responding to the threat, but it wasn't enough. Vhagar was older, vaster, powered by 3 millennia of accumulated rage and the full force of a dimensional crossing. "Submit," Vhagar said, standing over him, golden fire streaming from every surface. "Submit, and I will teach you. I will give you everything, every secret of old Valyria, every art of Dragonlord sorcery, every power that your mother never had time to teach you. You will be the greatest Dragonlord who ever lived. All I ask is that you carry the flame. That you refuse to let Valyria die." Harry lay on the scorched earth. Above him, the torn barrier pulsed with dimensional energy. Beside him, his dragon was stunned and bleeding magic from a dozen wounds. Around him, the school he'd come to love was burning. And in that moment, he saw it. Not with his eyes, with his blood. With the Valyrian sense that lived in his bones, the perception that operated on frequencies no wizard could access. He saw the barrier, saw the fracture, saw its shape, saw the way it was tethered to the ley lines beneath Hogwarts, to the magical energy of the tournament, to his own blood and Ethon's fire. He saw how to close it. The spell was Rhaenyra's. The mirror image of the spell she'd cast 14 years ago, the spell that had cracked the barrier to send her son through. To close it, he needed the same components in reverse: blood of the Dragonlord, fire of the dragon, and the Valyrian words of sealing. And the sacrifice. Rhaenyra had given her life to open the barrier. To close it permanently, Harry would have to give something of equivalent weight. Not his life, Lily Potter's protection ensured that. But the connection. The conduit. The thread that tied him to the world he'd been born in, to the blood of his mother's people, to the language and the fire and the heritage that made him what he was. Close the barrier, and Vhagar would be dragged back into the void. But so would every trace of Valyria that existed in this world. The connection to Harry's birth world would be severed, completely, irrevocably. The dreams of Rhaenyra would stop. The High Valyrian that lived in his tongue would fade. The part of him that was Targaryen would become a closed door, sealed forever. He would keep the fire immunity, that was in his DNA, bone deep, beyond magical connection. He would keep Ethon, the bond was forged in this world, between two beings who existed here. But the conduit to Valyria, to the heritage that Vhagar wanted so desperately to reclaim, would be gone. Harry looked at the ancient Dragonlord standing over him. Saw the 3,000 years of loneliness burning in those golden eyes. Saw the desperate, unquenchable need to preserve something that was already dead. "I understand," Harry said quietly. Vhagar's expression shifted. Hope, ancient, terrible hope, blazed in his eyes. "I understand why you can't let go. Why you've been holding on for 3,000 years. You loved Valyria. It was your home, your people, your reason for existing. And when it burned, you refused to accept it." Harry pushed himself to his feet. His body screamed. His blood burned. But he stood. "But Valyria is gone. It was gone before my mother was born. Before her mother's mother was born. Holding on doesn't preserve it, it poisons everything it touches. You don't understand, my mother didn't send me across worlds so I could become another tyrant." Harry's voice was steady now. Clear. The voice of someone who had found the center of himself and was speaking from it. She sent me to live. Not to rebuild what was lost, to build something new. Something that honors the fire without being consumed by it. The fire is consumption. That is its nature. That is our nature. No. Harry raised his hands. Felt the fire, his fire, Valyrian fire, Dragonlord fire, and shaped it. Not as a weapon. Not as a force. As a key. Fire is warmth. Fire is light. Fire is the thing that keeps you alive when the world is cold and dark. That's what my mother knew. That's why she used it to save me instead of burn her enemies. The High Valyrian came. Not in fragments, in a flood, a torrent of words that rose from the deepest part of his blood, from the place where Rhaenyra's sacrifice lived alongside his own heartbeat. The words of sealing. The mirror of the words that had cracked the barrier 14 years ago. Hen nuha anagar, days. Hen nuha persis, rolitzos. From my blood, freedom. From my fire, closure. The words hit the air and the air changed. The dimensional fracture, visible now, a ragged tear in reality that hung above the Quidditch pitch like a wound in the sky, shuddered. Began to contract. Vhagar felt it. His golden eyes went wide. No, no. You cannot, the barrier, you'll destroy everything. The connection, the heritage, I know. You'll be alone. Cut off. The last Dragon Lord in a world that will never understand what you are. I won't be alone. Harry looked toward the castle. In the light of 100 fires, some golden, some silver, some the warm amber of ordinary torches, he could see them. Ron, standing at the castle door with his wand drawn and his jaw set. Hermione beside him, brilliant and fierce. Sirius, human now, his wand blazing. Hagrid, enormous and tearful and brave. And Daphne. Standing at the front of the crowd, her dark hair whipping in the supernatural wind, her wand raised, her face white and her eyes burning with the cold, fierce light of a girl who had decided to believe in something and would not be dissuaded. I won't be alone, Harry repeated. He called Ethan. Not with a voice, with the bond. A single, desperate pulse of need and love and the absolute trust that the dragon would come. Ethan came. Battered, bleeding magic from his wounds, one wing torn, the dragon rose. Impossibly, magnificently, against all logic and all odds, the silver dragon gathered himself and launched toward Harry with a roar that shook the foundations of Hogwarts. They met in the space beneath the fracture. Harry leapt, impossible distance, fire-boosted, Dragonlord's leap, and landed on Ethan's back. The dragon banked upward, climbing toward the tear in reality, and Harry raised his hands toward the fracture and spoke the final words. Persis anagar. Persis anagros. Bantis zobri isa se asanatas. The fire is the blood. The blood is the fire. The night gathers and the seal is forged. Dragonfire erupted from Ethan's jaws, a sustained blast of silver-white flame, directed into the fracture, channeled by Harry's will and shaped by the ancient words of sealing. The fire met the dimensional tear and burned it shut. Not gently, violently, the edges of reality fusing like cauterized flesh, the fracture sealing in a cascade of silver and gold sparks that lit the sky brighter than daylight. Vhagar screamed. The ancient Dragon Lord was pulled backward, not by force but by the closure of the pathway that sustained him. His connection to this world existed through the fracture, without it, he was a flame without fuel, a consciousness without anchor. Blood of my blood. Vhagar's voice was ragged, desperate. The golden fire guttered. The towering figure diminished, 50 feet, 30, 20. You condemn me to the void. 3,000 more years of darkness, of nothing. Harry looked down at him from Ethan's back. At the ancient, lonely, terrible being that had crossed dimensions to escape its own extinction. I'm sorry, Harry said. And meant it. You could have been, I am what I am. And I choose this world. The fracture sealed. The last inch of dimensional tear fused shut with a sound like a thunderclap played in reverse, implosive, final, absolute. Vhagar's form contracted to a point of golden light, then vanished, pulled through the closing gap like a thread through a closing eye. The sky went dark. Not night dark, the natural, wholesome dark of a June evening in Scotland, stars emerging from behind clouds, the moon rising over the mountains. The golden fire was gone. The burning shadow was gone. And in Harry's blood, something went quiet. The constant vibration, the resonance with a world on the other side of reality, fell silent. The high Valyrian words that had been rising in his mind faded, not suddenly but gently, like a song whose volume was being slowly reduced. He could still feel traces, echoes of the language, shadows of the knowledge, but the living conduit, the open channel to his Valyrian heritage, had closed. He felt it go. Felt the last traces of Rhaenyra's world slip away like a hand releasing his. Felt the dreams, the silver-haired queen, the volcanic cities, the sky full of dragons, recede into the distance and grow faint and still. His mother's face. Rhaenyra's face. Looking at him with eyes full of love and sorrow and pride. Goodbye, my son. My brave, brave son. Then she was gone. Ethan landed in the ruins of the Quidditch pitch. Harry slid from the dragon's back and his legs buckled and he went to his knees in the ash and the cold and the silence. He was shaking. Not from cold, from grief. The grief of something lost that could never be recovered, a door closed that could never be reopened, a heritage surrendered to save a world that would never fully understand what it had cost. Ethan pressed his massive head against Harry's side. Through the bond, still there, still strong, a bridge between two souls that nothing could sever, the dragon sent warmth. Love. The simple, absolute assurance that whatever had been lost, this had not. Harry buried his face in the dragon's silver scales and wept. The aftermath was chaos, and then silence, and then slowly, carefully, something like order. The students were safe. Dumbledore's shields had held through Vhagar's manifestation, and no one inside the castle had been seriously hurt. The physical damage was significant, the Quidditch pitch was a crater, the maze was ash, several castle windows were shattered, but Hogwarts had endured worse and would endure again. Pettigrew was found in the wreckage, transported from the graveyard when Harry returned via the Portkey Cup. Stunned, bound, and delivered to the Ministry by Dumbledore personally. The rat-faced man's confession, extracted under Veritaserum over the following days, confirmed everything: Voldemort's plan, the modified resurrection ritual, the conspiracy that had placed Harry in the tournament. Moody was exposed that same night. Dumbledore cornered the impostor in his office, and the Polyjuice potion wore off to reveal Barty Crouch Jr., a Death Eater presumed dead, who had been impersonating the real Alastor Moody for the entire school year. The real Moody was found in a magical trunk in the impostor's office, alive but weakened. Crouch Jr.'s confession added crucial details. Voldemort had known Harry's blood was special, Pettigrew had reported as much after the Dark Lord's spirit contacted him. The modified ritual would have used Valyrian blood properties to make Voldemort's resurrection permanent and potentially grant him fire-based abilities beyond any dark wizard in history. Harry had prevented all of it. Destroyed the ritual. Denied Voldemort the blood. The Dark Lord's spirit, diminished and desperate, had fled to some dark corner of the world to lick its wounds and plan anew. But Harry hadn't destroyed Voldemort. Hadn't killed him. The spirit endured, anchored by dark magic that Harry didn't yet understand. Horcruxes. The word surfaced in Dumbledore's explanations like a stone in still water, heavy, dark, sinking slowly into Harry's understanding. Soul anchors. The reason Voldemort couldn't truly die. A problem for another day, Dumbledore said, and for once, Harry accepted the deferral. He was tired. Bone tired, soul tired, the kind of exhaustion that went beyond physical and into existential. The school learned a version of the truth, sanitized, simplified, but fundamentally honest. Harry Potter had faced a threat from beyond their world and had sealed it at great personal cost. The Triwizard Tournament was declared concluded. No winner was announced, though no one who had been present that night had any doubt about who had proven themselves. The Ministry's response was predictable. Fudge attempted to deny, minimize, and redirect. Lucius Malfoy disappeared from public life so quickly that his absence was its own confession. The Daily Prophet ran contradictory stories for a week before settling on a narrative that was roughly 40% accurate. Harry didn't care. He had stopped caring about the ministry, the press, and the political machinery of a world that would believe whatever was most comfortable regardless of the truth. The last week of term passed in a haze. Exams were cancelled, the Quidditch pitch was still a crater, half the castle windows were still being repaired, and several students had developed nervous tics from the experience of watching an interdimensional sorcerer materialize above their school. Harry spent the days in quiet. Walking the grounds with Ethan, who remained enormous and magnificent and utterly devoted. Sitting by the lake with Ron and Hermione, not talking about what had happened but simply being together. Visiting Hagrid, who had cried for 3 straight days after the battle and showed no signs of stopping. The High Valyrian was fading. Harry could feel it going, not painfully, but with a melancholy that sat in his chest like a low note on a cello. Words he'd known yesterday were blurring. The automatic, instinctive command language that had let him speak to dragons and shape fire with precision was becoming fragmented, uncertain. He could still summon fire without a wand, that was in his blood, permanent, beyond the conduit he'd closed. He could still feel Ethan through the bond, still ride, still fly. The fire immunity remained. The silver in his hair remained. But the voice of Valyria, the living connection to a civilization of dragonlords, was growing silent. He sat on the astronomy tower on the last evening of term, watching the sun set over the mountains, and let the last words go. Dracarys. Fire. He could still say it, still feel its weight. But it was a memory now, not a living thing. Soves, fly. Fading. Likiri. Be calm. Almost gone. He held each word like a stone in his palm, felt its texture, its temperature, and then let it fall into the silence where his heritage had lived. It hurt. Not like a wound, like a farewell. The door to the tower opened. Daphne. She didn't speak. Didn't offer platitudes or strategic assessments or carefully chosen words designed to optimize his emotional state. She just sat down beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched, her coolness against his warmth, and watched the sunset with him. After a long time, Harry spoke. It's gone. The connection. The language, the dreams, all of it. I can still feel echoes, but the living part of it, the part that made me feel like I belonged to something ancient, it's closed. I know. I don't regret it. I'd do it again. I know that too. But it hurts. Daphne was quiet. Then she took his hand. Cool fingers intertwined with warm ones. Ice and fire, balanced. You'll grieve, she said. You'll rage. And then you'll rise. That's what dragons do. He looked at her. At the girl who had approached him in a library and offered political advice and become, without either of them planning it, the person he trusted most in the world. At the pale blue eyes that saw him, all of him, the fire and the grief and the stubborn, impossible hope that lived beneath both. I love you, he said. The words came out simple and unadorned and completely without strategy. Daphne Greengrass, who had spent her entire life calculating every interaction, measuring every vulnerability, maintaining a mask of ice against a world that punished openness, Daphne Greengrass looked at Harry Potter and let every mask fall at once. I love you too, she said. And I didn't budget for that at all. He laughed. She laughed. And then she was in his arms, cool against warm, and he held her while the sun set and the stars came out and Ethon circled the tower above them, vast and silver and patient. Below, in the courtyard, Ron Weasley looked up at the tower and the dragon and grinned. "Reckon he's all right?" Hermione asked, standing beside him. "Yeah," Ron said. "Reckon he is." Draco Malfoy found Harry in the entrance hall on the last morning of term. The corridor was busy, students hauling trunks, owls screeching, the organized chaos of departure. Draco stepped into Harry's path with the careful deliberation of someone who had rehearsed this moment and was determined not to botch it. They looked at each other. Green eyes and gray. The dragon boy and the Malfoy heir. Draco nodded. Once. Sharp. The barest acknowledgement, not friendship, not submission, but recognition. The recognition of one young man who was beginning to understand his own courage, given to another who had demonstrated his beyond all question. Harry nodded back. Draco walked away. It was enough. The Hogwarts Express carried them south through green countryside. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione in their compartment, Ethon flying alongside the train, visible through the windows, a silver shadow keeping pace, drawing gasps from muggles in every town they passed. Fleur found him before they reached London. She knocked on the compartment door, entered, and sat down with the unself-conscious grace that was her natural state. "I am returning to France," she said. "But I wanted to say," she paused. Searched for words. "What you did. Closing the barrier. Giving up your heritage to protect a world that does not fully understand you." Her blue eyes were bright. "That is the bravest thing I have ever seen. And I have seen much. Thank you, Fleur. My grandmother was full Vila. I know what it is to carry blood that sets you apart. To be seen as something other than human." She leaned forward. "You are more human than anyone I have met, Harry Potter. Whatever you lost, that remains." She kissed his cheek, the same gesture as after the second task, gratitude and kinship and the recognition of one half-blood creature by another, and left. Crumb appeared next. He stood in the doorway, said nothing for 5 full seconds, and then extended his hand. Harry shook it. Crumb's grip was iron. "You fight well," Crumb said. "If you are ever in Bulgaria," he shrugged. The sentence didn't need finishing. He left. Ron stared after him with an expression of conflicted hero worship. King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4. The barrier between the magical and muggle worlds, which Harry now thought about with a different kind of awareness. Sirius was waiting. Not as a dog, as himself, gaunt and haunted and fierce with a love that 14 years of separation had only intensified. He had been formally cleared by the Ministry after Pettigrew's capture, the real traitor exposed, the innocent man freed. "You're coming home with me," Sirius said. "If you want." Harry looked at the man who had been his father's best friend. Who had been present the night a baby arrived in a circle of dragonfire. Who had spent 12 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit and emerged with his capacity for love somehow intact. "Yeah," Harry said. "I want." Sirius's face broke. Not tears, something deeper, a release of pressure that had been building for over a decade. He pulled Harry into a hug that was fierce and clumsy and exactly right. Over Sirius's shoulder, Harry saw Daphne. She was standing with her father, a tall, thin man with tired eyes and a gentle face, near the platform exit. She caught Harry's gaze and held it. No wave. No blown kiss. Just a look, steady, certain, full of everything they were to each other and everything they would become. Harry smiled. She smiled back. Then she turned and walked into the Muggle world with her father, and Harry watched her go and felt, despite everything he'd lost, profoundly lucky. The platform emptied. Ron's family swept him up in a chaos of red hair and loud affection. Hermione's parents, bewildered, delighted muggles who clearly had no idea what their daughter had been through, collected her with hugs and questions. The Hogwarts Express sat empty, steaming gently, waiting for September. Harry walked out of King's Cross Station with Sirius at his side and the summer stretching before him, warm, golden, full of possibility. Above London, invisible to Muggle eyes, Ethon circled. The silver dragon was too large for stealth, his wingspan cast a shadow that covered city blocks, but the enchantments Dumbledore had placed on him bent light and attention away from his presence. To the Muggles below, he was a cloud, a trick of the light, a brief shimmer in the summer sky. To Harry, he was home. The last piece of his heritage that remained fully alive, not an echo, not a memory, but a living, breathing, fire-breathing connection to who he was and where he'd come from. Harry stopped on the pavement outside the station. Tilted his face to the sun. Felt the warmth on his skin, ordinary warmth, human warmth, the kind that everyone felt, and beneath it, the deeper warmth that was his alone. The fire that lived in his blood, that could not be extinguished, that no barrier's closure could take from him. He was Harry Potter. He was the blood of the dragon. He was a boy who had been born in one world and raised in another and had chosen, when the moment came, to sacrifice his past to protect his future. He was 14 years old, and he was not done. His scar prickled. A brief, sharp pain, and then gone. Somewhere, in a dark corner of the world, a fragment of a dark wizard's soul clung to existence and plotted and planned and refused to die. Somewhere, beneath the sealed fracture between worlds, the echoes of Valyria whispered in frequencies too low for conscious perception. And somewhere, deep, deep, in the sealed void between realities, ancient golden eyes stared at a barrier that was closed but not destroyed. Closed was not destroyed. And there were other ways between worlds. But that was tomorrow's problem. Today, Harry Potter walked into the sunlight with his godfather and his dragon overhead and the fire in his blood and the memory of a girl's cool hand in his warm one. Today was enough. I am the blood of the dragon, he thought. And I am not done. The summer sun blazed. The dragon soared. And the boy who carried fire walked forward into whatever came next, ready. Always ready. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.